You were scared I wasn't coming on. Don't be scared. I ain't scared. This is part 2. Black women, why do some always seem to have a chip on their shoulder? Can't miss this for anything in the world. As you saw, I just came in. Part 2. Oh, let me cut this down. We can't have any echoes here. Rose Brown, I'm waiting for you too. And I'm smiling, as you can see. I just came down from downtown Orlando. There was a let me turn this down a little bit. There was a planning and development meeting down there. And bottom line is that there's a lot of gentrification going on here. Nicole in Orlando. And they have meetings at it because there's a lot of money floating around. There was a soccer stadium built to completion, and there was a lot of back and forth with that. A lot of wrestling back and forth. Too much to list. This show is not about that. I'm just killing a little time until folks file in. Brother Ace, how are you? Maybe we can get that phone call going on tonight. And so I try my best to attend these meetings. I'm not going to say, oh, I'm a New Yorker. I'm down here, but to heck with that. Because involved in gentrification involved, there's so many people who are on point because they want that neighborhood. They want to use it for their purposes. And people say to me, well, you're just a YouTube guy. I'm a real live activist. And I try to share information. But it's sad when you look across the country and see how many of us cry about Asians moving into a neighborhood and taking the money out. Arabs, Indians from India. And we're not doing anything. We don't support each other. And when they have the community meetings and planning boards for things that are going to happen for the next 5 and 10 years, we're not there. But we want to be the first ones to complain. So I take my hat off to Luana Geltz, a concerned citizen. She's also involved politically, and she keeps me up on things. So when she makes the call, she went to Tallahassee today to take care of some business politically and came down and she said, Lance, be there. I said, okay, no problem. So I videotaped some stuff, but it may not be of interest, worldwide, but it's local stuff. So I'm going to make a little area for that. But those are some of the things that I do here locally. I keep my bag is over there. I keep my media bag with me, batteries charged. And if somebody calls me for something, I'm there. And a lot of things I do, you don't see because it'll go up on their YouTube channels, and social media, Vimeo and different things like that. So I keep myself active. And I think we all should be involved nationally, internationally, locally. I'm not saying politics, but getting information around, because the last thing I'm going to say before we move on for our show is that this particular meeting didn't have any media there. This particular meeting, the word was put out at the last minute, yet so many people were there that didn't look like us. 250 others, you know what the others were, as opposed to maybe 3 or 4 blacks. Luana Geltz being one, me being another. And even when I looked over their way, they put their head down like something was going on wrong. But I'm the only one there with the camera. They didn't want the media to be there to put the word out about what they were saying. Sounded good, but they want to shoulder out the folks who are there in the neighborhood who are born and raised, black people. All the millions that are going on over there, and yet those of us who have some sense can't get none. I'm not saying go to the corner and give it out to people in the corner who have no sense, who are not living right. No, it won't go anywhere. But why should we be struggling for black businesses downtown in Orlando and the downtowns across the country when so much money is going on, but we already see what's happening? Gentrification, the businesses opening up, how they're slowly but surely doing their thing, and we're popping our fingers and twerking and doing all this. So we need a job. No, we need businesses. That's another story, y'all. We're gonna pop it on right now. I actually want to play a little piece from, until we get callers calling in, because I wanted to set this show up so everybody else can voice what's in their heart. I had to cut it short yesterday because I had to run, and honestly, I'm gonna have to end it around 11 tonight, 2 hours, because one of the cars, the starter went, and I got to go pick up Mr. Scurv at that time, but I will be back. Now, let's see who called. Let's see who we have. Okay, nobody called yet. So if nobody calls, You know, I want people to come in and chime in. All right, because there's a lot of good comments in the comment area. I don't know if you all are hearing me. Let me put this mic a little closer. Sounds a little better. All right, get myself situated here. Didn't even have time to set up this little TV up here. I was going to put it up so you can see things behind me. We'll do that. And I got one up there, but you can't see that one. I want to play what Crystal had to say. And if anybody wants to call in, the call-in number is 888-575-3769. Let me play this. And let me do away with this other. Okay, let's jump it up some. Crystal's the truth. And I began to realize that this. Okay, where is she? Where is she? Let's go back a little bit. That'll kind of get me back in that mood that I was in yesterday.
Males that were raised in single female households.
Understood.
There had to be balance.
Yes.
There had to be yin and yang. Becoming the male in the relationship, and they ended up being the female in the relationship, and that's not how it's supposed to be.
Right.
So I think that we have to start holding one another accountable. The same way that
Eugene,
a woman
call on in, man.
does not have the proper tools.
Let's get it popping. Let's jump on this thing early.
Young male child to become
you all are a lot smarter than me, so listen, I need y'all. I'll put the calling number here.
Influence in that
we need Crystal back.
Establish our femininity and respect for ourselves and respect for one another.
Hello to everybody that I missed.
Uplift the next female. We can't get that from a man.
Right. Sweet Berry,
get that from males.
Nicole, Ace, Rose, Susie. Yes, holla.
That circle, that
shout out to you, brother.
Like grandma and used to have, you know. So if Miss Johnson saw you doing something down the street and you didn't have no business doing before you got home, your mama.
Oh, we got brother Ace on, so we gotta cut this other part here.
And all three.
Boom, there it is. Talk to me, Ace. You know what the topic is. Let me just start out by saying again, and did y'all see the video when it went up? How many times did I say this is not about bashing on sisters? I said it like training wheels that were bent the wrong way. You just had no way but to stand it up. And then in the comment, she's like, here we go again, bashing. I'm like, that's to prove it that some women are going to think that anyway. You know what I mean? As much as we praise and show love, and y'all know I don't do that. If I do something that looks like that and the person doesn't know me, it's because it's that individual and I know them or something like that. But some people, that's like me thinking that all the sisters are bashing men. There are a lot who are doing it, but I do it. I listen on an individual basis. I try to hear where the person is coming from. And Crystal was right. There are a lot of broken, hurt sisters out here. Not all, but some. I'm going to get a T-shirt or a sign. Not all, but some. The LanceScurv Show. Talk to me, Ace.
Yeah, you hit it right on the head, brother, man. I'm just yeah, that's the topic. You know, you gonna have the whole internet going crazy about it, and just like you used to have the titles, you know what I mean, up on the screen before.
Yeah.
You might need that just a little. You know, just let them know. Listen, nobody's bashing you. This is a topic. We're just calling out certain things like that. It was good dialogue.
Yeah.
Yesterday, you know what I mean? I sat back and I just listened. I called him, but I just sat and listened.
I saw you. I saw you. In the cut. I knew you had our backs.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know what I mean? A lot of key points, man, like that I was just listening to, and some things that over my life, but what kind of like, you know, leads up to it, because, you know, I like going to the root. Like, let's go to the
right
root, because that's the only way you're going to be able to fix these things. Like, and the sisters that have come to the defense, a lot of them come to the defense because, you know, they only looking at a shallow argument.
Right.
Instead of saying, no, this is actually deeper. It goes further back. You know what I mean? You know, way back beyond. And this is how one of the tools that are used to conquer us. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Let me just say, Crystal, feel free to call in. You put it down.
Yeah, she put it down yesterday. She had me sitting back listening and commenting on the Queen yesterday. And but yeah, we definitely got to, just like I said, we got to go to the root of the situation.
Yeah.
And a lot of times the root, we got to understand first. Let's establish this. Sisters, queens, young queens, you have to know that someone out there is trying to get you against us. let's let that be the foundation of the conversation. That is the whole key to figuring this whole thing out. First, you got to realize that somebody's trying to get you to go against us. Then second, you got to figure out who it is.
Right.
Once you figure just those two little simple things out, then you'll be able to see the trickery that's involved, because from day one, Master knew that if he had our queens, that he's going to always have us, because it's no different than the reason why America isn't being attacked right now. America isn't being attacked right now because we are amongst them. You know what I mean? If the enemy sat by itself, there'd be an easy target, but the enemy always have to put themselves with people that are loved by so many other people. So right now, Master has our queen, and he's had our queen for a long time. You know, it started, of course, with the Willie Lynch of slavery, whether you believe the theory or not, it works. It leads on to the other thing. The main thing that we have, and not just with our sisters, with our brothers, is we take on other people's fight and we make it our own. And we don't know how to disassociate ourselves with other people's issues. Just talking about the topic at hand, that feminist movement that happened, you know, during the wars, when the brothers, even our own brothers and white males, had to be sent across seas to fight.
Right.
Women came out of the house, they saw that it was
rude boy,
and they said, you know what? Oh man, you know, we can get 2 taxes in one household. That was the whole scheme of things. That was the Rebuild America plan.
Yeah.
I don't know if a lot of people understand that, but that was the Rebuild America plan. Before then, let's put things into context. Our brothers and our sisters never really had an issue with each other. We treated them like queens. We was out there in the yard tilling and everything, and bringing everything home for the wife to, you know what I mean, to process. But of course, that was the easier end of the work. So at every point, we always tried to cater to our women and make life a little bit more easier for them.
Right.
Now, at some point, our sisters thought that now that we're making things easier for them, they feel like that is a form of weakening them or making things enabling them.
Right.
Now, I'm having a hard time understanding that chivalry is so dead to the point that women are getting offended by chivalry.
Yeah, right.
How do you get offended with a man wanting to say, no, I don't want you to work full-time job for Tommy, Mr. Michael, whatever. I want you to be at home. I want you to be in the household. You know, what's wrong with telling your wife, I don't want to eat food from nobody else other than your hands that's prepared?
Hallelujah.
But that's offensive because, you know, that's offensive because here's the thing. Let's bring things into context. Sisters, I said this before. You are wasting your lifespan by trying to prove something that we already know. You're not proving it to us. We know how strong you are.
Right.
It's never been something that we've ever challenged our sisters to prove or even made them feel that they needed to uphold this. I'm watching, you know, I'm 35, so, you know, I might be speaking above my grade, my level, but my pay grade, but I grow from.
You're good.
Elders, so I remember you bring the check home, and she handles everything else. You go work, she handles everything else. Hey, can I go? My wife this, my wife that. That's what I remember growing up seeing. I don't remember seeing a household where the woman was oppressed. You see what I'm saying? Now let's go to who helped assist this. Okay, they came over from Europe.
Keep talking, Ace. I'm going to take this call. You might hear me talking in the background. Keep talking.
Okay, Ben. The European women, they came over oppressed from their husbands.
Okay.
You know, from their men. They was already battling
it's okay.
something on their
I'm live right now. I would love to pump you in and have you say a few words on the topic.
So it wasn't our that come from
that's okay. I'm talking low because
being oppressed or anything like that. We come from dialogue, and dialogue was whenever we had territory, we would have the husband and wife and diarchy will run the nation.
Why some black women have a chip
so
on their shoulder?
The male dominance did not come
some,
from our genetic pool. The male dominance comes from their genes.
Yeah. So
like I said, going back to putting things into perspective to where things are at, it all came from somebody else's that was
we
not
gotta
on
talk about
fire.
that. You want
Now
to
you
make a
gotta
carry
go
real
into
quick
how was it
and say something?
indoctrinated into
Okay,
us?
you gotta
If
call.
indoctrinated
I can three-way the
if
call
you
right
make
now.
it a small bowl, now that you have a small bowl,
Okay.
you make everybody fight for it. So if the man was the breadwinner in the house, and that's
You got
the
the
main
888
thing
number,
for
right?
the man was to be able to go out and actually work to provide for his family,
Okay.
and you take that away from him, you now just made that man more submissive.
It's
Now
888.
somebody has to take that option. So what's happening is that the master he freed the way
3769
for to rise, and not for her to rise up and be, to be able to bring her family up with her. He let her rise so that she can rise up alone.
Okay, cool.
And
cool.
that's what
and
people
just
need
jump
to
right
realize.
on
The system
Okay,
has
thank
been
you.
rigged
All
from
right.
the beginning.
Okay.
So yes, queens, all of our sisters have to realize this at some point. Yes, you have risen to a high statue, but you've already been at a high statue. But understand this. Now the difference is you've risen to a high statue, but now you don't have us with you. And that leaves you vulnerable. You need to take us with you. Don't make it a competition between you and I when this is a mutual thing. This is a diarchy empire that we must conquer. This is not something that you're going to be able to do by yourself. You need us. Now, understand the trickery involved. We used to have fast food restaurants. We never used to have doctors, hospitals, all of this stuff when you were home taking care of us. We didn't need schools. We didn't need master teaching us. We didn't need master taking care of our kids. We didn't need any of that stuff. So the lemon has to be worth the squeeze. In my personal opinion, with all due respect to my queens, nothing ever stopped you from being educated. You've always been smart, and you always taught us, and you always taught our youth. So that's never been challenged. So your value never been challenged. So why is it, my question to all the sisters, why has it been a issue with continuing doing what you have done? So what I'm saying is, when Master took you off of that rope and saying, hey, listen, I'm gonna make her come out the house. So now nobody feeds anybody. So now this is what I'm leading to basically, which is solving the problem, the diet. So Master knew if I get the woman out the house, now she's not going to be able to cook for her family nor herself. And now we can infiltrate the entire family. So now they're giving the sisters more testosterone in her diet. And please, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Where I heard this, and I haven't done the research, and forgive me for mentioning something I haven't followed up through with, but they said that the black man, the African man, has the highest testosterone level, right?
Yes.
They said the second to him is the black woman, which is above other races of men.
Yes.
So now, if this is correct, that means where's the violation? The violation is at the dinner table. That means that the brother should have his own separate diet, the queen should have her own separate diet, and the upcoming kids should have their own separate diet.
Right.
She should not be eating that steak that is filled with testosterone, and it throws off her balance because now she's introducing something foreign to an estrogen body.
Right.
Okay. So now this is sister, we already know, Lance, we as brothers and sisters, we're not supposed to eat meat. But what does it does to a woman? It throws off her chemical imbalance. So now, in addition to the testosterone that we're putting in the food, they're adding the icing to the cake. They're giving you birth control. So 85% of our sisters are on birth control. This is a fake number, of course, but majority of our sisters are on birth control. All that is telling your body that you're a man, pregnant right now, that you are not able to get pregnant right now. Do whatever you want to do. So that's number one. Number one is the diet. More testosterone in our sisters' diet is making them more masculine and less. I don't want to use the word submissive, but less compliant in a sense.
Right. Secondly, because that word they use against us, where we say something about submissive, and they think that it's just to be and have more testosterone, not as much as us, but right below us, as it should be. But it's not submissive, like you have no role. We fit together. See, when we fit together, we work I mean, it's the scariest thing for anybody who wants to oppress us. When we work together and fit together like lock and key, no one part is more important than the other. See, they'll look at physical strength and say, oh, because you're strong. And the ones of us who are foolish look at the physical strength and we exploit that. That's not where it's at. That physical strength belongs to her, even though it's us who have it, because it benefits her. But see, you know, in a diabolical fashion, these powerful factions of us have been turned in against each other. And this is why it's entertainment when we go at each other. This is why some of our sisters will get the job easier when they see in her personality that she might be confrontational. No, I didn't say that you're getting the job because you're confrontational, but you can't tell me that if you have a sister, let's take two sisters who have the same exact qualifications. This is not bashing, and this is not everybody. This is some, not all. I gotta have something in my sound, my sound effects, and keep hitting it, and somebody's gonna come right in the comment section and saying we're bashing. This is common sense. This is not anger. This is passion. You take two sisters going into corporate America with the same exact qualifications. They look into who you are. Once they see the qualifications, they're good, right? But when they look a little deeper and see that there's one sister here who may be single. Now it's okay to be single, but she might be single and have 3 or 4 babies at home. Okay, no man, right? Then they go and creep up on your Facebook page to see what you're about in your life. And they see that, well, you take care of your family and everything, but you're out partying. You might have something that you go on the rant on Facebook. I don't need these damn men, so and so and so. You technically a feminazi. And then they see this other young lady with the same exact qualifications and achievements scholastically, academically, and she is married to a black man who might not be one in corporate America. He might be just a blue-collar guy. But they show pictures and photos of them getting along. They see the beautiful home they have, even though it may not be a mansion, but they see that you work together and they see that she loves that man. And she is also that S word that many hate, submissive to executing the role she has, which is very powerful. And in many cases, if you were to separate it, she has just as much, if not more power in certain aspects as he should. You look at Tiger Woods and look at Mike Tyson. Now forget about their personal lives. But at the peak of their existence, you know, whether we don't, you know, Tiger Woods or not, you know what I mean? But in his golf, he was a master, right? And he's at the top. Mike Tyson, he was a master. He's at the top. But Tiger Woods can't go into Mike Tyson's area of expertise, and because he's a master golf player, come in and all of a sudden be the heavyweight champion of the world. Could you imagine Mike Tyson? I just can't get this. I'm just hitting dirt, man. Oh, the hell with this. I can't deal with this. You know what I mean? He'd be frustrated. What are you looking at? You know, taking the balls and throwing at people running. You know what I mean? So we are both powerful areas in our overlap. So now they see that in that one sister and like, we ain't hiring her because we can't have anything of ours benefit indirectly and directly that black man. This is just how it is with the higher powers, 9 times out of 10. Just like when they'd have the social worker come around and look and see if there's a pair of man's shoes around or an extra toothbrush or, you know, what's going on over here and over there. So this is the way it is. So they don't promote stuff that show us with each other in unity, getting along and giving examples on how to run a wonderful household. And this is why Mr. Scurv wants to get in and talk these things that some may think are corny. How to keep a house, how to cook, how to clean. Some people don't know how to clean. It's a science to this. How to keep a happy home. And it's hard work. It's harder than anything that I do. And I help out and I do, but I'm like, dang, I thought, you know, me doing all this other stuff, I do the heavy stuff. See? So we lost that because if good meals are cooked at home, guess what? I'm strong. And if I'm strong and go out there and make the money, and place it at her feet and put it right in the bank account. I don't need it. Here, I got food, I got warmth, I got clean clothes, I got this. What I need the money for? It supports me. It's the system. They want to break up our systems. And so by having us go in on each other and look at each other as though we're enemies, they've defeated us before, and we did the job for them. And I can tell you so many instances where it looks odd in public when you treat your woman with respect and with dignity and keep your eyes to yourself. They're looking. He's not the typical nigger. 3 chicks walked by with big asses and he didn't look.
Holding the door for her in public.
Exactly. So when they see that woman with the chip, they say, she's an agent for us. She can continue what we want to have done. And it's a destruction of the black family, you know, and many of us run and do the same thing and perpetuate it. Many of us men perpetuate it. So it's men and women doing it on different levels. So this is not a bashing thing. This is an assessment. When the insurance company comes around to see what happened to your car when you had that collision, that's an assessment. When an insurance adjuster comes around, okay, this panel was bent. We got to write this car off. They don't want to do that, but they want us so beat up in this society that we write ourselves off. And go ahead with what you're saying, Ace. Just know right after you're done, I know Crystal wants to come in, and I know Black Lion's going to call in too.
Yeah, I just want to talk at this point and this disclosure.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because we do a lot of backpedaling and running away from the issues. Listen, we deserve, and this is Ace 19 saying this, if you have a problem, I'm sorry, sisters, I love you all. But we deserve to talk a little crap. Do you know how much we've risen from being labeled as that deadbeat and this, that, and the third? We have risen. We are in our children's lives. Statistically, it even shows it as bad as they don't even want to show it.
Right.
I'm a single father.
Right.
I'm a single father of an 8-year-old son, and you best believe I wear that coat proudly.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, we are now in the position to critique our sisters without it being a penalty involved, because we took our penalty. We took all those years of y'all ain't shit. Y'all need to get y'all shit together. Y'all need to get a job. Now we out here doing that. Now we out here with our kids. And guess what it created? Deadbeat moms. So let's call facts facts, and we ain't gonna sugarcoat nothing on the LanceScurv show.
You know that. That's right.
We respect our sisters, but we still gonna call a spade a spade. We're gonna address the issues. The heightness in the gay population and our brothers. Come on now, that didn't start till y'all was kicking us out the house. So let's not go there. Majority of the brothers in prison are there because of child support and domestic.
Mm-hmm.
So let's not go there. We can point the finger and we can have a real conversation, and we have enough ammunition to battle the naysayers. This is real, sisters. We have to address these issues and start running from it without fear of you not liking us. You ain't been liking us. Now we got to get you to love us.
I love the way she said that. Let me just step back.
Yeah.
My dear sister.
Y'all come after me. I just want to put that out. That's my disclosure. Go ahead, sister.
Crystal, how are you?
I'm wonderful. Good evening, everyone. Greetings again from the East Coast.
Yes, indeed.
I had to call back in.
And I'm so glad. I prayed on it all last night. Please let her call back. Hallelujah.
About the power of prayer. Okay. With Brother Ace that just spoke, my hat's off to you, sir, because there was a young lady that called in on yesterday evening. And I've always been a real big proponent of not answering a question with the question, but I could tell that the sister was very sincere with what she was saying.
Yes.
I almost felt, I could feel, I was compelled in my spirit. It's like either she's been through some things, she's in the midst of something right now. And the question that she asked was, how do we fix the problem?
Yes.
And I'm so glad that Brother Ace came in and led off with what he did.
Yes.
Because we have to get our Alex Haley on, and we have to go back to our roots. We can't sit here in 2017 and ask, well, why this and why that? You can't get the answer to the problem of now if you don't go back and do the work through the equation of what happened prior to now. And I love the fact that he touched on a diet and how our diet and our nutrition is affecting us as women and you as men. But I want to take it a little deeper.
Yes.
I want to touch on two things. I want to touch on the historical aspect of it, which the brother did hit, and I'm so glad he led in with that. And then I also want to talk about the nutritional factor, but I want to talk about the Black woman's nutritional, mental, emotional, psychological, and spiritual well-being, because all of that ties into the historical. Okay? If we go back to slavery, all right, and we have to get graphic for a moment, because our Black man, the head of our household, the chiefs of our village, the leaders of our communities in Africa at that time were belittled, they were degraded, they were stripped of their manhood, violated, and publicly embarrassed and shamed in front of their mothers, their sisters, their aunts, their wives, and their children. Okay? So right there, from the time that first boat came over from Europe, the Black man was deemed as unimportant or stock. You were seen as a piece of property or possession. You were not a human being. You were not a person. You did not have feelings. And what you felt, thought, did, had, or had acquired did not matter. Okay? We came on over here to the States, where we were put on auctions, sold as property, still not classified as human beings, okay? And we're going to specifically touch on the Black man, because what it did to us as Black women is it showed us that, oh, well, I don't have to value him. He don't have nothing. Mr. Scurv, can we curse?
Oh, yes. There's no censor in here, sweetheart. Let it all hang out.
He ain't got shit. I don't have to respect him. He can't protect me. He don't have nothing. He in shackles next to me, can't do shit. So what I need to respect him for? I can look to this white man who owns everything and whose word is law. And since that white man has authority over my man ain't my man no more. Lack of respect, the separation of the Black family unit. As Brother Ace said, Willie Lynch, they systematically figured out how to infiltrate the mind of the Black woman. There's nothing happening in society then or today that is any different from what happened in Eden. If you're not a spiritual person, if you don't believe in that book that white man put in our hand, let's go here.
Yes.
The woman, period, women collectively have been the cause of the downfall of civilizations. If you're on the spiritual side, we were the first downfall of creation, because what? There was a level of enticement there, coercion there. You know, you push those breasts up a little high, you put those tight jeans on and show that ass, whatever you want, need, or desire, that man is going to drop and do. Why? Because he's not looked at as a man. He's not looked at as a person. He's looked at as a possession, an object, or a thing. That is why I brought up yesterday. That is why there are a lot of single parent homes where you have Black mothers that are intentionally and or subconsciously stripping the masculinity from their Black male children and could care less, because some of them don't even realize that's what they're doing. Others are trying to get back at the father that chose not to be with them. He's moved on with his life. And at the end of the day, that still points back to being broken and being lost. And if we follow the pattern of generational curses, if you're broken and you're lost, something happened in your life, something happened in your upbringing, something happened that got you off course. We have been off course for generations. We can't look at what we see in 2017 and say, well, what happened to the generation before then?
Right.
And how did that impact what we have now? What happened during those times? And yes, we have to go back there. And there are some people, when you bring up talking about the past, one thing that infuriates me is when I hear to be an educated Black person say to me that, well, why do you want to talk about slavery? I wasn't no slave. You wasn't a slave. We might not have been slaves, and probably the only piece of cotton we've ever picked up has been a Q-tip or a T-shirt. But our ancestors were. And we are the trickle-down effect of what they experienced. Am I saying that is the be-all, end-all of us and what we aspire to be as people? It's not. Everybody has the right to make a conscious decision to do right, be better, educate themselves, be a family unit. Everybody that's a choice. That's a choice. But when you look at us as a whole and you pose the question, why is it that Black women appear to have a chip on their shoulder? The chip on their shoulder is, why should I have to respect you when you have been systematically broken in front of me? You have been constantly and repeatedly bombarded in the media, constantly and repeatedly been bombarded in terms of being in the family. I don't know how many of you guys happen to see Fences with Denzel Washington, but I told my husband, I said, every Black person, because every last one of us has a Tyrone in our families. And if we don't, that's probably because we are a Tyrone. I happen to feel every Black man was either raised by a Tyrone, experienced being around a Tyrone, or he is Tyrone. And a lot of that has to do with what he experienced growing up and the things that he saw and the things that he experienced have the things that we experienced. When that white man was put on that pedestal back in slavery time, nothing has changed, because women aren't going to the men that they lay down and procreate with and saying, look, I understand we're not together. I'm not trying to be petty. Let's be adults about the situation the same way we were adults and laid down and created this life. The first thing a lot of people do, or the first thing that some do, is they go and get the courts involved.
Oh,
now,
God.
the court were not in the bedroom or the back seat or the bathroom or wherever that child was created. Why do you need to bring the white man system and law thing into that Black family unit to cause more separation and anxiety and distress? We learned that behavior from going to Massa. Well, if I'm real good and if I'm the right complexion, Massa gonna put me up in the house and I was gonna be in the air conditioner while you was out there in the sun. You nigga, you. No. So what do we do now? We replace the shackles with education. We replace the hang nooses. We replace that white man with Americanized government and a government system devised to be Big Brother and have all eyes and ears and pockets in the Black family unit. Now, I understand that there are people out here that are on assistance and have to be on assistance. Everybody has hard times. I've been on assistance myself. But I made it a point to get off of it. There are people out here that really do need assistance, like the elderly.
that we seem to just cast off like they're nobody and they're somebody else's problem. If you are able-bodied and you can work, and you were grown enough to lay down and create a child, you should not walk around with resentment, guilt, or anything else that came from that failed relationship that you probably jumped into prematurely because that man does not want to be with you. Little girls do stuff like that.
Right.
Teenagers do stuff like that. Grown women don't conduct themselves that way. But what do you do when that is what has been planted in our genealogy?
That's
that has been planted in us psychologically. That has been planted in us even now, socially, on social media, the internet, these reality TV shows. You have young Black women going out of here making ill decisions with their bodies that are costing them their lives because they want to chase behind the baller and get the bling. That's no more different than that Black female on the plantation running and trying to get into master's bedroom or master's house, because if master calls a shot, then that's what I need to be following. And that Black man is still dangling out there wondering what the hell.
Truth.
Yo.
That's it. I'm gonna stay and hear how everything goes.
Please do.
And I may chime in later.
Yes.
But like I told you, I'm a talker, and I don't want to hog up the space because I really want to hear, preferably from some more females, but also from some other male perspectives.
Yes.
We need to discuss these things. As how it is that slavery and living in poverty. These are things that were socially constructed to oppress us.
Right.
White man succeeded in being able to do that. He stepped back because he passed the torch to the Black woman.
Yes.
She's gonna tear her house up on her own. We don't have to do nothing.
That's right.
And we'll be right here with this Medicaid and these WIC and these EBT and whatever she do, because she's gonna run that man off. She's going to run him right into the arms of a white woman, and she's going to come running to us for assistance because she don't want to deal with the foolishness.
Right. Right. And I'm not, listen, you can keep on flowing as long as you want. Everybody had asked if the other young lady had called in, and although I'm not seeing a number, I have a funny feeling that it might be. I also see Black Lion here. The young lady, what was her name last night? It was something with the mind, right? Is that you on the line now? This unknown caller? The block caller? The one who has the number block? Okay, they're not talking. But continue on, sister. We have Ace here. We have Black Lion. I see Mr. Beasley.
Yeah, I'm just taking it all in.
we got too much courtesy here, man. Let's just talk.
I love listening to the sister. She got me mesmerized.
Hey, I'm mesmerized by you, Crystal. Keep on flowing.
Yeah, real talk, because she hit on every single point.
Yes.
Sometimes, just like I said, like you can't hear it from a bass voice. You have to hear it from a sisters, and that's what the mission is. I think countless of times we heard our sisters over the years. The sisters were telling us brothers, fix your bruh. Get your man. And so now we're going to say, get your sister. Yo, get us. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like we need y'all to fix each other. We can't fix that because we already, you know what I mean? We already on the other side, and the defense is already up.
You're an accommodating man. When they start with that, I just tune them out. I ain't trying to hear all that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any.
I'm not trying to hear none of that. Especially when it turns into and I listen now because I'm on a show and I'm being polite. But had something like that started in real life, I'd have been got out of Dodge. I wouldn't listen to more than 4 or 5 minutes of that. And I'm not saying that she's not right. And some of the points that she made didn't make sense.
What you mean? Oh, you mean tonight? Just now?
Any man that's sitting listening to that, okay? And maybe because there's truth in it, but any man that sits listening to that, you just may as well just unscrew your balls.
Okay. Well, let me make a clarification as to why I laughed when you said that, because I thought what you were saying is that when you have the head shaking, cackling women who are caught up in the system who are argumentative, but what you're saying is that Crystal, what Crystal just said, that's what you're referring to?
No, no.
The sister that's on that just spoke.
You're talking about the method. You're talking about the method of delivery. She's well spoken and eloquent. And
right.
articulate. Okay.
Well, how do you feel about what she said?
To me, I never actually heard a woman out that long to hear what they had to say.
Well, truth is truth. It really shouldn't matter, you know, what's between a person's legs.
Man, you guys might be the type.
May I ask the elder's age? With all due respect,
what does my age have to do with anything?
Why
are you calling me an elder? I'm just a dude on the phone that just has a different, my perspective. I don't listen to it.
Okay, see, I understand what's going on.
Or to call you boy.
Yeah, I understand what's going on, but we're going to continue in the spirit that we started out. Okay, Beasley, hold on a second, man. We're going to continue in the spirit in which we started, because I already see, you see, we're going along beautifully, and now we're supposed to be rolling around in the dirt. It's not going to happen. This is too beautiful. We understand. If the whole mass of people who are listening are happy and one person's not and has an issue with it, so be it. But we're going to continue to have a nice flow. And that's what we enjoyed yesterday. And I'm going to tell you again, although I might title the show a little different, we're going to do it again tomorrow night. It may be a little later, 11, 12, around midnight, but we're going to do it again. Just like I promised you again tonight, we're going to do it again tomorrow night. I may title it a little different. And since I have the floor, I want to say one more thing for 1 minute. YouTube is coming down heavy on many channels, especially channels that speak Black empowerment in their respectful way and even in their raw way, right? They watch the keywords and the titles. They look at the graphics, but it's more so how you tag it up in the keywords. Pretty soon, what I might start doing is just having it the LanceScurv show and put a number next to it, which I already have so many out. That's a whole lot of numbering, but they can't detect what's in the show by that. Like Tariq Nasheed has Tariq Nasheed Live. That's all you hear. Issues. I'm going to have to do the same thing, because when I say certain things or I speak on a news story, like when the white terrorist killed the homeless man in New York City and he came from Maryland to do his killing randomly, that. And I'm only expressing my opinion. And I speak on other things. You know what I mean? But if I had ratchet stuff, no problem. But they have been going up and down through my videos, and it has not hurt me. I don't depend on this to make a living. I work extra jobs. Y'all know that. I'm a working fool. Me and Mr. Scurv. So they ain't hurt me that way. It's just that the nerve that you're going to take energy and try to come at people, and it's really censorship. So when you see titles and you can't figure out what it is, or I make a mild sounding title, that's so they can look at it and go on somewhere else. But it's always going to be in this flavor, you see. But yes, sister, continue. Ace, Black Lion, come on in and let's flow. I don't want us to be rolling around in the dirt and we won't get anywhere. All we're doing is arguing and all of the stuff. I don't do that kind of drama. I didn't invest this much in the equipment. I didn't take one little bedroom out my house, you know what I mean, to sit here and say, hey, let's argue on things that, you know, is not going to get us anywhere. I love how we come together. And I sit here, I'm grinning, I'm smiling. I'm a happy boy over here when you all are sharing the truth. And it's just, I'm like a baby sucking the breast. I'm cool. I'm sleeping on ignorance when I'm getting fed. You see? So go ahead, Crystal, continue on. And never be conscious here where you feel as though you're talking too much or anything like that, because we need this. And anybody who wants to chime in, you know, respectfully, you can chime in. If you know, but come on and talk. Come on and talk.
Oh, that's wonderful. I will be here. I'm not going anywhere. But
okay.
I would like to hear from Brother Black Lion, because you know what's amazing. I actually am always intrigued to hear from people like the brother that just got on the phone and comment, because it gives me something to gauge how I am as a person,
Mm-hmm.
how I treat others. And I've always been the type of person that's willing to hear anybody out,
Right.
as long as they're talking sensibly. We don't have to agree, but again, we're not bickering, we're not going back and forth, we're not coming at each other's necks. We're actually trying to get to the root of a problem,
Right.
and be a solution.
Right.
And that ties into that mind frame as well, because so many of us are stuck in a sunken place
Mm-hmm.
that a solution is not the norm anymore.
That's right.
We're used to drama, we're used to chaos, we're used to problems. So I'm gonna pass the mic, and hopefully some other sisters will come on, and I'm gonna listen, but I'll be back.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Black Lion.
Yo, peace, family. What's going on? Love is love to the sisters. You know what I'm saying? Salute to my true soldiers out there. You know, I want to commend the sister for getting up there and speaking Percy. You know, really, you know, I think she did a hell of a job telling it like it is. I mean, from a woman's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I put in the chat earlier, you know, as I just came in, you know, a lot of problem with a lot of sisters too. I mean, but before I go there, hold up, let me back up.
Mm-hmm.
The brother that said he's a single parent with the 8-year-old, what's that brother's name?
Ace.
Ace
Ace.
19.
Oh, that's my man Ace. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Ace. Salute to that brother also, man. You know what I'm saying? Because that goes to show that the things that society has stated, in which our sisters have implemented into their lives and thoughts, are not a true reality. You know what I'm saying? Because there are brothers out here like Brother Ace, you know what I'm saying, others that have been stepping up to the plate. Just because we don't put our shit out there in public, you know what I'm saying, or we're not looking for no merit, you know, that doesn't mean it's not being done.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but you know, once again, man, it's hard to speak on topics like this because a lot of people can't handle the truth and they don't want the truth. They've been so conditioned over time that they feel that the things that they have been doing have been taught or the norm. And I stated, Lance, on your show a lot of times when I've been up there, psychological term that I am writing, and which, you know, I've coined, called the, you know what I'm saying, perspective victimization. And all of this details and falls into that. You know what I'm saying? But the reality is, we do understand that there is an issue.
Mm-hmm.
We do understand that people need help in dealing with these issues. But you got to ask for the help. You got to want the help. You got to really step up to the plate and say, what part and what role am I playing in today's society or in my community as a melanated person in which I can make a difference? You know what I'm saying? Everybody's not going to progress, you know, as fast as others, but some progression is better than no progression. You know what I'm saying? But when you got people that just don't care, and it's a lot of people right now that just don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? They don't care what happens. They don't care what's going on. You know, you got women out here that, you know, like you said, they feel that they have jobs or they're sitting higher on the food plane that they don't need a man. You know, it's not about whether you need a man. At some point in time, nobody needs anybody. But you should want to be with somebody. You should want to have something different. You know what I'm saying? And see, that's the problem too. We have this thought process of this need versus want. You know what I'm saying? I mean, in reality, nobody really needs anyone. You know what I'm saying? But with that being said, whatever comes to you, then you must deal with that on your own. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, you still should want to have something better. You should want to strive to be so better. I mean, are you happy and consistent with getting that little check every week from the state? Or are you happy with getting, you know, your nails done every day, but your kids, you're looking fly, you're out here getting banged out, but every time Dick and Harry, and now, you know, you want something real or something better.
Trash on ready and your picnic hungry. Go ahead, man. I had to say that.
You know what I'm saying? And now you're on the bottom of the chopping block. You know what I'm saying? That's your fault. That's not nobody else's fault. You know what I'm saying? So accountability, must be one of the things that must take place. But in order to have accountability, and I say this all the time, Brother Lance, you gotta have self-love, man. You gotta have self-preservation. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, you know what I'm saying, be able to love yourself before you can be involved and deal with anybody else or even make yourself a better person. You know, I mean, I see a lot of this shit daily, as you know, man, dealing with these children. I come across a lot of parents. There are a lot of parents that are turning their kids in. They don't want their kids. You know what I mean? A lot of females, a lot of sisters. You know what I'm saying? A lot of sisters that are walking away from their homes, like you said, when they have a man He's working the best job, but he's at least putting the effort to receive the fruits of labor to provide for his family.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got to start somewhere, but they'll walk away from that because they'll see the guy outside that smiles and they think something's better, but all, you know, they are to him is just a quick fix. You know what I'm saying? It's like that drug addict, you know what I'm saying? He knows that the best heroin may be on Elm Street, but he can't afford that best heroin today. So where's he go? He go 2 blocks down. You know what I'm saying? Just to fix his high. You know what I'm saying? That's what a lot of these sisters do. You know what I'm saying? It's coming back. It's coming to the point where it's coming back to backfire them because you got a lot of brothers that don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to be bothered either. But then that doesn't mean that we're out here going and dealing with other races of women, and that's another issue too. How you gonna get upset because you're not putting and carrying your weight, yet no, you see a brother with another female, not of the race, you know what I'm saying, and now you got an attitude? Step your fucking game up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Step your game up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Where do we start? You just gotta want to start. You know, I'm going to sit back for a minute, and then I'll chime back in. I gotta get myself together here. So, Boy,
that's
bringing it tonight, Lance.
That's like a good bite. I'm sitting here like,
show tonight, Lance.
Tracy, are you still on? I'm blowing Tracy up. She said she called in. I see a couple, blank numbers here. So, Tracy, if you're there, call in. Or if you're not here, call.
I'm here.
Yes, my dear sister Tracy. Wow. Where was I when we met last?
Where were you?
Yeah.
When we met last?
Yes.
On 43rd and 8th?
Yes. Tell them. In a Thai restaurant.
Yes.
Mrs. A day hasn't gone by where she hasn't called out your name, and and we've been really busy. Like I said, you let me know. You just let me know. You're coming down. You're coming down.
Yes.
There's no you coming down this year. Not even like to the end of the year. Look at me dictating to you.
Absolutely.
I just have to say, before you say anything, sweetheart, that we have a lot of crazy folk out here. We have a lot of imbalanced folks out here. But Tracy is one of the sweetest women out here. And we physically met face to face. And you can feel so much. And you're so sweet and you're so lovely. We sat across and we ate, we talked, and just your spirit, it's still, I feel it. I know it. We don't have to know each other for 10, 15, 20 years. There are people that I've known for a quarter of a century that they're rotten to the core, but they hide it. I don't have to know your social security number. I don't have to know your middle name, but I know who you are. And I love you for that. And thank you.
Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Love you too.
And anytime. You don't even have to say, oh, can we plan? You'd be like, listen, Lance, I'm at the airport. Come get me. I'm like, I got you. There's a room right there. That's your bedroom.
All right. I'm down.
All right.
No, we'll talk off air, though.
Oh, no, we're going to talk it off air. Yeah, exactly. Now, I'm forgetting everybody's on here, right? We talk. But anyway, talk to us about how you feel about what was said.
Honestly, I just called. I didn't get to hear from the beginning.
Okay. Because they've been jacking it up. They've been jacking this channel up.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I can't watch the live show, but I can see it after, like the next day.
Wow.
But yeah, it keeps saying error.
You know what that is, And like I said, that means we're doing good. Folks don't want us to have these kind of conversations, and they'll label it as something other than what it is. But if we would be talking some foolishness or rolling around in the dirt and, not righteously cursing. Like if we drop a little word here to enhance the truth, that's cool. That's adult. But if we were just sitting here spouting off curses with no wisdom, it's okay because that's part of the agenda. That's part of the agenda. And so that's what makes me go harder. To the point sometime, honestly, I forget, and I'm not saying this for props. I'm not saying this for compliments. I'm not fishing for that. This is what I do, and I'm when I transition, I'll be doing something along these lines of not that, if the technology changes or just different levels of stuff. But it can get to you in a way where it can zap you. You get so much tunnel vision, and you're doing what you're doing. The time goes by, and you realize, man, I haven't slept good in the last few days. Although I do get good sleep, I can get zoned out in the technical after the shows or everything. Because usually when you see these TV shows or these online things, you have people that will do one lane, and it's 3 and 4 of them. It's a team. I do 3 or 4 different lanes. And if it wasn't for Mr. Scurv, you know, man, need maybe 3 or 4 more people to do this. Or hey, could you hook up the graphics? Oh, could you edit that file? Could you think up this? Oh, answer the phone calls. Oh, take this computer to the shop. Or hotwire this. Or it's like, but I love it. So when I get a chance to see it all come together like this during a show, and like I said, I haven't been peeking in on the actual chat room, right? But I'm jumping between screens because I'm doing some graphics for another social media platform of mine. So you have to juggle, and I love it. But sometimes whatever you throw, it may hit you in the head, and the whole thing falls, and you say, "I got to take a rest one day." But talk to me. I know you just came on, but talk to me. Put you on the spot again, right?
I was just listening to the show.
I pulled you out, right? Put the spotlight on you.
I really wish I was listening from the beginning.
Yeah.
I really would have chimed in, but I didn't hear the whole conversation. But I do want to give a shout out to my brother, Black Lion.
Yes.
I love how he talks. He's always on point. To me, that's just my opinion.
Yes. To me too. That's right. You hear that, Black Lion?
Always love, sis. Always love, sis. Always love. Definitely, definitely.
Yes.
Appreciate that. You know what I mean? I don't got time for sugarcoating because I don't sugarcoat myself. You know what I'm saying? We all got faults and flaws. You know what I'm saying? That every day I wake up is a blessing for me. It's another day for me to be a better person. You know what I'm saying? First of all, for myself, and then everything else. You know what I'm saying? As a father, as a provider, as a friend, you know what I'm saying? It's all levels to this shit. You know what I'm saying? People understand that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta wake up in the morning and you know what I'm saying? You gotta start your day off feeling good about yourself. If you don't feel good about yourself when you start your day off, your whole day is trash. It's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? It's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? And I wake up every day knowing that any you know, mishaps or any negativity that I had the day before is done, it's over with. You know what I'm saying? I meditate myself to sleep. You know what I mean? I may put on some old shows of Brother Lance here or put on, you know, some of my favorite classic hip hop, you know what I'm saying? And I wind my mind, like my sense, you know, and I let it go. You know what I'm saying? And the next day I'm up fresh and ready to rock and roll again.
That's
you know
right.
what I'm saying? You can't walk around with all this stress and all this anger. You know what I'm saying? It's a time and place for it. And now's not the time for it. Now's the time for our people to start rebuilding and building. You know what I'm saying? We don't have communities no more. You know what I'm saying? We don't have neighborhoods no more. You know what I'm saying? In order to have a neighborhood, we got to have a community. You know what I'm saying?
That's
and
right.
we don't have that development. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's part of the issues too. You know what I mean? If Brother Lance in Florida, if brothers in his neighborhood, if they see Brother Lance outside mowing his lawn or doing yard work, it's nothing wrong with you to go up and say, "Brother, do you need some help? Can I help you today?"
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You can learn a trick or two. You know what I'm saying? Or if Brother Lance sees a couple of youth walking down the street and they may or may not be ready to head into mischief, there's nothing wrong to say, "Yo, young brothers, why don't you come over here? Let's vibe for a little bit."
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then show them how, you know what I'm saying, that they can plant their own food, you know what I'm saying, possibly make money off of it.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But if we out here verbal jostling each other and, you know, I mean, it's crazy because even, you know, not to jump off, but even, you know, as far as like, I heard last night, man, you know, brother saying about how, you know, you may attempt to speak to a sister, you know, and she may look you up and down and frown upon you. What the fuck is that shit about? What's wrong with you?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And even earlier, Brother Lance, you know, I went back to review the show from last night to, you know, make sure I had my thoughts for tonight.
Right.
You know, and there was a sister that posted something up there about, you know, strange brothers and shit. Okay, you talking about strange brothers?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. You know what I'm saying? What happens if you out there in the street and your ass is about to get mugged? If it really does happen,
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You're gonna turn down a strange brother coming to fucking, you know what I'm saying, to help you from being martyred or robbed?
That's right.
Or, you know what I'm saying? Are you serious? That's some dumb shit. Who says shit like that? You can't talk to a straight brother in the street. Get the fuck out of here, man. What's wrong with you personally? But she didn't respond to it. And I didn't think she would because I answered her question.
I'm not laughing at you, man. I'm joyous in the spirit in which you speak. Keep going. I wasn't laughing at you. I'm just laughing because I'm joyous in the spirit from which you speak. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm laughing.
I answered the question for her. I said, I bet the house that you would not turn down a strange brother
You know what I'm saying? Saving your ass in the fucking street. You know what I'm saying? Come on, get that bullshit, man. Get that bullshit. You know what I mean? You can't talk to a brother because he's strange. Come on, man. There's nothing wrong with saying hi to people, man. Building that aura. You know what I'm saying? Someone say hi to you and you speak back. If you right with self, you should be automatically, as soon as somebody approach you, be able to feel that sense and that vibe.
Right.
Everybody's sisters, or your higher paying sisters to automatically kick in. So you know to keep it, you know what I'm saying, keep the words, you know what I'm saying, light and slow and keep it moving.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And monitor yourself. You know what I mean? But that don't mean you start clenching your pocketbook looking like scared, because now they know they're going to jump on you. You know what I'm saying? But you still got to hold your square. You know what I mean? It's you know, it's man, this. Man, it's crazy, man, and it hardens me because, I mean, people just don't get it, man. Our people just don't get it, man. We have war, man. We got kids out here, and Brother Lance, I talked about this before all this shit started happening last year. You know what I'm saying? About all the kids being snatched up and how they was going to continue to snatch them up because they need our recessive genes. They need our genes, bro. They know that they can't survive without our genes or something from us inside their body, you know what I'm saying, to purify their systems, you know what I'm saying, for them to last. Like, what they say, George Bush Sr. at the Super Bowl, they said he had, what, like 6 different goddamn heart surgeries? And he's still alive?
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you that last one he got was a black heart. I guarantee you was.
All of them had to be. Big shout out to Lucius Gant.
All across the world, man. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I know for a fact they do it because I work with at-risk kids on a daily basis. And I know they snatching up kids and trafficking because I done saved so many kids. I done been out to the front line myself and saved kids. You know what I'm saying? Or mentor them and talk to them, you know what I'm saying, emotionally to the point where they will conversate with someone about what's been going on with them.
Let me, Black Lion, just,
you know what I'm saying?
let me just give a quick shout out to Brother Lucius Gant. If you don't know who he is, Google him. I mean, this man is an icon with black media before there was social media. I mean, television, radio, the printed press, everything going back from way back. You name it, he interviewed them. The whole media knows who he is. And he has a body of work that just can't be I wish he can get on, but he can't. He just stopped by to give me some support and show me some love. You can see him in the chat room. I would say he's my mentor because he gave me so much encouragement when we first crossed paths. And he used my artwork in one of his books, Dead Man Writing, Beast. And this man here, he's here. This brother here, Lucius Gant, when you see his name, you support him and you share. He's the author of the Gant Report. It's in a lot of different newspapers to this day, the Gant Report, Lucius Gant. And because he speaks such truth, you might not see him on certain so-called mainstream media platforms, but guess what? They read his stuff we are talking about. And he's one man who doesn't bite his tongue. He tells it like it is. It's almost to the point where I know there's some Negroes out there who are saying, oh my God, how could he say that and not be afraid? This is one man who taught me. I mean, I never had no fear in me, but he helped me to really have no fear because he bushwhacked the trail that all of us are walking up on. You see? And Lucius Gant, I can't thank you enough. And I'm running so hard that I want to call you a lot. I still want to come up there and get with you. I want to sit down and do an interview with you, man. Interview you. It ain't about me. Because if it wasn't for you in this level and aspect, I wouldn't be here because you encourage me. Because see, doing social media like this, there's no blueprint for it. You're kind of bushwhacking a trail that has never been made before. But look at it, your path. It helped me along because at first it was the artwork and the writing, and now look at what we're doing now. And you gave me the encouragement because, see, I look up to you, man, because you're doing the damn thing. Say, man, this guy's in the newspapers. You go back far back in the 70s, late 60s, he's there. Doing that on that level. Not some old, I've just been doing this for 3 years type stuff. We're talking decades to the point where there's some who are younger who may not know his name because they don't understand or follow up on the history, but man, you're such an icon and such a treasure in the Black community. As long as I'm alive, your name is going to be kept up. And I definitely want to get with you. The one number that I have now, 407-590-0755, I think you still have, but if it's possible, and I know you're busy and traveling, maybe we can talk sometime tomorrow. I'll throw you something on Facebook and see when we can talk. But again, like I said, I'm saying it publicly. Lucius Gant, y'all, that's right. Don't ever be scared to tell the truth. And this is one man who, year after year, decade after decade, could never get enough props because in the so-called mainstream media, it's like they don't want to outwardly give him the props. So we need to go out, and this is me telling y'all. I'm not telling you what to do, but his name, you need to add him in, go on my friends list, add him in, support him, and whatever he says, do. I swear and I vouch for him. Just like I swear and vouch for many of you all here. Thank you, Lucius. Sorry to cut you on, Black Lamb, but I wanted to let him hear that before he left, because I know he's busy. He may not stay long. But we love you.
Yeah, no problem.
And we're going to have him on. And he's making moves. And maybe he might not get on in a certain way so public, but his spirit is here. If he has a message to pass on, trust me, I'm going to pass it on. Call me anytime, Lucius. Anytime. Thank you. And now I'm really hyped now. It's like the Rocky music. When Rocky's wife said, win, it's like, dun, 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 dun. So much. But go ahead, Black Lion. I just had to say that.
Yeah, definitely not a problem. I'm going to look up the elder myself, man, and see if I can take some of his knowledge and put it into my own system.
Mm-hmm.
But as I was saying, the brothers, we get to blame for these young sisters out here that are being snatched and grabbed. But let's not forget, there's a lot of young men being snatched and grabbed also.
Mm-hmm.
And that was another thing that I discussed, with the matter. One of the brothers speaking earlier about the melanated male gay population.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? The stats as of 2015 was every 1 out of 4 Black males will be molested, you know what I'm saying, by the age of 18. That's a fucking problem.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's not something that was prevalent, or out in the open in society.
Right.
I know not in my 41 years, you know what I'm saying?
That's right.
It was always the young ladies, you know what I'm saying, that were those out there, but even now with that, the ladies are more or less likely to be raped, you know what I'm saying, than the men. So where does that tell you where we at society? The roles are reversing heavily. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of these males becoming females, and a lot of these females becoming males. You know what I'm saying? The wind is turned. You know what I'm saying? It's a situation that must be addressed, because we have to understand, as one stated earlier, our roles in society, you know what I'm saying, as melanated people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And once we get back to our roles, you know what I'm saying, a lot of things will shift back and fall back into place.
That's right.
Because it's a lot going on out here. I mean, we can do some topics and stories on this on other days. You know what I mean? Because I can go on and on about the research and the things that I see daily. You know what I mean? And this is not no TV shit, because I don't watch TV. You know what I'm saying? It's not no CNN shit, because I don't watch CNN. I don't watch the news. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the front line every day. I see the shit. You know what I mean? I deal with the kids. I deal with the parents. You know what I'm saying? So I know what's going on. You know what I mean? But once again, you blame the males for not being in the household, but how are these young ladies or young boys being addressed by certain matter if they're with the females? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you want to be that provider and protector, goddamn it, provide and protect. You know what I'm saying? I have no problem with any female that says, you know what, I'm going to handle my own and I'm going to do everything for me. You know what I'm saying? Or everything for my family. But don't, when the shit hit the fan and you see that you can't do that, and now it's too late. You know what I'm saying? Because the opposition done ran through you like goddamn Emmett Smith. You know what I'm saying? And now you want the brothers to think that the brother's supposed to come and now rescue you. It don't work like that.
Mm-hmm.
It don't. You know what I mean? I mean, yes, it is our job to protect our youth out here, regardless of what household you're in, or regardless what is your relation to those children. You know what I mean? But you can't just start knocking on the door now after you done, you know, separated yourself from everyone, and now you need their help.
That's right. That's right. Got to drink that one down. Just
I'd like to get some more pointers, Brother Lance, from these sisters, man, of what they feel that honestly they need to do, even if it's just a personal conviction. You know what I'm saying? What do you feel that you can do in your life if you're single, if you're in a relationship, if you're married? You know what I'm saying? To better yourself, to take yourself to the next level. Because you know what? That's something I'm interested in, because I like to get some information on the sisters and know that, you know, they're out here and they're trying to do things to better themselves. You know what I'm saying? To bridge this gap, man, because you can't just leave it on the brothers to try to bridge the gap. You know what I mean? We know when we fucked up in life, you know what I'm saying, whether it be the drug game, you know what I'm saying, or whether it be just being slores and shit and want to just stick our man tool and everything, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, at the end of the day, you know, if we make amends for ourselves, that don't mean we should always continue to be faulted for it. You know what I'm saying? Just because you make a mistake, that doesn't make you a bad person or make it that you should be ostracized for the rest of your life. And the same thing with the sisters. Just because you've made mistakes, you know what I'm saying, that doesn't mean they're trying to ostracize you. We just want to know that, you know what I'm saying, your head is now in a level place, you know what I'm saying, of full consciousness to where you want reality. You want the truth. You know what I'm saying? You want to put yourself in that position where you can be a faithful, loyal, you know what I'm saying, submissive, you know, type of female. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's going to happen overnight, but, you know what I mean, you got to do something. Be fucking loyal. You see what I'm saying? Be loyal, learn to be submissive. You know what I'm saying? You can't cook, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, you're submissive. I mean, learn it. Something's got to give, man. You got to show some type of progression. Huh? What's that?
You can't cook. You better learn how to clean and hope that man's mother or father taught him how to cook. It can be compromised in the situation.
Well, it can be compromised, but why? But see, that's the problem right there, sis. Why should the brother have to always utilize all his tools? You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, baby. What I was saying is, because I agree with you. There are a lot of these young girls out here. They don't know how to cook. They don't know how to clean. They don't know how to do nothing. But if you have a situation where you may not necessarily be the best cook in the world, but you can keep a clean home, and you have a male partner that doesn't mind cooking, then if he cooks, wash the dishes, clean the kitchen, keep a house, you know, do what works to make your family unit work. But nowadays you don't have that. It's easier for people to just sit back and complain and fold their arms and point their finger and say, well, you don't do this and you don't do that. And they got three fingers pointing right back at them. And a lot of times when people say what another person doesn't do, it's because inwardly that's what they don't do themselves.
Exactly. True that.
Truth.
And you know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with the brothers cooking. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you know, Caribbean descent, Indian descent, you know, I can burn. You know what I'm saying? I was taught at the age of 6, 7 years old, you know what I'm saying? Yo, I was told by my elder females, listen, bro, you know what I'm saying? You're not going to need a woman to teach you how to cook for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of these brothers. I separate all my clothes, the whites, the colors down to every color what it is. If I can match them together and get the full load, they go in there separately. You know what I'm saying? And women don't even do that. You know what I mean?
Put in your blue.
All pink t-shirts.
You know what I mean?
They used to be white.
You know what I mean? You don't wash a t-shirt with your drawers. You wash your socks and drawers together. You wash your socks and drawers together. You may wash a man if he wears an A shirt or what some may call a white beater. You know, you may wash that with your drawers or your socks, but you know what I mean. You don't wash a t-shirt that's an overgarment. You know what I mean, with your underwear. No, because it's different temperature. You know what I'm saying? Your underwear are more exposed. You know what I'm saying, to more germs. You know what I'm saying? You need that extra heat in that stuff.
That's right.
Other clothes may not need that. You know what I mean? Same thing with the food, man. Listen, I get on the grill, I chef it up, man. I have people going to sleep in 3 minutes. You know what I mean? For real. You know what I mean? But like I said, his brother's out here just like the brother last night. He said that he was a chef in the making, a renowned chef. I'm sure my brother don't have a problem with teaching his lady or teaching another lady, you know what I'm saying, how to cook. You know what I mean? Yo, brother, you know what? I want to make something special for my man tonight. You know what I'm saying? Can you show me some X, Y? Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? This is what you do. Let's go. So what do you like to eat? You know what I'm saying? I don't subscribe to red meat, but to each his own. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? You want something, he likes steak, I'll show you what you gotta do to the steak. You know what I'm saying? Try to steak a couple of days early. You know what I'm saying? Beat it down real good with the beater. You know what I'm saying? Marinate it, get your favorite, you know what I mean, liquid type of ingredients, whatever. You know, marinate it. Put that motherfucker in a Ziploc bag, put it in the refrigerator for 2 days, and let the shit sit. You know what I'm saying? Let the shit sit. You know what I mean?
I love it.
Later, it's his birthday, or if you have to do it a day in advance, do it a day in advance. 24 hours is enough to marinate a nice piece of meat, you know what I'm saying, to get it nice and thin, you know what I mean, where you can cook it at a low temperature and, you know, have your wine, do a 2-step or 2, whatever you want to do, and then, you know what I mean, when it's ready, you know what I'm saying, bon appetit. You know what I'm saying? You can take a butter knife and cut it down, you know what I mean? But you got to be able to do that. You know what I mean? You got to be able to ask for help in order to get help. You know what I'm saying? And once again, ladies, there's brothers out here that don't mind helping you. Even if you're not our lady, you still our sister. If
That's
it
right.
means that it's less stress for us with the next man, you know what I'm saying? Ask for help. You know what I'm saying? If you need to figure out or you want to learn what we're thinking at times, you know what I'm saying? To a certain degree, because we ain't going to tell you everything. You know what I mean? But to a certain degree, if it's something that's going to benefit you and your situation, there's nothing wrong with asking for that help and hand. You know what I mean? Unconditionally, of course. You know what I mean? But you know, we gotta get off that pride trip. We gotta, man. I see some of these videos, man, on YouTube, man, with some of the sisters, man, and some of the stuff, man. I mean, it's just, god damn. I'm like, damn. I mean, jeez. You know what I mean? It's beyond embarrassing. I mean, and you know, I'm not gonna discriminate on the brothers either, man. It's a lot of crazy shit going on with them too, man.
For real.
I mean, sisters, man, you know what I mean? You're the bearers of the children. You know what I mean? Your actions, all that stuff trickles down to your genes when you have babies. You know, so you gotta understand that. You're the one that pollute these children. The males don't pollute them, you pollute them. You know what I mean? Because everything is in your body, what you eat, what you drink, how you act, your thoughts. You know what I mean? It goes back to that baby, especially if you're breastfeeding too. You know what I mean? You got 9-10 months with the baby inside the system. Now the baby coming out, if you breastfeed them, all that negative energy, all of that shit goes in. The same thing with sex. You know what I'm saying? I talked about that before. You know what I'm saying? You can't be out here sleeping with different people, especially unprotected, because you're swapping fluids. You know what I'm saying? People carry all types of fluids, and if you dealing with some dude that just fucked 5 girls last week, 5 women last week, you know what I'm saying? And if you weren't raw unprotected, that means that's five different genes and germs that's in him, on top of whatever you already got in you, and now you splicing all these genes, and all that shit is going into your system.
And if
But then you wonder why you run around here acting crazy and shit, and you ready to fucking fight a man like me, 6'3", 250 in the street, and you 5'8", you know what I'm saying, or 5'5", 120 pounds. Shit is ridiculous. That's like a fly trying to attack a goddamn a wolf or something like that. Or a big cat. It's not reality. It's not reality. You know what I'm saying? But you still do it though.
A lion roars.
You know what I'm saying? You don't realize the reasons for you doing. A lot of the reasons for a lot of things that go on is what's being implemented into the body and the system. You know what I'm saying? What's being implemented to the body and the mind. And they're poisoning our people in our society daily, you know, with a lot of this stuff. I mean, man, I go on, brother, man. You know what I'm saying?
Keep talking, man. I just had to do this for you, man. Keep talking. Oh, here you go. Lion roars.
I don't, you know, bro, I mean, I know it's other people on the line. I wish other people.
No. Keep going. We flowing tonight, man.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But, you know,
We love your passion, man.
Even, you know what I mean? Even with these drugs, bro. You know what I mean? These drugs out here, man. You know, nothing ain't safe. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's safer to do street drugs than you are pharmaceutical shit. You know what I mean? Pharmaceutical stuff is more addictive than the street drugs. And that's our new craze now with our sisters,
that's right.
With our brothers. You know what I'm saying? They want to prove their masculinity, and they want to prove that they can drink more lean than the brother. You know what I'm saying? Common sense, your weight bearings is going to make a difference on as far as how much alcohol or how much sedative that you can put into your body. You know what I'm saying? You can't be out here with the brothers acting ratchet, you know what I'm saying, and crazy, and think that you're going to sit here and you're going to drink a 12-ounce cup of lean because, you know what I'm saying, oh boy next to you, he doing it too. No, you can't do that. You can't sit out here, you know what I'm saying, and smoke the same, you know, amount of marijuana that next person or drink wine. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things that we do, we put ourselves in situations and then now we got to deal with the repercussions of it. You know what I'm saying? If you walk in the street, you know what I mean? First of all, I mean, to each his own. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I do my thing when I do my thing, you know what I'm saying? But I do it respectfully and responsibly. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to put myself in a situation to where I'm engaging and indulging it too much foolishly, you know what I'm saying, for those that subscribe to the mysticism, because it states of foolishness, you know what I'm saying, and acting accordingly when engaging in certain beverages. You know what I'm saying? The spirits. You know what I'm saying? They call it spirits for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Because goddamn too much spirit, and have you truly acting like that fucking spirit that you seen on TV last night? It will truly have you ready to jump off a building. It will truly have you think you're an incredible hawk. You know what I'm saying? trying to fight a black lion. Or a black lion is sober mentally, and he knows what's going on, and now you can't compete with that.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? But, you know, people need to realize once again, I don't want to go, you know, tit for tat or side for side, but all of us, you know what I'm saying? All of us as a community, we need to realize the things, you know what I'm saying, that are out here that cause us to be in situations which breaks down our frequencies, you know what I'm saying, which breaks down our love, you know what I'm saying, which breaks down our happiness, you know what I'm saying? Not the happiness that people think that other people give to them, you know what I'm saying, the happiness of within.
That's right.
Because you can't be happy, you know what I'm saying, with anyone unless you're happy yourself. No one. Ladies, cut the bullshit. No man can make you fucking happy. You know what I'm saying? That's another problem. You got these talking about I want a man that's going to make me happy. No man can make you happy. If you the wicked witch of the West on Monday, goddammit, I don't give a fuck how good that dick was on Tuesday.
Tell it.
You're still going to be the same wicked witch, you know what I'm saying, on Wednesday. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what? You have not changed yourself. You know what I'm saying? You have not changed your form, your mentality. You have not changed yourself as a person. You know what I'm saying? Once again, in order to be happy, you got to make yourself happy first. The only thing as a brother we can do, or as brothers we can do, is engage and hopefully progress and build with both of our happinesses to make it, you know what I'm saying, a ray of light. That's it. You know what I'm saying? But Lance, you said the other night, 2 + 2, most of the time, you know what I'm saying, equals 4. That's reality.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If 2 + 2 equals 5 or 6 or 7, even though it can be done depending on what type of mathematics you're trying to conquer up,
yes.
You know what I'm saying? If you know, it's a problem. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with that picture.
Wow.
Seriously wrong.
Lion roars.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Mm.
Lance, was someone else next in the queue?
Oh, yes. There's some folks here. Black Lion just said, because those are some powerful words. Like you said, a straight fire. That's right. And like you said, Rose, Melanin Queen, how are you? Yeah, it's good for us to talk to each other instead of at each other. And this is why I like, look, when y'all flow, I'm just another dude in the room. I'm just chilling, just clicking buttons and just loving it, because that's what it's all about. And this really is a weapon, a righteous weapon. When someone who can, and it has nothing to do with me. If there was another show that I see that I say, hey, yo, check this guy out or whatever. With me, there's no ego. I'm loving it. Somebody will hear this and say, man, I'm going to share this with, because look, we all can express ourselves in certain ways, and we have all unique ways of expressing ourselves. And you feel the sincerity and the power in the truth when everyone here speaks. But let's take Black Lion, for example. Brother Ace and, you know, Crystal, but let's just take Black Lion, for example. Yeah, he might drop a curse in here, but it's a sweet curse. It's a curse that you don't mind even our youngsters hearing, because there's so much truth in there. It's like a kid that been eating so good, fruits and vegetables and all the grains all week. You don't mind him getting a candy bar at the end of the weekend because you've been doing good. And the fact of the matter is that a Black Lion can reach some folks maybe that we can't reach. I'm not saying we here, but that others can't reach. You'll have a parent at home who may be a little older who will break things down in a different way, in a more genteel way. Not that your way is not genteel, but that kid who hears stuff in the street, he'll respond to you because it's like, this guy, he's saying it. No matter how good that dick is, you still got to love yourself, and it's not going to bring you happiness. There's people resonating like, my God, this is a good thing. It's just like, and let me get lewd for a second. A man like you speaks, it makes a woman righteously wet. I'm not talking about between the legs. I'm talking up here in your head. And when we hear a woman like Sister Crystal or Tracy or whoever else comes on, it makes a man righteously erect, meaning that we respond. Coming at us, you can't help but respond to that truth. You could be in the supermarket, in the line, and Black Lion, 3 people behind you, and you hear him on the phone talking to this. You got to turn around and be like, who is that? Who is that? And sisters on the bus, they're on their phone. I'm not being nosy, but you could hear the truth above all the babble. And then your ear zeroes in on it. And I said, no. I got to talk to this person before they get off. They're so aware. And they come up to the front and I say, listen, sister, don't take this the wrong way, but I happen to hear some of the things that you were saying. And usually they smile because they know I'm one of them. And they know I'm going to come with a compliment. And I say, hey, listen, this is my card. Check out what I do. And I want you to get down with what I do. And lots of people who are here right now listening. And, you know, that's how it started. We got to reach out to each other. And when we hear that truth, acknowledge it. And some are not all the way there yet, but acknowledge it still. Say, bro, you on the right path, man. You know, you might have to say it this way or that way, but your own style, but you there. You'd be surprised. There's so many people out there who, that even come to me when I'm in public, discreetly. Hey, man, I like what you're doing. Oh, really? Wow. But it's not me. I'm just a troublemaker. Yeah, we got a little party going on here. Check it out. Here it is. Passing out the cards. You know, come on in and peep and listen. And maybe people don't always agree with every single thing, but they have to agree with the way that we put it down. And I just love this. I love this so much. It's a wonderful thing. And like I said, I'm 54 on Saturday, and I don't see no midlife crisis yet. So thank you all for helping me not have to go through those changes. It's a wonderful thing. Where's Ace? Ace, you still here? Crystal, come on now. Come on. Give us some more. I just have to say that pick up Miss Scurv in 28 minutes. I got to cut it in 28 minutes. And I don't want to because I didn't see that was unexpected because I was going to ride out tonight. But when she was leaving the car, the starter went. So she's like, honey, I'm like, okay, no problem. I'm going to do it. I said, let me take you one in. And I have to go pick her up. That's the only reason why. Up it in 27 minutes. Other than that, so that's why it may be a different title tomorrow night, but it's going to be in the same spirit. And again, it might be 11, 11:30, midnight or whatever. And that's going to be the ride out because once I'm in, I'm in. I'll probably do all my yard work tomorrow early. Cut up the yard, the front, the back, do this, go to Home Depot, pressure wash the outside of the house because I have to paint it. So all those other things I got to do. Not that I'm saying, oh, I'm so great because I'm doing that. But sometimes when I say I'm going to do a show, now tomorrow night, that show is on for good, for real. I'm going to get some good sleep tonight when I come in. But sometimes I'll say, okay, I'm going to come back on again later, whatever. Or like, Brother Ace, I'm going to call you in 15 minutes, man. Something comes, and yeah, I'm telling you, you know, and we ain't talk yet, you know. But and there've been times I'll go, Mr. Scurv will go back there and fall asleep. I don't know how she does it as loud as I am. Even though she's on the other side of the house with the door closed, I'm loud. This door is open. It's just, I'm like, I'm used to it. It's when you're not talking that I worry. You all right, honey? You know, her nightmare, I'm keeled out over on the computer like, damn, what happened to him? But I'm there, lay down for a second and just talk. And all of a sudden, I wake up 3-4 hours later and all the lights on. The computers are on. All the graphs are jumping when I'm walking. Then I'm like, I didn't walk away from a live show. Let me put on some clothes. Wait a second. How'd I get out of my clothes? But I'm home. So, you know, it's cool. So sometimes I will fall out like that because just being here with you hypes me up in such a good way. And it gets me stimulated and I can think fast. And because when I'm out on the road driving the bus or just outside, I'm not saying I'm better than anybody. It's just that these days people are thinking so slow. Everything is, to me, it seems like that. just one thing at a time and slow. And I'm like, man, I'm juggling stuff in my mind, hitting the phone, doing this. And when I get here, this is my kind of talk. I love this. And it does so much when I pop in the chat room and my brain is going. And it's almost like a letdown when it's like everything's still. So I do have to make sure, though, the next few days to get a little rest. That doesn't mean not doing any shows, but with all the other stuff. Because to me, I'm still that hyperactive little 8-year-old. You know, I've never stopped being that. Even at this age, I never stopped being that. And I have no way of gauging that I'm doing a lot. To me, doing a lot is the norm. Doing more is what I'm trying to seek to do and be more effective. So I got to gauge that, because now at the ripe old age of 54 in another couple hours Saturday, I'm going to make sure to be online too. We're going to be online to ride out until 5:34 comes. That's Friday night. We're going to stay up all night. And that's the way I want to bring it in. Even though Mr. Scurv be asleep, we're going to celebrate tomorrow later on and stuff. But I'm not so much big on celebrating these, you know, it's like, okay, you acknowledge it. But now, to me, with each passing year, with every single day, it's like get to a new level of realization, of consciousness as much as you can. And so many people are running away from that. They should have dumbed themselves down. I'm just becoming more conscious of what I'm putting in my system mentally, physically, and spiritually. Doesn't mean that I'm judging other people around me, but you know, I want to go up on the mountaintop, man. I want to zone that. I want to find the truth, and I want to live it out. I want to exude that. You know, I just don't want to be a person talking about it. I want to improve my life. But there's things, Sister Tracy, that when we do talk in private, you know, we're going to talk about some life skills. And eventually we're going to share our findings right here on the channel. Putting our feet in the dirt, our hands in the dirt. Because online we have so many people that nobody here I'm throwing off on, because we all get delayed with certain things. But I know people personally that and I'm not saying I'm doing a damn thing, but trust me, we plan on doing the damn thing, and we're moving in that direction, and we're putting our money where our mouth is. And we're living by that. Instead of being, and what I see, another thing I see in social media, and shut me up in a little while, I just want to say this one more thing. The talking heads who they fight, they did, but what are you doing in your life? What are you doing? This, my life is open being online like this, but you know, and everybody has a right to be anonymous. I understand. I'm not here to blow anybody up, but I see the people year in and year out. If I make a move, they're down on me. Oh, but what about this? And what about that? And so and so. Well, what are you doing? I mean, I don't mind constructive criticism. Help me. If there's something I don't know, please. I'm humble. I submit. I'm a servant to you all. I have this little platform here. There's a show you want to talk about? Tell me. It's my duty. I will do it. But when I'm trying to make moves in a positive way that can inspire other people in my circle, you have these people on your back who, it's like you got to prove to them. So I got to prove nothing to these naysayers. Just shine. And that's for everybody here. You have nothing to prove to these people who are telling you what you can't do. All my life, there's always people coming around, what you can't do. If I seem foolish in my choice to do something, help me out. Like, listen, Lance, maybe you should take it incrementally in smaller steps, you know, but just don't outright tell me you can't do something. Those are the kind of people
that word, Brother Lance.
Say it again?
I've exterminated that word.
Oh, yeah, me too. Yes, me too.
You know what I'm saying? You know, Brother Lance, and you know, not to cut you off.
Oh, no, go ahead, man.
This is the situation, Brother Lance.
Mm-hmm.
Reality is you live reality. You know what I'm saying? You're dealing with a bunch of zombies. You know what I'm saying? And I feel the same way, brother.
Exactly.
When I walk out the door, I feel like I'm in a video game. You know what I'm saying? I
For real.
Black Ops. You know what I'm saying? Zombies. You know what I'm saying? I'm attacking all these zombies because for these zombies, for these people that do not understand what life is truly about, do not understand, you know what I'm saying, the realms of society, they are zombies. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And at times you're walking fast with no illicits in your system and they're moving slow.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And it's not you, it's them.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And that's another issue with our people. We got to start to understand that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? we need to start dealing with reality, the reality of the system. You know what I'm saying? And the call of the wild, the way you attach any type of beast, you take his fucking head off.
Yes.
You
Take
go
his head off. That's
up.
right. That's
The
right.
throat up. You know what I'm saying? You take the throat up, the body fucking solicits.
Yes.
It falls, it's down, it's done. You know what I'm saying? The same thing, like you said. You know what I'm saying? You being erect mentally, the female being erected mentally. You know what I'm saying, sister? I'm gonna fucking take your head. You know what I'm saying? Because I know once I take your head, all the salivation, your earwax gonna start coming out. You know what I'm saying? Shit's gonna be trickling from your nose, from your mouth, and then when it gets to that bottom, you know what I'm saying? That love triangle. That's when everything really gonna flow, because all that shit is coming from the top is gonna secrete down to the bottom, and then that's when everything's gonna really start.
That's right.
That fucking head off. You know what I'm saying? You can't kill a snake by taking his tail off, boy, because that snake's tail resuscitates. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You gotta take that fucking head off. You gotta take that head off. You know what I'm saying? For real. You know, but I mean, bro, you know what I mean? You speak the truth, man. Like I told you, man, I love you unconditionally, man. You know what I'm saying? We've always, from day one, connected, man, and vibed. And even though we haven't never met face to face, man, I feel.
And that's okay. But I'm saying that's okay. That will happen.
But I feel like I know you from
yes.
You know, you've always been my big brother.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? From day one.
Yes.
You know it's like we was rolling through CT, or I came to fucking Queens.
Yes.
With you,
yes.
You know what I'm saying? And you mentored me. You know what I'm saying? And
yes.
you say, you know what, brother? I know you got some things old not to learn from a younger fish.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And you took my information, and we roll. And
that's right. That's right.
It's not about pride with us. You know what I'm saying? Because we genuinely. We want the same thing.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? We want the best for our people.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? And we want the best for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? But the best for ourselves is the best for our people. And people don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody out here, sisters, every dude out here don't want your fucking love triangle. We don't need to get to the Bermuda. We don't have to.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? It's enough for us to see you smile to where we can build together and be in a you know what I'm saying, in a space or realm to where we can just feel each other's vibes and we know it's positive energy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? If somebody's striking on me, automatically should be striking on them.
Mm-hmm.
And vice versa. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of brother people know I am. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to know a person. I can communicate. I don't have to see a person on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
They know when I'm in a fucking place, they know they're safe. They know that they're not there by themselves. You know what I'm saying? They can relax a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Don't get comfortable, but relax a little bit, because they know that somebody else is there that's seeing the same things that they're seeing. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And it's going to make sure that if something comes by, if they get distracted, it's there. It's taken care of.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? But I can't protect you if you're not in the same space as me. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to take your demons on. I don't need your demons jumping on me. You know what I'm saying? Because now I got to fight more than one fight. I got to fight the fight that you're dealing with. Then I got to fight the demons that I already have. And on top of that, I got to fight the demons that you don't push on me, that jumped on me. And say, let me see if I can wiggle with him for a little bit.
And it's nothing worse than having to fight your own plus your own is hard. And I'm thankful for platforms like this as well, because it does allow for us to exchange information and go to bed with something on our minds, so we can wake up tomorrow and strive to be better and do better. And I'm sorry, brother, I wasn't trying to step on you.
No, go ahead, sis.
There was one aspect of the topic that I know that we didn't get to touch on. And it may be in some situations kind of an anomaly, but I really believe that we as Black people, we have this level of brainwashing when it comes to the inner workings of it. And in particularly with the female and the mother. Okay. I briefly stated on yesterday that I am the child, the female child that was raised by a man, with the mother physically present, but mentally and emotionally and spiritually checked out. We touched on and we talked on how we need to interact with one another as male and female. But the problem is bigger than that, because how do you tell a young girl that your mother does not have what it takes to mother you, because her mother didn't have what it takes to mother her, and her mother before her? So that's a whole another dynamic of the topic, Mr. Scurv, that I would like to touch on.
Yes.
Because when we have females that don't know how to love and nurture and cater to what their very essence and core was based on, we were created to be helpmeet. We were created to be partners. Our role in the home is to be the nurturer and to be the neck that supports the head, and be that link between that man who does need nurturing and those children that need nurturing.
Yes.
But how do you fulfill that role when you yourself have never been nurtured?
Well, let me just interject. Let me just interject the thought really quick about. I can't end this show in 14 minutes. It's just too much. You know, it's only going to take me so much time to leave. So
get your wife, Mr. Scurv.
No. Oh, of course, that's precious cargo. I'm gonna get her. But by a show of hands, let me know if you want me just to leave everything as it is. I can lock the conference. Whoever wants to call in. I'll go get her. Come back. If y'all gonna talk with each other, the people listening and watching, y'all don't have to see me sitting here. You know what I mean? It can go on without me. If something happens on a technical level where something cuts off or overheats or something and it cuts everything, then you know that that's not my doing. But the way things are now, the timing, I'm looking like, we got so much steam and passion going on here. I could tip out and you all can still talk. I mean, let me look at the chat room and see if y'all want to do that, because I hate to end the party. Okay, I'll leave it going, Nicole. Yes.
Brother Lance, man, let's not even rely on the party. I will sit on this line, brother. I will chat with the sister right here, because I want to engage with this conversation.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Handle your business, bro.
And we got Brother Najee. Yeah, he's on the line. Also, but whoever, I'm going to be here for I'll leave a little earlier, so just in case, because we're going out to Disney and there's traffic out there, so give me a little more time. So I'll probably slip out another 7 or 8 minutes. But whoever's out there who wants to call in, don't be shy. Call in 888-575-3769. Now, I got to know who you are. I'm not going to leave a troll inside there using the N-word back and forth. And then you can hear, I'll open it back up when I can man the ship. But I don't think anything is going to cut off. You know, we haven't been on 4 or 5 hours yet. So I'm going to leave and let the conversation flow. Najee's here, Ace here, Black Lion's here, Crystal's here, Tracy's here. You know, so anybody else wants to call in who's thinking about it, call in so you're in while I'm gone if you want to join the conversation, because the folks that are here are very respectable, and you all will talk in a civil manner. So it won't be like somebody who's trying to fight. Good, Jack just popped in. Whoever else is out there, I'm going to put the number up in the chat room. If you, 888-575-3769. And yes, Rose. Matter of fact, let me just cut on out now so I'm there, just in case she gets out a few minutes. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to lock the chat room.
And we're not going to worry about the trolls, Brother Lance. The trolls are there, they're there. If
right.
They're going to scream that N-word, they can scream that N-word, man. All that does is...
Oh, no. Right. And we can handle them. We know they're punks. But you know, while you all are eating inside in the summertime, I don't want the screen door open so the mosquitoes can come bite you. The mosquitoes can't hurt us, but I'm going to lock the chat room now. Yeah.
I already know what the young brothers in the street say to the white women. You know what I'm saying? when you know they giving them that melanated tool, man. That's
On that note, homegirl will be back on. That lady that I was talking to the other day, that was crazy. I just want to say that I had to keep a straight face. I wanted to crack up, but I had to keep a straight face. But my purpose in doing that show wasn't about trying to titillate somebody or whatever, but to show, and I'm going to go after this, but that was to show how slavery has affected the minds, not only of us, but of them too. And here this woman is.
Saying that for the longest.
Yeah. Here this, and listen to that show. about the middle-aged white woman who had an interracial secret life, and she travels all the way down the East Coast as a salesperson, and she got into having sex with random men, black men, but she goes home who watches interracial porn. Isn't this that's a psychological study? And her father was racist and told her when she was a young girl, stay away from those black men. They'll get you pregnant. They'll get you on drugs. They'll turn you into a prostitute, and they're no good, and they'll slap you around. And he kept pushing this.
That's exactly why she gravitated.
Yes, the forbidden fruit.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. I mean, look, before I go, I got to play. For those who never heard it, I got to play a piece of this. This is crazy. Let me see if I can find it. Just a snippet.
So-called forbidden fruit. Forbidden fruit.
It was funny, though.
But my purpose in doing that show wasn't about trying to titillate somebody.
Wait. This is me?
I'm going to go after this. But that was the show.
Why is this doing this? Hold on.
It's the fake of the mind, huh?
That's on my side. Hold on. I got so much wires over here crossed up.
What was that movie with the snake? Something Snake Moon.
Oh, I know. With what's his name? Samuel Jackson.
Jackson and
Samuel Jackson, where they had to keep the lady chained up.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see.
Well, see, he didn't have to. Technically, she really wanted to be chained up. She really wanted to.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? She really wanted that beastly aggression. You know what I'm saying? As you can see, she showed how much of a beast she truly was.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? She was so human.
Okay, here. Oh, okay, that's what it was making noise. I'm sorry. Because Trump struck Syria. It is. Listen, enjoyed yourself. How did the other young ladies interaction with one that this was doing for the first time, or you just kind of went solo?
They were great with me. They guided me along. Actually, even one girl let me have her stiletto.
Okay, let me go back a little bit. This was funny. Men, they come on to you. How does it go down?
They always approach me, offering me drinks, chit-chatting. You know, I could be sitting at a bar stool and cross my legs, and they get very close to me. It doesn't take long.
Right. Once they see they can touch you, stopping it, it's just a matter of time. So
Yes. They'll have a hand, on my waist and gradually around my hips, my legs or side of my breast, gradually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I felt like it was therapy, y'all. I was just like, well, how does so-and-so? And I got graphic too. I always go there, but it was really to really make the person talk. I wasn't like getting off on it or whatever, but because I know this stuff. We all know this stuff.
He didn't have to. She really wanted to be chained up.
Right. Okay, we have a 646 who called, and I had to mute you because you had the background, something going on in the background. I'm going to get out of here right now. 646, identify yourself so I know who's in the line. Who's calling from 6?
Laval?
I'm sorry.
Laval?
Okay, yeah. Hello?
Yes.
Okay, who am I speaking to? Because I'm going to lock the chat room down.
Okay, this is Laval.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm not forcing you to talk.
Brother Lance, I vouch for that, Brother Lance.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure, just whoever has any background noise, just mute your phone or mute the noise, because, okay, cool. The conference is locked. We good? Everybody here, I know, Brother Najee, all of your Jack, Black Lion, your friend Ace, Crystal, Tracy, Shelby, North Carolina. You've been behaving yourself. I hope you're not a troll. Okay, Shelby, 704. Let me know who you are. 704 Shelby. I'm not forcing you to talk. I just want to know that it's not somebody that's going to come in here and start disrupting.
that's close to me. So send me the shootout if it's a problem. If it's a trade.
704, Shelby.
Nip that in the bag real quick.
All right. Who is it? Shelby?
Hey, bro.
Oh, okay, Queen.
How you doing?
Okay, cool. You good. You good. I didn't know. Let me just put a name with the number. I'm sorry to blow you up and say where you were.
No, all right.
Okay, cool. We all good. Y'all hang out. We're gonna lock the conference. Here we go.
Conference locked.
Good. No mosquitoes and no trolls. And if you need to, there's a pistol under every bed and in every closet. You think I'm lying? I'll be back, y'all. Enjoy yourself. And I'll probably be listening myself too. I'm gonna call in too, but I'm gonna go and come back. Everything should be working. All right? Okay, y'all. Love you. Be back. Let me peek on the chat room. Yes. All right, y'all. Have fun. Keep it going, y'all.
Hey, so brother Black Lion, I got part of the chance to salute my brother. Salute, homie.
Who's that? Pardon me. Who's that?
This Ace, man. This Ace 19.
Yo. What's good, family? How you doing, man?
Can't complain. So at this point, we figure, you know what I mean, just sitting back listening to the wisdom. Are we at a point where it's a problem with the awareness and chemical imbalance? That's kind of like what I just when listening to just the two, just based on the topic alone. You know what I mean? The chip on the shoulder is coming from lack of awareness and a chemical imbalance. And that's just from listening as a student perspective to the wisdom that was coming out tonight.
And also, brother, don't forget the love of self, and whatever category you're gonna put that in. I think that's a separate category from the two that you just discussed. You know what I'm saying? Love of self, man. Because love of self comes first.
Right, and that might confer in the awareness, but still, that is a fact that needs to be separated. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
But
So
I don't
it's not
think
like
it's
you
chemical imbalance.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
I know I was just sitting. This is Lavelle. I was just sitting there listening to the conversation. I came a little halfway through the show, but so I didn't hear everything every female or man stated. But I don't always think it's a chemical imbalance or it's just lack of awareness. To the point where it's like the blind leading the blind. You want a sister or you want this black woman to know all this knowledge, and we say it's out there. It's out there, but where is it out there? And then you expect her to do the research, but if she's already ignorant to not knowing how to elevate herself, and then when she comes across a brother and sister, instead of helping that because they're already at a different level, they kind of shun her, you're automatically going to become defensive. Instead, a lot of times we don't get on people's level, or we don't try to understand that they are ignorant to certain things and try to help them. We kind of bash. And when we bash, someone automatically becomes defensive. So if someone's telling me, oh, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that, I'm not going to receive it because how it's coming at me. Oh, I got a chip on my shoulder. Oh, I don't like you. It's because my mother didn't love me. My daddy didn't love me. You know, a lot of people are not even aware that's where it's coming from. They're just thinking this is life and I'm good. So when you come and you kick in, sometimes medicine doesn't need to come all at once. You don't need to shoot a person to get them to understand that something may be wrong. You know, sometimes just seeing in you living your life, and they being able to see, well, this sister always seems to have things together, and even when things are not together, she always seems to be at a joyous place. How do I get there? You know, but a lot of people preach, but they don't live the life that they're preaching. Because I hear a lot of people get on and say this and says that, and we talked about, you know, the brothers and the sisters coming at them sideways and vice versa. But how can a sister learn if you've got a brother that's just bitter or upset to teach her? I don't want to teach her. You know, I think everybody can be taught. You know, if she's in a sensitive place, you coming at her saying she's less than what she needs to be is not going to help her. So I don't know if that's a chemical imbalance or a lack of awareness.
It's both. It's both, and just to add to it, I mean, you're absolutely right. But there's a chemical balance and a lack of awareness in the brothers too. It's just today, just the topic just happened to be, you know, with the sisters. But realistically, it's in both. So they're not willing to accept each other. He's not trying to get off of the diet. She's not trying to get off of the diet. He's not trying to get awareness. He's not trying to present it to her in a way that's so intimidating. You know what I mean? So you're absolutely right. A lot of times we the conscious community come off too strong because we want someone to get to the level that we're at right now. And we do have it. We you know what I mean? I can accept that personally. I know a lot of brothers can accept that if they've come into that level of awareness. And so we do have to continue to talk about it. We do have to become less intimidated. And it goes back to the trust in one another. If you trust me, then I don't have to preach to you. I don't have to give you a lecture. I don't have to elevate you because you're going to hop on, you're going to latch on. And that's kind of like what we were saying before. If you don't have it yet, then just be loyal. I believe the brother Black Lion said that earlier. Just be loyal at something until you get to that degree. And that's
but how do you know what loyalty is? If you don't understand the concept of loyal, if you never saw it, if your daddy was never loyal, your mama was never loyal, your sisters were never loyal, this dysfunction goes deep. So if you never saw what loyalty is, you never really understood what loyalty, unity, community is. If you was never taught it or you never seen it, because they don't depict it. They don't depict it on TV. They don't teach it in school. Sometimes you just catch it. You know, you're blessed with in your communities and stuff like that, or your families. But if you don't know what that is, how can you say, well, just be loyal? That's complicated in itself, because now you have to explain what loyalty is. What loyalty to you may not be to me.
Because you have a perfect argument. Let's ask this question here. In today's time, right? In today's what we're dealing with as of right now, let's deal with realistic. In the chemicals imbalance with the attacks from every which way. Is it possible? Let's just be realistic. Is it possible to come out of this condition, or does the condition have to change first for us to come out of this abyss? Like, which one? Are we able to change in the circumstances, or do we have to change the circumstances first to say, yo, fuck it, we got to change the circumstances, and then we gonna be able to come together? So which one do we? Because we have to agree to one of those terms.
You have to change your mind first, because once you make the decision to change your environment, then you have to change it in your mind first. You have to renew your mind. You can't renew your environment. I can be surrounded in the hood, that's how you have to teach the kids that ain't nothing but guns, things, but violence, mommy's prostituting herself, daddy ain't there, or daddy beating mommy, and they come up and do things and make a better life for themselves outside, because they decided in their minds that I was going to get out of this. I was going to change this. I wasn't going to be what society or my environment states I should be. I'm going to be something different. I'm going to be something more. And once they have that mindset, then you can change anything around you. But you have to change that first.
But let me elaborate on that.
That comes with time.
Right. Let me elaborate on that. What I mean by that is the system in which we're underneath right now is giving us a circumstances that's hard to even be good men and good women and be good families. And so that's what I'm addressing.
Let me tell you why I don't agree with that.
The society that we're in underneath white supremacy, you don't feel that counts?
No. Let me tell you what I don't agree. We've always, in this society, not all our ancestors, but a good number of them have always been under a society who gives us nothing. They refuse to give us. They give us the entail, and we've had to, as a powerful people, had to change that and make that something That's how we came up with certain soul food. That's how we came up with this and this and that. We've always had to fight. So I think we come from a people of fighters. So okay, I don't. Society is not going to give it to me. I don't expect society to do this for me because society has never done it for us. So if you come into this world, I came into this world with society against me. So why am I surprised that society is still against us? But it comes to a point where you have to, once again, make up in your mind that I'm going to beat society. I'm not going to be what they want me to be. And even if society is giving you lemons, then, I know the old saying, you make lemonade. You do, throw a little Hennessy in it and have a good drink. Talk about spirits or whatever.
Right.
But at the end of the day, society is always, the negativity, I think, is always going to be there. It's whether you want to let it in. If you want to continue to put the label, wrap yourself on the label, I think that's what we need to talk to the kids about and talk to adults about, unpeeling ourselves. Because, people put a label on you and you don't even realize that they put a label on you. People say stuff, slick stuff out their mouth, and you don't even realize that. Kids, that as a child you took that in. If someone told you, I used to tell dirty jokes. I used to hang around with a lot of males in my family. I had a lot of older males, and they used to tell dirty jokes. And half the time I didn't even know. I wasn't doing nothing that the dirty jokes was talking about, but I thought it was funny. So I would go to school or go to my other female cousins and tell a dirty joke. And I had one female cousin say, "Oh, you're going to be pregnant by the time you're 16. Now, I was 12, and I didn't think that. I was like, whatever. I didn't think that put that label on me that was going to be. But when I turned 16 and I graduated from high school a year early and I wasn't pregnant, I wasn't even in no danger of being pregnant. You know what? The first thought that hit to my head was I went to her and said, see, you said I wasn't going to be pregnant. I didn't even know that seed then that was even a concern of mine, but it was there because I allowed that label to be put on me until I was ready to rip it off or to prove that it wasn't going to be true. So there's a lot of women and men that have a bunch of labels that society, that their parents, that them themselves have put on us. And you got to decide whether we're going to rip it off. So you got that sister that seems to have everything together. She working, and that brother comes up to her, and he's like, hey, how you doing? I've been guilty of this. And it's not that I'm bougie, but I'm looking at you. I may not even just I got a lot on my mind. I don't even want to hear you. Like, get on my face. You could be the best. You could have said hello in the nicest way. And it could have just been at that moment or at that day. I didn't want to see you or anybody. It didn't matter who you was that come in up to me saying hi. And I just let the worries of my world get to me. And so at that moment, it doesn't mean I have a chip on my shoulder. It just means I just don't want to, I just don't want to partake with you. I don't want to have a conversation. I don't even want to say hello. And then sometimes I'll catch myself because I know that's not always good. But it's happened. I've been guilty of it. But that doesn't mean, but all women do that. It's not just sisters, but we catch the brunt of it. If we do it, then it's another bitter sister. But it's that Puerto Rican lady act like she don't understand English when she clearly do. And if you got the white woman who will walk by you and just keep walking, we won't say, oh, she's a bitter white woman. But we'll say it about a black woman. Why is that? It's the same characteristic. Why?
Listen, so let me cut in. And
who's it?
We've conversated. You know what I'm saying? We understand each other's dimensions and the level that we at. So I'm gonna say this. Regardless of, and I'm gonna speak from a male perspective first. Regardless of if that sister is disrespectful, you know what I'm saying, or acts a certain way that is condescending, your obligation still is to state hello if you come in contact. You know what I'm saying? regardless of her situation. Because you know what? If you're in your spirit like you need to be, that's not going to bother you if she turns you down or she acts a certain type of way. Because your obligation is to attempt, you know what I'm saying, to acknowledge and let it be known that you are there. And this is why I said earlier, as far as, every brother out here ain't trying to smash and dash. You know what I'm saying? Every brother out here ain't trying to smash in general. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't have that understanding or that love for self, you will not be able to accept whether you're male or female what is coming to you. You know what I'm saying? So yes, you will always be defensive. You will always feel a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? You at times you will miss, you know what I'm saying, that situation that might be the best situation for you. You know what I mean? It's not about what the next person or next person doing, because it's about us. It's about us as melanated people and what we need to understand and start doing and realize that we can't worry about what everybody else is doing. You know what I'm saying? We got to worry about our own people. You know what I'm saying? We got to get our own community back. Everybody else has a community. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they doing good.
Genocide. There's gentrification in every urban society right now across the nation. You know what I'm saying? The shit that's going on in Chicago, it ain't just by coincidence. Flint, Michigan, it ain't just by coincidence. Harlem, Brooklyn, it ain't just by coincidence. You know what I'm saying? They stepping their game up. They stepping their levels up. You know what I'm saying? And why are they stepping their levels up? Because you know what? Those other cultures, those other races, you know what I'm saying, will put their fucking pride to the side and say, you know what?
Differences, yep.
Shit. We taking all this shit.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I don't like you. I don't give a fuck about you. But you know what? If I can make money with you, we're going to do that. If our children are going to wed, they're going to wed and they're going to be wealthy. Because you know what? I know that you have something to bring to the table. I know that I have something to bring to the table. So, you know, at the end of the day, I know that there will not be no stress on their chest. You know what I'm saying? We cannot say that. You know what I'm saying? As a melanated culture, we cannot say that we don't have stress on our chest. You know what I'm saying? We cannot say at certain points that we don't have fear on our chest. You know what I'm saying? Because there are some levels of fear that we have. You know what I'm saying? For me, the fear is something happened to my daughter. You know what I'm saying? Or something happened to my son to where I got to fucking pull that shit out that's bigger than the shit that these rappers are talking about. You know what I'm saying? That's real for me. That's reality for me. You know what I'm saying? That's my only fear. I don't fear death. You know what I'm saying? And I will do anything I can, even if it means having to lay my body on line to make sure that my people, you know what I'm saying, the youth, you know what I'm saying, can receive something from me. You know what I'm saying? Because that's my reality. You know what I mean? A lot of our people don't deal with reality. They don't want to do reality. Yes, that person that has trials and tribulations or issues with their family, father's gone, mother's gone. Listen, everybody is dealing with that. You think it's only melanated people that's dealing with drug addiction? God damn it, more white people are dying from heroin and opiates and shit than any other fucking culture. You know what I'm saying? But they're still at the top of the fucking food chain. You know what I'm saying? The same thing with the Asians. The Asians are doing things or into things that we aren't in. You know what I'm saying? But it's not prevalent because you know why? They still have them dollars. And at the end of the day, dollars make sense. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have dollars or that can turn into dollars, it doesn't make sense to society. It doesn't make sense to your people. So yes, when we deal with the youth and you have a young female that states, you know, my mom is taking this from here, this guy's coming through every other, you know, and I'm saying that I don't want to be that. I know it's not good. Everyone is born, you know what I'm saying, with certain things. And the things that everyone is born with, they understand what loyalty is. You understand what loyalty is from birth. And it's different levels of loyalty. You know what I'm saying? Your fulfillment of loyalty, Ace's fulfillment of loyalty, Lance's fulfillment of loyalty may not be the same as mine, but at the end of the day, we all have some fulfillment and understand that if certain things that we need, you know what I'm saying, are provided to us, the loyalty is there. Why do you think kids are joining gangs? Why do you think these young girls are, most of them, some of them are allowing themselves to be transported and talked into stripping at clubs? You know what I'm saying? Or getting paid to play. You know what I'm saying? It's because of loyalty.
But
It's
no,
because
but
of
that's what I'm
loyalty.
trying to say. What your definition? Everybody's definition of loyalty is different. It doesn't. I mean, you know, not everybody, but there are some people's definition of loyalty is different. So if I have a definition of loyalty, now someone will still be loyal to someone, or they think, oh, loyalty is, I got these kids that doing biz that or about to, you know, catch charges. I got some clients that are about to catch charges because they talking about they being loyal to friends and won't say who is actually at a huge fight, huge gang fight. But can you being loyal, but who's being loyal? Do those same friends have your same definition of loyalty? Because who's being loyal to you because you were getting jumped? You're the only one getting arrested. You're the only one got in trouble. You're the only one there. And everybody's posting these pictures on Facebook, now videos. Everybody's telling on themselves. So who's being loyal? That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
honestly, it's like I'm sorry. Honestly, it's like a circle, yo, because for real, like real talk, like, I mean, I think it's just a circle argument in a sense because, not just saying that y'all argument, but I mean just a discussion is because in order to learn loyalty and in order to learn anything is through viewing it. And so if we don't have it in the home already, if I can't teach if my daughter doesn't see me, because we know how a household is when a man is there. She knows that, okay, dad's going to come home with an attitude. Dad's going to be an asshole some days. Dad is going to be yelling at me. So if she builds that tolerance up her whole life, when she gets to her husband, that is no problem. But if I done went my whole life and my daddy wasn't here, and then this nigga come off the street trying to tell me what the fuck to do and what not to do, man, I'm going to check you. Because I got a brother, and you see what I'm saying? So we have to make a ground zero. And that's one thing that I talk about even in the conscious circle. We got to stop talking about what everybody else did behind us and what the people that's right next to us are planning for the future. We got to be martyrs. And what I mean by that, I don't mean it in to go blow yourself up. I mean it in take one lifetime, make it be your lifetime, and change the future. Create a culture. Create some holidays for yourself instead of taking somebody else's holidays. Be tolerant. Teach tolerance. Acceptance. All of these things you got to build yourself. We can't just keep saying, okay, man, our ancestors did this, because I catch hell for that too. And we can't say all this imaginary utopia shit that ain't going to happen. We got to say, yo, right now, you know what? Yo, my kids, we ain't celebrating no Christmas. We ain't celebrating no nothing. You know what? We're going to do a winter feast. Why? Because we're going to call it something else. We're going to do whatever it takes just to create a ground zero, because that's where we have to, that's the only way we can start over. We have to start over and say, you know what? I'm going to deal with this motherfucking nigga. Yo, you know what? I'm going to deal with this chick. For what? Because we got to set an example and do what our parents did here in front of you. You might hear some shit behind the door, but you ain't going to see us. You ain't going to see me disrespect your mother. I've never seen my father disrespect my mom. Never. So you got to understand this. A lot of things are certain errors. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times we got to understand this. We in this chat room right here, from my understanding, we all are probably about, you know, at least 45 below. Okay? So we got to understand what happened to our parents. There was a disconnect. There was a detachment there. So that 60s era was coming up. That was a revolution. They had to tear that shit up. They went from damn afros and fists in the air to hold up. Now they motherfuckers is throwing chicks up in the air, permed and laced down. So something got to change. So that all we're saying is right now to our sisters about the whole trust and loyalty is this: awareness. Recognize the problem at hand. Recognize that we want you to lead. By you leading is by you actually coming back and fixing our household, because you are the queens of our household. We don't need you to be, because this is the thing about this. We all talk about women want to be queens in this. I ain't never seen Queen Elizabeth work a day in her life. So where's your vision of a queen? We trying to put you in the seat of a queen, and which all we see is just waving, yo, look pretty. Because you got to understand this. That's how God made your bodies. You go through physical changes every single month. It is our job. Let us go out here and deal with this cracker. Let us, excuse me. because I don't want to even take it to that level. Let us go out here and deal with this life. Let us try to provide a better life for you. It's okay to accept that.
But it is okay to accept that. But how can you, okay, as a single woman right now, if I stop this motion, even if I meet a conscious brother and I like him, I'm not going to with going out there, providing for myself, making the wheels turn until, you know, it don't just happen overnight. He's not just going to be my king overnight.
Queen.
So I'm not just going to, when he come to me, and now I got to stop working, I got to stop. No, this is
point. Let me add this point, Queen, and I'll pass the mic. Let me add this point, and I'll pass the mic. Yeah, that is the key problem. If we gotta understand this, if some that carrot that we keep chasing, we're never gonna get. You're never gonna be able to get that. No, hold on 1 second for me, Queen. If what my wife can do, if she want to help out the household, if our grocery bill is too high, then plant something. If our electricity bill is too high, then go wash something by hand. Let's do something, change something else. I don't need you to go outside the household and create money. I need you to figure out ways and be a problem solver like you've been doing and make this household without you leaving it. Fix the problem within the household.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem with what you just said. I got to be in your household. So in order, this is what you're saying. So right now, as a single woman, I got to handle my business because I got to eat. I got to keep lights on. I got to keep a roof over my head, telephone, whatever. I got to handle some bills. So if I'm out here and I got to handle society and I'm handling my business and I meet a brother who I like and I'm agreeing with, I'm not going to stop handling my business to handle the household until I can understand. So I'm actually his queen and he's my king, and we had that discussion that, okay, you gonna go out there and I'm gonna lay back. But until we have that discussion, no, I'm gonna keep on moving. I'm gonna keep on turning. But that's what's good for you. It may not be good for everybody. Not everybody works that way. Now, if you met a sister who is about business and who does that and who's about building and entrepreneurship and stuff like that, and you loved her mind and you met her and now you with her, that's supposed to build together. We can go out of here. That doesn't mean my household is not going to be taken care of because we're building. It's just going to mean I just got to learn how to juggle that too. How to make sure my household is taken care of, and I still can be part of the foundation to build our team and our empire. But I don't feel I should have to give up who I am, because you have women out here that are of great minds and great businesses and are doing things and don't want to do it by themselves. It doesn't mean I want to do it by myself. I would love a king to do it with me. I would love a king to share and pour into as he pours into me. I said, but at the end of the day, if I meet somebody and he's like, oh, well, okay, you got to give up everything, and all you have to do is sit in the household and keep the household, that won't work for me. Because I'm the queen, like you said, Queen Elizabeth. I'm a queen that's going to get out there and do for the peasants and do for this and do for that and build programs. Because that's who I am as an individual, as a person. And my man, my king, will know that. He will see that. He will nurture that. And he will feed into that. And as I will feed into him. But you can't just say stop the ball, just go out there. You got to make it to a queen.
How
you gonna make it to be a queen?
All right,
that's not real. I don't think that's realistic. I mean, it's not.
That's definitely not what I was saying. That's not real.
This is black line. Let me discuss this. Your true king is going to have his queen submit to her power. If your power is and already is that you're out there making sense, you know what I'm saying, And I don't mean dollars at this point in time. I mean just you're out there doing something fruitful. You're doing something that is respectful, something that has a purpose. He should never, whether it's bringing in dollars or not, he should not, you know what I'm saying, turn that down. Because you know what? That best interest can lead to something else. You know what I'm saying? You're always supposed to support the true positives, whatever is in the front of that female, of that queen. And the same thing with that, you know what I'm saying, with that queen. You're supposed to always, you know what I'm saying, support what is in the front. You know what I'm saying? That's your male, that's your king. You know what I'm saying? Is doing. You don't shun shit down because it's working. You know what I'm saying? The old saying is, if it ain't broke, you don't fucking fix it.
Don't fix it.
So why
That's
try
right.
to go at something already there? It doesn't make any sense.
I ain't really make that correlation in what you're saying. I ain't really get it.
Well, when I
was
it's about. No, I'm just saying because I mean, I guess it's more or less it's about teamwork. I mean, like right now the way that you know this economy is shifting. I mean, we gotta be realistic. You know what I'm saying? You know, it'd be great if you can just basically have your woman you know, stay in the house and, you know, as a man you go out and conquer the world. But when you got some inner cities that's predominantly black men and it's 50% unemployment, you know what I'm saying, that's just not realistic. So I mean this is just my opinion. I think it's just everybody meeting everybody halfway. You meet people where they are. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, again, I mean what we have is we have unrealistic expectations of each other. And I just think that's a big problem. And one token, we asking women to put their guards down and not be so combative. But we, as men, we can't act like that. We don't move amongst wolves. Like, I mean, that there's some men that's not trustworthy of these women putting their guards down. Just like it's some women that's not trustworthy for some men to put, you know, our guards down. I mean, we're in a real special place right now, and I think that like minds. I mean, we don't have to totally think alike, but as a man, if I'm making $50,000-$60,000, let's say if my lady is making $80,000 to $100,000, we meet each other. You know what I mean? We you know what I'm saying? We pool our resources. And we build a solid foundation. But I mean, what we have now, we have basically black people that want to mimic rich white people, and I mean, like you just said, the rabbit chasing the carrot stick. So I just think that we just need an overall for this ideal family to come into play. I mean, it's going to take a lot of soul searching, and basically people are going to have to basically challenge their ideas. They're going to have to challenge their belief system. Even with this thing, we keep going back into the whole thing about fathers not being home. But when that father is took out of home to go to war and die overseas, nobody's talking about single parents. You understand what I'm saying? So, it's more of a community thing. So, I mean, because even if I don't have a father in the home, if I can look out my window and see other productive men doing things, that's my example. But right now, when you're dealing with these poor inner cities, again, I'm just not G. I'm from New Jersey. I mean, most productive men, they're not roaming the streets. You know what I'm saying? So as a child, when you roam the streets, and the only thing you see is young dope boys, young dudes that really, young males that's really not good examples of men. It's kind of hard to I'm trying to sympathize with the sisters. It's kind of hard to put your guard down to that, because I have some cousins, and these are cousins that range from 18 to 40. And some of these conversations that I'm having with them and their mind state, it's mind blowing. The utter ignorance. You understand what I'm saying? Just the utter ignorance. So it's tough. I mean, we can get there, but it's just not that simple, you know. I mean,
So
we got
let's do this, y'all.
Go. I'm sorry, I'm getting long with it.
No. Let's do this because I'm about to pose a challenge, man. Because this, I mean, we got the personalities and the wisdom that's on this panel right now. Even though it's locked and even what's in the chat room, man, let's figure out a solution. Like right now, like let's just start the dialogue. What's the solution? Let's stop beating a dead horse. Yeah, we know what the problem is. We know what society is. We know what how do we go from right now, right here? Let's not even bring up any that we already know. The obvious is already available.
That was one of the beautiful things about listening to Miss Lavelle speak, though, because what we tend to do as a people is the answer will be right there in the midst of what we're going through and what we're discussing. Right. When she was speaking, I heard her give the solution to and the resolve to the question that was originally posted, which started this dialogue. And I heard the brothers give the answer as well. And it falls to a lack of awareness. Now, here's the thing. We all have an innate something in us that lets us know we are in danger. This situation is not right. I don't want to be like this when I grow up. I don't want to continue to live in poverty. I don't want my family to have to struggle. I don't want my mama working herself into her early grave. I don't want my daddy work. You know, I don't want my kids to have to struggle. I think that is one of the things that connects us all as Black people. The problem is we do not know how to get to it because everybody wants to be, you know, holier than thou and scholarly and this one knows this and that. We need to break it down to the marrow, and we need to return to the mindset of children. We need to make it simple. The bottom line is, just like with the sister, what she was saying, you know, I have bills I have to pay. I have things I have to do. But if we break it down, all of those things, that mindset that we all as women, myself included, have had to adapt to at some point in time, because if we didn't do it, it wasn't going to get done. That was planted in us by fear. We need to change the way that we look at things and the way that we accept things. Yes, I may be single at the moment and I may be taking care of my business, but instead of saying I'm a single woman out here on my own doing this, I'm a helpmeet in training. If we just change the way that we look at things and the way that we speak and the way that we accept and process things in our mind, you know, I'm not gonna say that I'm that single Black woman out here struggling, trying to make it. I'm gonna say that I am a helpmeet in training. Someone was created to partner with me in this life. We're going to build and make a difference. And until that person presents themselves, I'm comfortable with doing what I have to do. But at the same point in time, you also have to recognize when it's standing in front of you, that S word that we're talking about, submissive, we also as women have to know when to turn that off. You can't be the woman and the man too. And that was one of the things I said yesterday. In my first marriage, I found myself having to be the man, and my husband was becoming the woman, because I was raised by a man, and he was raised in a single female household. You know?
Excuse me, did you have to or did you choose to?
Oh, it was definitely by choice. It was definitely by choice, because I was raised by a man. I had that mentality. I had that mentality, and it took what we are all discussing now. You have to do some soul searching. You have to be willing to say, I need to make a change, and the problem is not with anybody else, it's with me. Sister Lavelle said it so many times. She even gave the one of the best examples. You know, I had someone plant seeds of discord in my mental and tell me that I was going to be pregnant by the time I was 16. My heart dropped when that sister said that. My heart dropped when she said that, because how many times do we plant seeds of discord within our communities and with each other instead of uplifting and building? No, everybody's not gonna get it. We're in a war right now, and people don't want to sit here and strap up and boot up and fight.
All right.
You know, it's a lot easier to sit back and play the victim. Well, how do we answer? We have to become aware of our surroundings, aware of our state of being, aware of the things that we're putting out that we don't want to get back, and we have to change. And then when we start making those changes, we'll start seeing ourselves attract other people, like the people on this line, you know, that want to make changes and aren't just sitting down gossiping and shoo-shooing and shooting, you know, shooting whatever, but sitting down saying, okay, we realize there's a problem. What do we need to do to fix it? Or what do we need to do to work on us? We all have homework to do. But yeah, brother, to answer your question, because again, I was raised by a man. So my conditioning and my mindset was, and still feminine and girly and all that stuff, but in terms of being the emotional wreck and the spazzing out and the skitzing and all that stuff, I handled and conducted myself and my business like a man would. In terms of, okay, I understand, I hear you talking, but where we at with this action? Okay, I see you telling me you're doing things, but I'm not seeing results. So since you're not producing at the pace in which you've spoken that you would, let me show you how to do this. Now, a secure man who could admit that, okay, I might be flawed in some capacity, will say, you know, well, maybe let me hear what my wife is saying. I don't have to agree with everything she's saying because I was raised differently. But let me hear what my wife is saying, because my wife wouldn't want to tear down our home. My wife wouldn't want to single-handedly destroy what we're trying to build together. So let me see what she has to say. We don't want to listen to each other. Men have a hard time hearing things from us, and we have a hard time hearing things from you guys, as well as we have a hard time hearing things from each other. And men have a hard time hearing things from other men. Why are we as a people so defensive? Why are we as a people so quick to want to attack somebody that's trying to help us? It's due to a lack of awareness. That's fear that's been planted in us. You can't tell me we come from civilizations of articulate individuals, creative individuals, rhythmically, mathematically, musically, just gifted. We are a gifted, blessed, anointed, special people. And that's why everybody else has taken from us till we don't know who we are. We can't even function in our own home to the capacity that we were supposed to function in because we don't know who we are.
And that, you know what, sis? That's why I've coined the phrase perspective victimization, because everyone's fault, in which we believe is truth, in which they have embedded into our system, in which our psychological breakdown has changed and is not uniform. Everything has been stated to us, we believe. We believe we are a failure. We believe that, you know what I'm saying, you're not going to be shit when someone tells you that, because the majority of children believe in the melanated culture, when somebody says this, it is the parent. You know what I'm saying? But it's those that have the transparent, like us, that says, you know what, fuck what you say. I'm going to do what I do, and I'm going to go against the grain. But a lot of us say, you know what, since you already said I'm not going to be X, Y, Z, I'm going to show you how bad I'm not going to be X, Y, Z. So you know what, I'm going to go out here and fuck up shit. I'm going to terrorize shit. So now you can say, you know what, you agreed, and I agree with the situation. You know what I'm saying? And as you stated, a lot of shit is fucking pride. A lot of shit is pride. But you know what, sisters? It's the right place and the wrong place to speak to us as men. Let us be men If we fuck up, let us fuck up. Don't fucking in the midst of we're out in public at Job Lot or we at Macy's or Bonnie's or we at fucking TJ Fridays or Jimmy Choo's, and now you want to start getting, you know what I'm saying, condescending, and now you want to start chewing me out. No, that's not the place to do it. Because you know what? By nature, we are combatants. By nature, we are going to step up and stand our square. You know what I'm saying? Just like I would want my sister to step up or my wife to step up and stand their square. You know what I'm saying? But you can't do it in public. Because now if you want to shame me in public, now it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Do that shit at home. But when you do it at home, do it at home.
Does that fall back on that pride thing?
Yep.
And then I'm asking you, does it fall back on the pride? And the reason I'm asking that is because, and you posed a very valid question when I mentioned that, you know, the roles had reversed in my first marriage. As a man, you take it, or a man would take it as though he's being belittled and embarrassed and shamed. That's nothing no different than what has gone on throughout history. That's almost innately ingrained in a black man. Period. Across the board.
It's a difference though, because you know what? We want our ally, and you know what our ally is? Our ally is our sister.
But we can't always be an ally when you're in the wrong. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those. It's like that age-old adage where if you in the right, I got you.
Let me back up against this because I don't know if you heard me, but I never said there's not a reason to chastise or express your feelings. I said it's a time and place for it to take place. You know what I'm saying? So if you feel that I'm wrong, and now I'm in a restaurant which is multicultural and mostly diverse, or I'm at a bar, or we at a place, it's nowhere in hell you should come out and express your feelings and thoughts in front of these other people. You know what I'm saying? Because now, yes, I got enough to deal with daily. I got these motherfuckers knocking on my door daily, and now in public, in front of them, now you want to come at me and ridicule me? You want to chastise me? No. You know what I'm saying? Do it in the proper perspective.
With all due respect,
do it in a place to where, do it in a place to where the volume can be down. Because you know what? If you raise your voice at me in public, if you're a real fucking man, I'm going to raise my voice back to you in public. Because I'm going to let society know that you don't fucking control these fucking black balls. I do. But if we at home, I will be submissive to you as you should be submissive to me.
Okay.
I take issue with that. The only thing I take issue with on that is, again, I'm old school. And I come from the school of you get fucked up where you fuck up. If you do something publicly humiliating to me as your woman, and you demoralize who it is that I am in public, regardless as to my sex, I feel as though I have a right to check you because I'm not a disrespectful person by nature.
Even if it was 2 weeks or a month ago, even if it was 2 weeks ago or a month ago, you're gonna bring it to the presence of a public society. That's bullshit.
No.
Oh well, no, sweetheart. Because again, no, baby. Because again, I said that I believe in you get fucked up where you fuck up. So if you fucked up 2 months ago, trust me, I didn't already handled that, and I ain't talking about it 2 months later. Because I done moved on.
But the problem is, the sisters are not doing that, though.
I think it's
the problem is we're not doing that, though. We're checking the situation. We're letting it build up. We're not dealing with the situation at the point in time, and we're dealing with the situation somewhere later down to where someone can be chastised, to where the chest can be browed and bumped up.
Black Lion, you're talking about, you mentioned two different scenarios. One scenario is if we out in public and you done did something or said something that the person took offense to, that your woman took offense to, you would prefer that, okay, let's have this conversation, a dialogue, or argument, or heated or elevated discussion somewhere private, because everybody doesn't need to know our business. I come from back in the day, you know, you chastise a child you know, in public, or you take them to the bathroom. You know, you was in church and you was doing something wrong. Your mother took you to the bathroom with you behind. People heard you yelling, but the point of the matter, she ain't embarrass you, like, because she didn't want to embarrass herself. So I'm the type of person, I'm not going to argue with you in the middle of the street, because that's just not embarrassing you. That's embarrassing me. So I'm going to take it somewhere private so we can have a real discussion. But I understand what, like Lion is saying. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Is it Crystal? It's Crystal? I'm sorry. The young lady that was talking? Hello? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
I believe that was Sister Crystal.
Okay. I'm saying that if we're out in public, and I don't feel that we should embarrass. I think we should embarrass each other. Like, I don't agree with going off on a person. He embarrassed you or belittled you. Now you going off on him in public. It just made both of y'all look stupid. I've been out in public and seen two people arguing, and I'm sitting there like, they both look dumb. Take that home. Take that somewhere private. Why are y'all in the middle of the street and getting into an argument of doing something, bringing everybody into your business? We already get teared down. We're already looked upon as the angry black man, as the angry black woman. Now we're in the street and we're dysfunctional. And even if it's something small that we're arguing about, it turns into, you know, with everybody looking, it turns into something so much bigger. And people don't like to get embarrassed that way. So I can understand wanting to take it somewhere else. But you can't expect to do something to your wife or girlfriend or whatever in public and just think she's always going to be able to hold it inside and wait till y'all get somewhere private. Depending on what you're doing.
I'm not just speaking on public.
May I say this? Let me add this point.
I'm not speaking. One second. I'm not speaking on public situations. I'm just speaking on in general. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of situations that we deal with are in general. They're not just public situations. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? You got a lot of sisters and males that hold grudges. You know what I'm saying? And they wait for that prime time, you know what I'm saying, to let the shit out. You know what I'm saying? Where they feel that they're gonna catch you off guard and it's gonna be most embarrassing, you know what I'm saying, or it's gonna they're gonna shine in this situation. You know what I'm saying? Once again, it's rules to this shit. You know what I'm saying? And if it's going to be rules, if we're going to follow rules, you know what I'm saying? Regardless of if you are respected, you should respect. You know what I'm saying? You should respect the situation because, yes, you are a target. Yes, we are a target. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, just because you want to place and make the light out, you know what I mean? And yes, I mean, is it true? Or to some degree that sisters get more raunchy in public than they do in private settings? Yes. You know why? Because you got some motherfuckers out here that's beating up chicks. You know what I'm saying? So they feel that, you know what, if I do it in public, I'm safe, I'm secure. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to put your hands on me. You know what I mean?
You got a deeper problem then. I mean, if you got a sister that's thinking that way, or you got a brother that's thinking that way, you got a lot more problems than just that little argument. Because if your wife or girlfriend goal is to tear you down or to embarrass you in public, then you got a deeper problem than you left the toilet seat up. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a deeper issue.
It may not be their thought to tear you down. You know what I'm saying? But no one, and I mean no one, wants to feel less than. You know what I'm saying? And in today's society, more prevalent than any society, you know what I'm saying, we act and react. And a lot of times when we react, it doesn't make a difference where we are that react. You know what I'm saying? We react and we give it. You know what I'm saying? And once again, I stated pride earlier. Pride is a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? A lot of motherfuckers don't have pride. You know what I'm saying? So, and they don't understand pride. So if they feel that their pride is being, you know what I'm saying, broken, of course they're going to react. It's the animal man. You're supposed to. You know what I'm saying? But understanding the time and place is what makes it different. That separates that queen from that woman. That separates that chick from that man. There's rules to this shit. And I told you this. You know what I'm saying? We spoke about this before. You know what I mean? It's levels. You know what I'm saying? Everyone puts a certain tone or connotation on words. You know what I'm saying? Instead of subscribing or trying to reach another higher level. You know what I'm saying? That female mistake. I want or I subscribe or looking for a good man. What the fuck is a good man? You know what I'm saying? Is there anything greater than a good man? Yes. A fucking gentleman. Anything greater than a good woman? Yes, a lady. You know what I'm saying? Because a lady understands, as a gent understands, how to act accordingly, whether you're in public, you know what I'm saying, or not in public. You know what I'm saying? It's the same difference between a master's and a PhD. Not saying that people with masters, you know what I'm saying, don't have PhD scholarship, you know what I'm saying? But there's fucking levels and rules to it. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time you want what? You don't want just a master's professor there so you can learn from. You want that motherfucker with that higher doctrine, that PhD, you know what I'm saying, or that top scholar to give you the information. What's the difference?
I mean, at this point, the whole, even how this even branched off is really the issue, is the lack of communication in a sense. When I heard the brother speak, when he was speaking using the point, he said that if we was in a restaurant and we just had a disagreement, don't highlight the disagreement and turn it into an argument. I don't know how it got to if I disrespected you. So that's where it goes back to the perspective of words. How do we associate we having a disagreement as me disrespecting you in public for you to have your feminine pride to want to challenge my masculine pride?
But,
you know
but if we having a disagreement, we having an argument at the restaurant, and it's a disagreement, it depends on what the argument is about. That can be a level of
disagreement isn't an argument, is what he's saying. Every disagreement, right?
Okay, if we're having a disagreement and I feel disrespected by something that
so we didn't add that to the equation, is what he's saying.
But he said if we're having a disagreement, that means he had to do something. Okay, but it does mean he had to do something that it's not. He had to do something that irked me. If I'm
it just means that it's something that I stated or you don't agree with.
He might have wanted to sit at a booth. You might have wanted to sit at the bar. We're disagreeing. We're not arguing.
Okay, but listen. Okay, once again, I'm gonna state that again. I'm gonna state this again. If the disagreement was over something as simple as a booth or a table, and she turns it or he turns it into something that happens, or turns it into a huge argument, then there's something deeper that y'all are not addressing.
But I'm saying.
It's not usually about that.
I'll use a personal example. This is something that happened. This is my own personal account. I have a new lady in my life. And so we went out with my son and my mother to a restaurant. My wife is from Ethiopia, so her customs and everything is totally different. She don't understand a lot of stuff. It's just culturally different. So I invited my mother to eat. She thought that she invited them to eat. So when it came for the bill, I'm reaching for the bill. She's pulling my arm. Me and her get into almost a physical altercation because she's reaching for the bill and she wouldn't let down. And she didn't understand. I said, listen, even if you did say that or whatever, we're in front of my mother and we're in front of my son and we're in public. You do not do that because I'm sorry. I used to be a bouncer. I'm 6'4", 200 plus pounds. It's a natural reaction to a man if he's challenged. Now, I don't know what other people got in their pants, but if anybody challenges me, the first thing is a subconscious response, which I'm going to poke my chest out too. Then I'm going to gather myself. But at that instance, we were able to keep it cordial. And then we were able to, later on, I was able to explain to her. But that's how easily a situation kind of can turn sideways, because it's like, yo, hold up. I just need you not to do this in public. You know what I mean? Like, don't put me on the spot, because I have to teach my son two things: to be a man and also be, you know what I mean, not abusive to women or even anybody. So now I'm put in the spot. So it's just like, whoa, And honestly, lucky if it wasn't for my mother there. My mother's like, no, this is our tradition. He's a man. He's trying to show you. And I had to explain to her. I said, listen, I said, there's a lot of men in America that will get with women and use them. I said, so what do you think? I don't want nobody to see me sitting at a table with a woman picking up any check. That's my nuts that's in my pants that won't allow me to do that. I don't want her to, we 4 people sitting at a table and I pass the bill over to my woman? No. So I had to explain to her, nah, that's not what we're going to do. My pride, if that's what we're going to call it, won't allow me to do that because I feel like that's what a real man is. I think we have an issue with, I think a lot of these words that we use, patience, real man, these are abstract nouns. And so the problem is people are giving concrete definitions to abstract nouns. Who told you what a perfect man is? That's your own personal, you know what I mean, way to decide what is perfect for you or what you need in your life, what balances you. If you need somebody to slap you upside the head, if that's what you like, then go find that nigga. But if you want a man, if you want a king, then go find him also. But it's about a balance, you know what I mean? Not that crazy stuff. I'm not with an aggressive woman, and as soon as I see the signs that you have too much masculinity, too much combativeness, then I know that me and you just can't work. I'm not trying to break you. So yes, you can still be the woman. So it's not a competition between man and woman. It's about finding what's balanced. And a lot of times we get so sideswiped. See, when you're chasing money, and you think that that's what a real man is, a man that provides something that's materialistic, then you might get food. And that's what's been happening. A lot of these sisters get food and you get bitter because you thought you had a good man because he bought you something. And now he's acting like an asshole. And now you think every man that's trying to treat you good in the beginning is an asshole. And so your signals is off. You know what I mean? But it all falls down to awareness. I'm still stuck on awareness and chemical imbalance, you know what I mean, with the testosterone level. I'm still stuck on those two, you know what I mean? Chemical balance, your ass eat too much meat, too much, the birth control, all of that stuff has something to do with the imbalance. I have the awareness and chemical imbalance, and also, just like what the brother touched on before, you got 5 or 6 DNAs up in you. You can't go out here and run these streets like us men. Our parts are external, your parts are internal. Every time a man goes inside you, it affects you. It don't affect us that much. So you can't try to be us. You can't.
I got to disagree with that. I think spirits jump on spirits, so I got to disagree with that.
Yeah, but it's a difference between spirits and fluids.
I understand that, but y'all think y'all get away with it. We may get fluids up in us, but y'all get spirits.
Now on that level, I do agree. On that level, I do agree.
The woman. And now you dealing with these crazy, and we wonder why you going crazy, you going up and down, and your mood swings. You don't understand. That's because the spirit that was on that crazy chick that had the big booty, that you was shaking
but see, that's what I said though. See, I did not discriminate in my conversation between the two, and I stated yes. No, I'm not saying you did, but what I'm saying is I did not discriminate between the two, and I stated the spirits and the fluids, and I spoke on both.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying? It's that way. So it's that way across the board. It's that way across the board because anytime you're dealing with
some roots.
So, anytime you're dealing with somebody of a lower vibration of any capacity, whether it's in the bedroom, whether it's on the chat line, whether it's sitting on the bus, anytime you're exposed to another person of a lower vibration, and by lower vibration I mean negativity, aura is not right. Somebody just pissed in their cornflakes that morning, and the whole world is just upside down. In that for too long, it can affect you. And you start realizing it affects you the moment you become uncomfortable. The moment you feel as though you have to remove yourself from that situation, which causes me to go back to, I believe it was Black Lion, when he was talking about the situation in the restaurant, you know. If we have a disagreement over the booth and the table, that's something you laugh at over dinner. And then you make up later on when you go home.
Absolutely. But about to make
when you and that right there is something that we as Black people need to discuss too. Black love movement and that whole, you know, we can have a disagreement, but what happened to don't let the sun go down on you being angry with your spouse? or you know, you don't go to bed angry, or you know, you make things right with a person because you don't know if you're gonna open your eyes the next day. You know, when you sit here and you holding on to things,
or you're gonna truly need that person the next day.
There you go. There you
go. Your enemy on Monday can be your ally on Tuesday if you fucking do what you need to do properly.
But that goes back to the person who a lot of times the person who we with, we don't accept them. We accept only one part of them. So it's hard for us to get over certain shit. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times, you know, we're trying to change our partners. So we gravitate to the good side of them. And when he act the hell up, we just think that that's the side that can be suppressed. And we don't actually say that that's him or that's her. And so when you do beef with me on something that, you know what I mean, I figured out a long time ago in the beginning, but I thought that I can convince you to change. And yes, I can't get over that shit so easily. So yeah, I take that to me the next day. So yeah, it still go back to the root. You know what I mean? Before you put your emotions, before that man puts his semen inside you, you need to know for a fact that you're going to be able to be at least loyal to this man, and to at least y'all on the same agenda, y'all on the same path. At least you're parallel at some point. You know what I mean? But that's not what's going on.
And that ties into what Sister Lavelle said earlier, because with that loyalty factor, the problem is that again we have to dumb things down to the point to where, I'm not saying everybody's gonna get it, but you can't say that you didn't know or you weren't exposed to it. If we all sitting here and we're talking about loyalty, then instead of, because we're all going to have our different perspectives on it, how about let's generalize it and say, look, whatever your take is on what loyalty is to you, is it safe to say that we know that the word loyalty does not come with a negative connotation? Loyalty or on the side of despite whatever, that's not supposed to come with a negative connotation. So like she said earlier, if you're out,
why not?
Well, loyalty.
Why not?
Loyalty is not supposed to come with a negative connotation because it's a testament of character. It's a testament of who you are as a person and your value system.
Loyalty, in a sense, when broken down, states that you agree to a certain degree, whether it be positive or negative. See, that's a problem too, because see, we think of we use these words negative and positive when what's negative for you may be a positive for me, but that doesn't make me a bad person. It doesn't make me a bad person because
I also stated that.
No, I'm not saying you did it.
No. I'm just saying. I said about, but that's a conversation that you need to have with a person. You need to understand what their definition and what your definition of loyalty is. That's why everybody should say be loyal. You should be loyal, but you should have that. You should have that conversation.
But you got to do that with love too. We got to do that with love too. We got to start. Because here's the thing: every part of a relationship has to be defined before you get into it, baby. What do you think? Because I know what I have to do to show you that I'm showing you love, but we may be speaking a different language. So the
you
same
ever
thing
heard
with
of
loyalty.
The 5 languages of love, like how people receive love, like but it talks about how you have someone that receives love as I like to receive gifts, I like to receive attention,
right. It's different,
you know, and then you have someone that receives love where admiration, and you know how everybody perceives love and receives it is different. So if I receive love by someone, you know, by someone being there, by someone giving me their time and attention, you know, I feel that okay, that person is showing me love, but that may not be how my mate receives it. So I got to give it to him the way he receives it. But that's a conversation we have to touch on first. But I also want to go back to the sex portion of women and men. Yes. Why? No. The reason why I say this is because you can be loyal to that man, and that man has gone and had sex with. Because you said, oh, it really, you know, women can't do what men do. But that man has gone
emotionally.
yeah,
That's what I mean by the emotionally.
He's going to put his stuff in.
Better.
He's going to put his stuff in everything. But then what he doesn't understand is when he brings that to the queen, who isn't out there running and doing anything. But at the end of the day, he's now tainted because he's been running doing anything because he may handle it emotionally, but he still had those spirits. So now he comes to her and he just brought her 5 spirits of craziness. She may not have been crazy because she ain't out there doing this. But the spirit that he got on her, he just put in her, and now you wonder why she's nutting up or acting a fool because she's experiencing the spirits that you done laid down with, and you done with her. So I think men need to cleanse themselves spiritually, as well as women.
But see, here's the thing, because that's a whole nother level. Is the burning sage and the spirits. We're dealing with just the emotional side of things. Because you're absolutely right, and I stand corrected on that. And that's just an emotion, the spirit of speaking. But in the transfer of spirit and energy, of course. But I mean, as far as the emotion, we emotionally, mentally, psychologically handle it better. This is just something that just is one of those things that's understood. And so this is, we have to do this. Where did the branch split? And go back to that. You know what I mean? Where do we start having these real major issues? And really,
that's a very good question.
You know what I mean? That's where we have to go back and dissect. We can't just sit here and sit on the surface. Where's the missing link? Where's the weak link at? And it, just like I said, it kind of goes back to when we stop feeding one another. When we stop, I don't know why I'm stuck on that, but when we stop feeding one another, I think that's when they was able to infiltrate, and then we started wanting different things. We started having different desires. We started getting sickness. We started, you know what I mean? So much stuff changed once we started letting them.
No.
Hello?
Yeah, I think Mr. Lance is back. Yeah.
Huh?
Well,
I think Mr. Lance is back.
Hey, is that you, Ace? Is that you, Ace, with that message?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, well, this is what I believe. We started with the digression between male and female when society allowed us or taught us as a whole to forget who we are. And I don't believe that forgetting who we are happened in slavery. I think it was after slavery, or should I say I believe that after slavery is when all hell broke loose. You know what I'm saying? The stressors, the continued stressors, you know what I'm saying, that we felt as people, you know what I'm saying, as whole. You know what I mean? And, we branched out, we attempted things, we were again successful, but, in all reality, at some point we all break down. But it's not when we break down, it's when we get up, which makes the difference.
Get up. That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
And that breakdown comes from those seeds of discord that were planted. And we keep replanting them and keep harvesting them and keep replanting them and keep harvesting them. When are we going to chop the tree down?
I think also what happened was the family unit was when they had the family unit, even though I don't believe it also happened in slavery. I believe it happened after.
Just open the conference. Let me just say that you can call in now, 888-575-3769. But keep talking, y'all. The line is open. I can monitor it now. And thank you so much.
Okay, I just felt like the family unit, but once what started to happen was they started to attack our men. And once they started to attack the men, they sent our men to jail, they killed them, or they sent them to war. And once the fathers, the protectors, the providers were taken out the home, then we started to, then it started to be a kind of a struggle. So then they said to us, hey, send your men away. Don't let the men be in the home, and we'll give you welfare. We'll give you help. We'll help you if the man is not in the home. So what did that start to do? That started to break away the family. Okay, I get more help when the man is not present. If you ever notice, like if the man is in the house, you don't get all the benefits from the state or whatever that you would get if the man is not present. So it's more, monetarily beneficial for that man to be outside the house. So therefore, the kids no longer see a man going to work or coming home. They see mommy getting a check. Clear blue sky. They don't know what it was. And, we got all these nice stuff. Oh, I see mommy with the EBT card. I'm like, y'all don't even know the real price of milk or real groceries. Because I don't know about nobody else. I go to the grocery store and I got like one bag and it's like $60. And I'm like, what did I buy? And that's $60. But when you got that EBT card, it's like just throwing in the bag. You ain't really the value of $1. We don't have that. So they kind of that's the setup of it. And then you got a continuous cycle.
Sister Lavelle.
We keep missing this one point. We keep missing the major missing link to what they did. And every time like we bring it up, we always miss it. And I want to add on to this, it's not even taken away from it. It started with they took the elders first. The elders, when you take that was our attachment to our history, to the recipes, to the holistic medicine, to everything. So even before they took the man, they took, I don't know at what came order, but we gotta always add that in this discussion. They took the sister, they took the elder, the one who passed on. Listen, this is how you please your man. Oh, you got a problem with sex with your man? He ain't coming to listen. Give him this root. Give him this tea. Okay, that solves that problem.
But
okay,
I don't think they did that. Because I know a lot of men in my generation and above that was raised by grandmothers and grandparents. Their generation gap. They took out.
Let me cut you off there. Because by you saying that is a contradiction to everything that goes on when they say the reasons for the fail of the black or melanated nation is because the man is not in the home. That is a contradiction.
I agree.
Because you know what?
I agree.
Because you know what?
Let me
finish. You know why? Because you know what? The black male and the males in general, whatever nationality they have been, since prior to World War I, you can go back to Sparta. Okay, you can go back to Greece and Spartan nation. When it was wartime, the males were gone for many times. That's what started homosexuality amongst the beasts. You know what I'm saying? The leaving of the homes, being away from for years at a time. You gotta forget. You gotta remember when they went to war back in those days. You know what I'm saying? Of the European laws, of Sparta, of different areas, Greece, so forth. They were going. War wasn't a fucking year. It was a year, 2 years, 3 years because they had to travel there alone with those children. Those males. Or those alpha males, or those that were depicted to be the alpha males, were out in war. You know what I'm saying? Those that were betas that were not allowed, unless you were liked, you know what I'm saying? Or you had a brother or relative that was in war. That's the only way a beta went to battle. You know what I'm saying? And then even coming to the Americas, you know what I'm saying? World War I. How did all the construction, how did all the manual labor begin? It was with the women. The men weren't here. You know what I'm saying? All the sewing mills, all the construction mills, there were women. You know what I'm saying? So once again, that contradicts a lot of shit that's been stated. Blaming the male for the situation. And I heard someone say earlier, I believe it was the sister Crystal. She said from day one, the woman has always been, you know what I'm saying, in control and always been in a situation. You know what? To this day, I will tell every female, I have no control over the situation that you allow me to be a part in. Because you know what? You only decide when we mate or when we fuck or when we do anything. You know what I'm saying? It is you, not me. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what? If I have control of the situation, now the situations are a negative situation. It's not a positive situation. You know what I'm saying? So once again, who is truly at fault for this situation that goes on? Did the females, did the sisters get tired? You know what I'm saying? Or are they overwhelmed? You know, did they say, you know what? You know, I have a better situation of the pale face allow me to make money and survive, and I say fuck you. You know what I'm saying? What's really good? What's really going on with the situation?
Can I interject? Can I interject? See, like this is the thing. I think that, you know, first and foremost, and this is just a question, and you know what I mean. So I'm just like, okay, when has the black male truly ever been head of his household? I mean, because if you look at, we're just talking about here in America, because you go through chattel slavery, you go through Reconstruction, then after Reconstruction, you go through Jim Crow, from Jim Crow to the Civil Rights era. Then after that, you go into a phase where you have urban decay with the crack cocaine era. So I mean, in you know, in truth, you know, in this country, I mean, our communities has always been handled and ran by women. You know what I'm saying? Even the whole concept. Even when you deal with, wait, hold on, let me finish. Even when you deal with the concept, mama. A lot of us, you know, like I was raised by my grandmother. You know, my grandmother on my mother's side had seven daughters. So, you know, who had all boys. So there was only, I would say, 3 male figures, you know, within our immediate, you know, within my immediate family. So we've always been raised by, you know, by women. Now, I don't think that it has more to do. I mean, there's many problems that led us, and there's many things that led us to where we at right now. But let's be clear, with the things that got us through, I believe, the things that got us through, I mean, slavery, when you go to Jim Crow, we still had our dignity. But when the 80s came and when crack cocaine hit these inner cities and you started seeing people, mothers, you know, do all kind of sexual favors for drugs, the fathers was all strung out. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where we lost our dignity. I think that's where the true breakdown began. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? As I'm 38. So, you know, I mean, to see a friend of mine's mother strung out on drugs, you know, to see, you know, their fathers, you know, not productive, strung out on drugs in the city. You know, psychologically, that's where, you know, we started to kind of like lose respect for the elders. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really think. I think we harping on this. I think that the single mother, the father's not being there, is white propaganda, and we just basically keep regurgitating. Single black mother. The father's not there. When statistically, if a black father is able to be in his child's life, he's there. So the father might not be there physically with the mother, but these fathers are around. So I think that we begin to start regurgitating white media talking points, and we begin to believe this shit.
I'm working in the field that I work with. It's not propaganda. I'm not regurgitating anything media. In media, there are the stripping of fathers, black fathers in the home, in the child's life. And the child's life is not the statistics of parents, mothers in the child's life is not something that white society has put on us. Whether they're incarcerated for whatever reason, or they're choosing not to be in that child's life. We have to, I think we lose sight that we have to actually acknowledge. I think we try to push it all on somebody else. We must acknowledge what the damage that we do as parents, as society, when we don't have both loving parents and to a child, to a human being. You know, there was a reason why there's a mother and a father. And if we don't acknowledge that when you strip away one or both, it damages that child to a certain degree. Now, so I don't agree that that's something made up, especially when I have to counsel the kids that are living the cycle every day and adults that are reliving stuff, and grandparents and great-grandparents that are raising their great-grandkids because mommy left them at their doorstep because of whether it was death or whether it was drugs or whether it was, I just don't want to take care of them anymore. I think we push it off and we want to blame this person and that person, but we got to start to take some acceptance on what we're doing as a community, as Black people.
You know what? You're right.
We're hurting
again,
ourselves.
Hold on. You're right. You said you got to take responsibility, but that still doesn't. But make the correlation. When again, I asked the question.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at history, when has the Black man truly been ahead of a functional Black household?
Well,
that's
if
all.
you look at the history, Black men have been.
He was before he was removed from his environment.
Right.
He was
displaced. So basically what I'm saying is, I understand that. I'm not saying that, a child doesn't need two functional parents. But, but you know what I'm saying? But there's always been women heading these households.
That's
from
the
slavery
problem.
to hear me out.
That's the problem. That's what they did. That's what they did. They broke up with. They broke the family.
Right.
No,
but hear me out.
Because if you go, and even to this day, in true African society, there are still patriarchic fucking families. The female is the head of the household. So there's no way you can say that society has depicted this. You know what I'm saying? No.
Yeah, so
we gotta stop making excuses. The male has always been out of the home. Whether he's went to war, whether he's went to hunt and gather, the male has always been out of the home. That female has always been there. She's always been that nurture. She's always been that provider.
That doesn't make her the head because she's taking care of the home. You have a king and a queen. A queen is taking care of the home, but that doesn't make her the head.
Teacher. The head is the teacher.
Hold on.
The head is the teacher.
Yes, she is. Yes.
Okay, so if the head is the teacher, if the female has always been at home, going back to true African, society, going back to true patriarchic society, if that female has always been there, if that male has gone off to war, if that male has been going out to hunt and gather, who is left behind with the children?
Okay. Hey, but see,
I'm not saying.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not saying.
Let me finish. Okay, go ahead. Because before I finish my point, I got cut off. So basically, only thing I'm saying is, I'm not saying that this single parent, household isn't a problem. Because right now, what we're dealing with, when you're dealing with this economy, two incomes are always better than one. But if you got two dysfunctional parents, what does that mean? You understand what I'm saying? So you can have two parents in a household, but if both of them are dysfunction, what does that mean? What I'm dealing with is, where did we lose our standards? You can still have respect, honor, and dignity in a single parent household. So where did the dignity, the respect, and the honor disappear?
Okay, can I
It disappeared when the roles reversed. It disappeared when the roles reversed.
That's what I was saying. Even in those African villages where the women are taking care of the household, and even when they have sons and they're teaching the children, the man is still the head of the household. There are still men in the village. There's still men around that's teaching that male child what it is to be a man. It's still teaching, and that woman is still teaching that female child how a woman is supposed to treat her man. So once they take the man out the situation totally, you're taking them out the situation. I'm not saying they're not in the home. A father can be a father. He doesn't have to live in the same home. But my whole thing is, if you take him out the whole equation and you don't have that man, that little boy is going to seek out a male. I don't care what anybody say. It takes a female can't raise a man by herself. He's always going to seek out a male to emulate. And if he does that, it's your responsibility as that female to put positive male role models in that child's life if his father is not there. That's where community was so important. But what they did was they stripped us even from slavery. They broke away. They took our strong men and sold them and kept us in communities of just women. So how do you teach a man how to be a man? How do you teach, they took our men went out to war. Okay, they went to war. They came back strung out on drugs that they never experienced. So now you got heroin. You're talking about crack. When they came back from Vietnam and all of that, cocaine, heroin, all of that was introduced to them. So now you got these men coming back and they done seen things. They drinking. It's going crazy. So now who's left to teach that little boy how to be a man? I can't teach him. You can teach him but so much as a female, but we will never understand certain things. So when they strip that man out of the home, then what? That's the problem. The problem is we lost our sense of honor. We lost a man teaching their son how to be honorable, how to be a man, how to be respectful, and a lot of females. We adapted as little girls. As a little girl, I saw my mother do it all. So I became that woman that did it all myself. I don't need a man. You know what I'm saying? Until my grandmother had to pull me aside and be like, honey, you got to drop the napkin. Even though you can pick up the napkin yourself, sometimes you got to let a man be a man. Let him pick up the napkin for you. And she had to teach me. But if she never did that, then I would have been that little girl that I could do it all. I can do it all. And because
you mind if I chime in for a minute? You mind if I chime? I just got on the line. I just want to say one thing and get off. I was listening to y'all. This is a great conversation. And I noticed that sometimes the tempers get flaring. And I just wanted to bring in, we got a good thing.
Who are we speaking to?
And sometimes, this is David. I go as Mr. Pirate Brand.
Oh, Mr. Pirate. What's going on, man?
Hey, not much, man. Yeah.
I gotta lock your number in, man.
Yeah, lock it in, man. And I was noticing you was a little upset. I was like, yeah, but we ain't the ones, because I'm listening to her and I'm like, damn, this woman is calm and coming at it. And I've been on a lot of these channels where the women are just bashing the men, and I'm like, and then if you say anything that you disagree, they block you. And I'm like, well, y'all preaching to the choir. How you going to fix the men if you ain't going to listen to them, And the thing of it is we've both been damaged, men and women. I mean, so many women, by not having a father in the home, are choosing bad men. They choosing men and they get pregnant, have 2-3 kids by different men, and then those men leave them. And then they never figure out what a good man is. They don't have an example to show them how to choose what a good man is. And people, confuse sex with love. And that's the problem. And the same thing is with men, because I was listening to what the gentleman was saying. What's your name, brother?
Black Lion or Ace or Najee?
I was listening to what you were saying, and it would be the same thing for men, because if a woman is going to disrespect you in a public setting, then the question has to be asked, really, why are you with her? Not why are you disrespecting me, but why are you with her in the first place? Because, you only can disrespect me once, maybe twice at the most, and I'm just going to say, you know what, we're not supposed to be together. I'm not going to get mad at you. I'm just going to go away, because there's no point in getting mad, because I can't change this woman if that's who she is. You see, and she's really not going to be to change me. I'm 56, so I know I'm pretty much who I am. And if we're not meant to be together, we're not going to change each other. It comes down to that. And it's sad that we have got to the point where we're hurting each other as Black people because we need each other now, more than ever. We really need each other, and we need to love each other and try to understand each other, you know. And maybe that person's not a good mate for you, but maybe something can be learned from them, you know, or maybe you can teach them something. That's all I had to say. That's all I had to chime in.
Well, I wanted to chime in. I don't know if you guys can hear me. This is Nicole.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Great.
Welcome.
What I wanted to say. Oh, welcome. What I wanted to say is, a lot of these relationships are, they're very dysfunctional. We were discussing that in the chat. And I think that a lot of these women that have chips on their shoulders that gravitate to men that aren't good for them, they're really just emulating the dysfunction that they saw growing up, whether it was with a mother and a father, or a mother with a boyfriend, or a mother that had men coming in and out of the house, or a father that, you know, kept, you know, a whole bunch of different women around. So children, one thing my father always told me, because I'm sure he heard it from his parents, is children live what they learn. So it's like whatever someone sees, subconsciously, they're going to gravitate towards that situation. And I totally agree with Mr. Pirate Brain in regards to the fact of there's a lot of situations and relationships that men and women get into. So if you're with a woman and she's disrespecting you in public, it's like, why are you guys even together? It shouldn't even get to that point. When I see a couple disrespecting themselves in public and arguing and having the back and forth and attention, that shows me that there's poor communication. You know, I'm sure Lance and Mrs. Scurv wouldn't do that in public. It wouldn't get to that point. It's like relationships take compromise, and love causes you to put your pride aside and realize that, you know, you have a bigger common vision that you're going to try to accomplish. So you kind of want to make sure that that respect is kept intact. And a man should never disrespect a woman and make her feel, you know, belittled. So people that are in relationships like that, it just shows me that they're probably not meant to be together. And that was just my comment.
Yeah. See, I'm lucky. I have an example. My parents are still together. My father's 82 and my mom's 78. So I don't have an example. Now they didn't always get along all the time. I have to put that out there. But I don't have an example of people that quit their marriage. You know, my parents stayed together through thick and thin, you know. And we just need more examples like that, you know. We need, and I think before we lay down, and I know for guys it's hard, because I was young. I was younger too, and I know how I was. But I think we have to think before we jump into bed with a person, because even though we haven't talked about it, you kind of making a contract. It's like a handshake. You know? Yeah.
Oh man, a contract.
But
you brother Najee?
Yeah, you know, you making a handshake agreement to something, and even if you guys didn't agree with it, if she pops up pregnant, well, there you go. There's the contract, and that contract can be held up in the court of law. You know.
Wow.
And that's something that we have to think of, because we're so quick to jump into bed, and if we get to know that person, we can know without getting that sexual addiction happening. Whereas, well, we're not getting along, but the sex is so good. You know, you want to get that out, keep it out of the way until you know if this is the person you want to be with. At a certain age, you got to get to that point. I said it earlier
in the chat, right? Sex and love are not the same thing.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to have sex at some point in your life today, but it's going to happen sooner or later.
Right.
Some people will be lucky and it may not ever happen. But then what's going to happen when you can't have sex? Is the person going to leave you? Leave
her or whatever, or him or whatever, those are things you need to try to figure out before you go down that road, because of a bad relationship can take years to overcome. Years.
Yeah.
And it don't take that long to get into one.
The unseen scars. Yes.
I'm going to disagree with you as far as love and sex not being the same, because you know what? You can love that sex, but not love that individual. You know what I'm saying? It's different levels, as I stated, to everything. There's different levels to love. You know what I'm saying? You can love from a distance. You can love from being inside. You can love from just fucking from infatuation, from anything, just the visual, the oratorial. I can love a person because of their voice, you know what I'm saying, and fall victim to the circumstances of what they're trying to do. Someone stated earlier about the agenda. We must understand everyone has an agenda. Don't say or allow anyone to tell you anything different. It doesn't mean that the agenda may not be positive, but everyone has a fucking agenda when they come into a relationship, when they deal with the individual as a whole. I mean, goddamn it, your teacher has an agenda. You know what I'm saying? When you go to school every day, that teacher has an agenda. She's truly trying to be the person she's trying to be, okay? She's trying to get her credentials to the point to where everyone wants to come to her class. That is her agenda. And she may fucking pass the person that needs to be failed and fail the person that needs to be passed. But she has an agenda. You know what I'm saying?
I don't agree.
To your first, okay, I'm sorry.
I don't agree. Just to speak to the sex and the love thing, sex and it's Nicole again. Sex and love are not one and the same. Love is something
I never said that. I never said that. I never said the one and the same.
I never said that you said that. What I'm saying is that I just want to make clear to you what I meant by sex and love are two different things. Sex and love, they have nothing to do with one another, yet sometimes they may, interact with one another, but they are just two completely different things.
You know what society
I think sex is more a verb, and love is more of a noun. I mean, and in a sense that sex is not necessarily. I mean, love is not necessarily when you go, "Hey, I love you." Love is those actions you take. The person
love
knows,
is an action. It's something that you show.
Like I'm
so you're telling me you cannot have an action for sex and love that sex? Is that what you're telling me?
No, what I'm saying is that we're all adults here. We're all adults here.
What a response!
That doesn't mean that you love the person.
But at that moment,
that's what I stated. And that's what I stated. Yes, I didn't
understand that sex and love don't have anything to do with one another, because love you can have love without having sex. When I say that, I'm talking about in the sense of sustaining a long-lasting relationship. It has to have substance, and substance is not going to come from sex, because if something happens and you get paralyzed and you can't have sex anymore, if sex is the only thing keeping a couple together, then you don't have anything. You need love. Love is something that endures and it doesn't end. You can have sex with someone and just, not feel anything. You don't have to love them, but love that is going to solve the issue that's within our community. And I think a lot of times people confuse sex with love. When you first meet someone, you might fantasize and imagine what it would be to be with that person, but it's different when you take the time to get to know them, and the love is built, the friendship is built over time. So you can have sex with someone and it could turn into love, but most of the time that does not happen.
When I'm alone in my room, sometimes I stare at the wall. I'll be back. I need love. I'll be back. I need the bathroom right now.
But and then to touch on the fact that what the sister was saying, it is different for women and men. For men, it's proven that love for them most oftentimes just a feeling, but it's a carnal thing. They have to touch, they have to grab, they have to feel, they have to conquer, they have to conquest. That's a man. Whereas a woman is more, is he thinking about me? Is he going to call me? Is he going to text me? Did he, did he just want to hit it? What he like that's that emotional. We have to be made to feel secure in what it is that we're choosing to entertain. Even if we have as the guys would say, we have the choice to, as to whether or not how far they'll go with us. At the end of the day,
yes, I did, the Black Lion.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I agree with you, baby.
Isn't that still the same inept or thought of the male? Isn't it you still conquering with that female with her emotional, her emotional stimulation of conquering? If she's, most women, if they truly are emotionally endowed in a situation, it is a conquer for them. It is their euphoria, just like it is that male's euphoria. So what is the difference?
The difference is
even though the situation.
I would have to agree with Black Lion on this one, because I know I met a woman one time. This was maybe 15 years ago, and I fell head over heels in love with this woman. And I thought we were building something, and one day she just ghosted me. I called her, and she didn't call me back today. Let me call. After a couple of days, I was like, wait a minute, something's not right. And she had no problem, and we didn't fight. Had an argument, and I could say, oh, well, she's mad at me because of this. It was just perfect one day, and the next day it wasn't. And I could never have done that. I was emotionally involved with her, and it was easy for her to just walk away. So I think a lot of women think that men aren't emotionally involved, but we are. We are emotionally involved.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the misconstrued concept, because a lot of females, through science, it's been the norm that the sisters or the women in general, they engage, especially, with the males or the counterpart in an emotional state. Us males, we don't do that. For anyone that states that a male, okay, and I'm speaking as a male, as a heterosexual male, for those that state as a male that every time that we engage with a female on a physical state or mental state, that is just physical, they're full of shit. Because you know what? I understand that just like females, and especially more prevalent in today's time,
they just don't understand.
There's a lot of females at this day and time that engage with males just on a physical level, just because they want to get their shit off, or attempt to. And it's no emotional attachment to it. And once again, this goes back to what I said earlier. Words are defined and can mean many fucking things of facet of nature. It's not always reality. And when we understand as people, and that's a problem with us, male and female, a melanated nation, the concept of words, the terminology. We do not take the time to learn, to study, to articulate, and think and believe what words can mean. Because you know what? That word love could can mean something totally different, and it's been stated already. And I'm sorry that I'm reiterating the same thing. But you know what? Sometimes it has to be that way. But the word love definitely means different things, to every individual, unless you have that respectable bond and you break it down. And sometimes you need to go step by step and treat a 40-year-old or 50-year-old or 20-year-old as they are an infant, and break down the information to where they can understand truly what you're stating, not what they believe or not what they think, but where you're coming from. So now they can understand it and now deal with what they do. And now once you break that down to them, whatever role they decide to do, that's on them. That is their fault. As long as you're not leading the blind as they're blind, that is their fault. You know what I'm saying? And that's where honesty comes in. That's where loyalty comes in. That's when the love for self comes in, to where you would not do anything to another and which you would not want done to yourself.
I don't think melanoid people also, I don't think we have the luxury to live as white people do. You know, like in the 70s, I remember y'all brought up the 70s. We don't have the luxury to be getting divorced and having broken families. We don't have the luxury of having kids in different families. We've been doing it, but it ruins us. White people can do these things and get away with them. We have to love each other, stick together, because it's our families sticking together that made us be able to raise families back before the 70s. You know, that whole, it takes a village to raise a family, that's us. White people co-opt that saying, but that's us, you know. And we don't have the luxury to treat each other the way we are treating each other now, you know. And when you were bringing up this thing about the welfare replacing the men, did you see that movie Claudine? Remember Claudine with James Earl Jones, where the woman was on welfare and they was like keeping her from having a man in the house. They would cut off her check if she had a man in the house.
Yes, remember that.
Yeah, those things are real. So the women are getting used to having that child support check, that welfare check, that chip check for that, and they don't want to risk having a relationship with a man because it might sacrifice that money that she knows is coming in. You know, with Trump can change all of that. Trump's gonna take all that away.
And that's because of comfortability. That's because of comfortability. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of folks that have become comfortable with the situation, you know what I'm saying, to where, you know, they it's sad to say, they become lazy. They become groomed to the point of, if I can sit home and get a check for free, God damn it, the only person that should sit home and get a check for free is somebody hit the fucking lotto. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody who is starting their own business. If you're benefiting, you know what I'm saying, off of someone else's earnings and you have not put in the effort, you need to get your ass up and get out and get something. You know what I'm saying? In the words of the brothers from ATL, get your ass out and get something. Do fucking something. God damn it. You know what I'm saying? If you got to sell newspapers for 2 hours, you know what I'm saying? Goddamn harvest fruit, do something. You know what I'm saying? Do something that productive that allows yourself to have or think on a different level.
But that's for everyone. That's for the fathers too. We got a lot of men.
Oh, yeah.
We got a lot of men out here. But hold on. You got a lot of men out here that are making babies. You sleeping with a woman and we want to, she ain't nothing, but you knew she wasn't nothing when you laid up in her. And you ran the risk of getting her pregnant. Now she's pregnant. Now she has a mouth to feed. Now that same woman who wasn't working. Hold on. Let me finish. You got her, now she's pregnant because it took two of y'all to lay in there. But if you know she wasn't a woman that was about nothing and she wasn't going out working and doing all of this before you laid with her, but you laid with her anyway, now you expect that same woman to go out who wasn't doing nothing before. Now you expect her to, go get a job. Now, what about that father? What was he doing?
Okay.
What role should he play?
What about the bunch of sisters out here that a brother comes to him and says, you know what, I'm not ready to have any children, and that sister says, you know what, I'm on birth control, you good, you don't need protection, I want to feel you wrong, okay? And then that brother fucking skeets up in her, and then fucking 3 weeks later, she told me I'm pregnant. Okay,
One at a time, y'all. One at a time, y'all.
Can I answer that?
It sounds like a White House press conference. One at a time, y'all.
Let me finish, okay? She may go and say that morning after pill, okay, just to make sure that her birth control is in control. And now the brother say, you know what? I will give you that $70, okay? You give her that $70, and then you see her on fucking Saturday, and she got a new fucking hairdo. You know what I'm saying? And then she still thinks that she's pregnant. That's the reality that's going on with this system. Once again, let me finish. This all goes back to, you know what I'm saying? Any part of creation, any part of sex, that woman has the last fucking standing order of what she want to do. I can tell you as a female, you know what? I'm ready to have a child. I'm comfortable. I'm good. I can take care of you. Okay, you wait. Go ahead and go have that fucking child, or you may not go have a child and decide to get an abortion. I have no control over that. You know what I'm saying? But you will still go to your abortion, even though. Let me finish. Even though that I have showed you for the past 2 years that I go to work, I come home to you, I cater to your needs, I embrace anything that you have to offer to me, but I'm ready for a family. Okay? You will still go have an abortion, knowing that. You know what I'm saying? Everything is lined up in front of you as the stars have made it to be. And you will still take away my fucking seed. You will take away probably the only opportunity I have to have a child. You know what I'm saying? And go get rid of that child. I didn't make that choice. You made that choice. So let's not contradict or be hypocritical of the situation. Because once again, as I stated earlier, that female has control of any situation that has to do with her body.
But what you're saying is a lot of crap. Because let me tell you something. While she don't, hold on, let me finish, and I'm saying it. Yes, I said it. What I'm saying is this right here. While yes, she does have control over it. She does have control once the baby is conceived. You have control of what you do with your body. She didn't put a gun to your head and said, you want to put your shit in me raw. If you got a female, you know you don't want a kid. Anytime you lay down with anybody, nothing is 100%. There's no such thing as 100% protection. So whether she on birth control, whether she using a condom, whether she's, saying I'm taking a morning after pill, I'm going to have nothing's 100%. So if you know as a man you're not ready for a child, then you shouldn't do the actions that can lead to you creating a child. Especially with a woman who's telling you, who's telling you, oh yeah, I just want to feel you more. You took on the chance. You ran the risk. Okay, so you ran that risk, and then you had a baby. I mean, she got her pregnant. Now she's pregnant. Now, yes, she does have the control. She can say, but you knew what type of woman she was. Let me tell you something. No one just wakes up tomorrow and say, oh, I'm this type of person. There's signs. Just like you say, there's levels to this. There's levels to everything. So when you didn't take the time to get to know this woman and you just stuck your shit up in her wall, so that's on you. That's a decision that you made as a man. Now, whether it was the right decision or the wrong decision, that's only you. But let's go back to now everything is going good, everything's going right, the stars are aligned, and you want to have a baby. Did you have a conversation with her? Did you sit here and say, is this what you want to? Do you want to have a seed? Do you want to do this? Did you have that conversation? And if she said yes, okay, and then if she goes and trifling and have an abortion anyway, then that's something that tells you what type of woman you dealing with. Decision. You made a choice. She didn't just wake up one day and became selfish. She was selfish from the beginning.
So she played no role in the situation. That's what you're telling me. Played no role in any of those situations.
Hold on, no. I didn't say we played no role. I never said that. I'm telling you right now. I know. I'm never saying. I will never sit here and say a woman or women don't play a role. But what I will say is that men play a role too. It takes two. So if we're going to tell her, get off your behind and get a job, then we need to tell these fathers that while she's getting off her behind, you need to get off yours and support these kids that you have out here. I have family members, and I'm ashamed, that got 6 kids, and I tell them to their face, I'm supporting your kids. My taxes are supporting your kids because you're not out here doing what you need to do. Regardless of what the woman is doing, the man needs to do stuff too. You need to support, help out too. And if you don't want the child, then don't do the actions that lead to making that child. because we can put it on a woman, oh, she can have an abortion. You know what? Too many abortions ain't good for you. It can ruin your body if that's the case. So if you don't want a child, then don't have sex.
No abortion is good for the body.
No, I'm just saying.
You know, I have a daughter. My daughter is 33. Okay, and she just had my first granddaughter. She's married. I was a single father when I was coming up. She was born when I was 23, and her mother didn't want us. So I took it on, you know, and it was hard, but, you know, hey, it was there. I loved my daughter, and I used to teach my daughter, look, you are the ultimate person that controls your body. You know, don't leave it on no man to have a condom. Don't leave it on nothing. If you need birth, I told her when she was, I think she was 15, I said, you need birth control pills? I didn't want to have sex, but hey, I wanted her to be prepared if it was going to happen, you know. And I told her, now, I never had a son, but had I had a son, I would have had the same talk with him. You are responsible for it, you know, because I don't think a man or a woman should leave their fate in one or the other's hands. Right. I just don't think it should happen. Now, you can't do nothing if the woman decides to have abort your child. There's deeper issues at play there. You can't do nothing about that, but you can control whether or not she gets pregnant or not. And I think it is the man's responsibility. I don't care if she's blowing rainbows and sunshine up your butt. You know if you want a kid or not. If you don't want a kid with this woman, do not take the chance. That's what I said. If you don't want any kids, period, get a vasectomy. You know, it's no point in giving that power to another person, because we are responsible after the act is done, and before the act is done, we're responsible for our own health and whether we want our own financial security. Because when you get a woman pregnant that you don't want to have pregnant, and she takes you on child support, that's equal to putting you on probation. It's like you on probation for 18 years. You know,
18 years.
That contract,
you incarcerated yourself. Yeah, that's what you've done, but you've done it, not her. You just allowed her to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you were saying about arguing in the restaurant. Well, you know what? You don't have to argue, because I've been in relationships where the person likes to argue a lot, and I just shut up. I said, okay, sure. And then when the moment was right, I was like, hey, look, this ain't working. I'm out of here. You know, and it wasn't easy, because I love the person, but I ain't gonna let nobody denigrate it. You know, and I'm not gonna argue about it. You know, it's not up for debate. You know, if she wants to pay my bill now, I see that's why I would have disagreed with you. I was okay, you can pay it. And then if I really felt wounded, I would have talked about it at home. But I'm gonna pick my battles too. You know, I'm not gonna argue about every little thing. But it's just gonna come to a point where, hey, we think differently. It's too much different, and let it go. You know, and hey, but I'm gonna let y'all have the rest of the conversation. I'm getting off, man. I just wanted to comment. I stayed longer than what I thought I was, but y'all are cool. I love talking to you. Y'all take care of yourself.
Definitely.
Thank you. I love you too. And I hope these conversations make us better people. I really do.
They will.
All right. Talk to you later.
Thanks, brother. Thank you so much.
All right. Mm-hmm.
I'm loving it. I went to Disney and came back. I'm like a kid in the candy store.
Mickey, did you see Mickey or any of those creatures over there?
If I see Mickey, I'm gonna punch him in the face. No, I'm just Mickey's pimping Orange County. He's pimping Orlando.
Wow, he's a pimping Orange County.
Mickey and Universal Studios. If you ever come down to Orlando and go to Universal Studios and you see that rounded world, it's like a logo right before you go into any of the entrances. And if you really look at it, it's an eyeball. It's the planet, it says Universal, and it's the shape of an eye. One big eye, very symbolic.
Hey, That's the same symbol they used to use for Wild World of Sports.
Yes.
When ESPN bought out ABC.
Yes.
Back in the 70s with the Wild World of Sports routine. They used to do Wild World of Sports.
Spanning the globe. Dun, dun, dun. The thrill of victory. Dun, dun, dun. The agony of defeat. Dun, 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 dun. Used to show Ali. Dun, 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 dun. This is how it goes sell.
They showed the white skier. I don't know if he was.
Yeah, he was falling. Yeah, knocked everything off. Then they had Nadia Comaneci down there like this. I remember. I used to love that. Matter of fact, I loved that theme so much. And I was so much into athletics, I took one of them old-fashioned tape recorders and taped it. It used to get me hyped because I knew I was going to be Muhammad Ali one day, even though I was lifting weights. I don't know how I can get that, but, you know, yeah, it was a beautiful thing. Yeah, Elian. Kudos to Elian as he walked away victoriously to the theme of Shaft. The theme from Shaft. We need more of that. You know, we need to pump ourselves up. We don't have to pump ourselves up. We need to pat ourselves on the shoulder in a masculine male way for our sisters. Because when they see us so masculine, we know it's not all, but we have to let them know that we're on their side, those who will receive us, because they will celebrate our masculinity, not in a way where, or we're just doing this to get you in the bed, but it lets them know that they have a sentinel, a backup, a warrior right there. And a lot could be done through the eye contact and just being there for them. And somebody has to start the ball rolling. Decade as a community, neighborhood should be a community, right? A decade community, which is only a neighborhood. And we need to boost that morale up. You know, like Brother Elian helped with the young lady was short with money. At the cashier, he helped her out and helped her to the car. And so she just knew that he wanted her number. So she wrote the number down and said, listen, we can FUCK, but just not let it be a one-night thing. And then here comes the Shaft music. Dun, 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 dun. And he walked away. Hey, he's happily married. See? So she learned the lesson without him putting her down. And to say, you know what? There are good men out here, because so many think that they're none at all. And in some situations, it may be lean. And understand that your prior experiences, sisters, may be where, imagine the lights were out in your home, just went out. And you know it's going to come on soon because maybe somebody's working on the electricity or whatever. Some ice cream. And you don't know which thing of ice cream you're grabbing. You have vanilla, you have strawberry, you have chocolate, and you have the one that's swirled. Calling me. Okay, hold on one second. I can't believe somebody's calling me during the show. I'm gonna play normal. Hello? Hello? I guess she's booty dialing me. She might think she's calling into the show, but not. Okay. I gotta inbox her the 888 number. Yeah, so you dip in, you grab, you don't know which ice cream you're grabbing. You reach in the refrigerator and you okay, this is annoying. Hold on. Hello? Okay. This is definitely a booty dial. Not a booty call, y'all. A booty dial. Okay. We'll just ignore it if it comes on. So now you dip into the swirled ice cream and you go right into the vanilla, but you can't see. You pull it out, you put some in a bowl. The lights come on when you get back into your bedroom or living room, wherever you were, and you see that it's vanilla. That there is no swirl, it's just whatever flavor, and you think that you just chose from the vanilla. My thing is that you may be in an area where it's more men have nothing on their mind. You know, you may go into another area, geographical location, where you have more. right? It all depends where you are. So I say this to many women that don't judge. Okay, let me check here. We got motorcycles rolling by and everything. Let me add this. I'll add that. Okay. Yeah. So if you have a bad experience, don't say it's the whole thing. I mean, ladies, you might go to the neighborhood part of the town where we have our more effeminate brothers and their clubs. And that's where your hotel might be. And you might go down and say, let me go to the club. And you say, boy, they may not be flaming. You say, nobody's interested in me. Those men are boring. Well, you on the gay side of town. You know what I mean? If you hang out in libraries and bookstores, you're going to meet the intellectual brothers there. If you hang out in the hole-in-the-wall clubs on the rough side of town, and you see the kind of women that go in there that are just hooched out, unfortunately, that's what's there. So even still, you can meet a pretty much a guy who you label as bad, who you met him in the university. You say, oh, he's a scholar. He must be a good man. He may not be. You may meet a brother in that hole-in-the-wall club who's a ride and die brother who may come off a little rough, but he's loyal as heck. Because I know a lot of those guys in the street, and I have to take my hat off to them too, and I can't speak and not acknowledge them, right? These are guys who, they take care of the kids. You see them feeding the kids. Yeah, they're together with their girlfriend and their wife, but they're out there doing it. Their pants might sag in a little more, but they have character. They're up at the crack of dawn and never miss that bus in the morning time. And when it's time on Friday, when they get their paycheck, they're coming straight home. And you see him and his woman going to shop or do what they have to do, and they spend all their time together. Otherwise, you never see. I observe a lot of people. So lots of times we have situations where, oh, ain't nothing good in that neighborhood, and you have some good ones. And you might overlook that good one because he doesn't come in the packaging that you think. And there's someone else who drives up in a nice car, has a nice job, nice situation, has all the right words, and just a dream come true. I'm not demonizing the guys who have it going on, because there are a lot who have it going on who are doing the right thing. Just treat everything as an individual situation, and don't let the past smear or blur your vision in the present, because you just might lose out on something in the future. Don't let me ranting like this. Come on, y'all, jump on in with me. Did this thing cut off? Y'all are quiet.
No,
I was hearing Twilight Zone music. I was like,
you gotta soak that in. You gotta soak that in because it is so very true. It is so very true. And one of the key things is that we have to be mindful of the company that we keep. We have to be mindful that if we are already in a situation that might not be as favorable as we may like for it to be, as long as there's a desire to make a change or make a difference, the first thing is you have to acknowledge that within self. The second thing is that you have to start aligning yourself with like-minded individuals that have already achieved that what you're trying to do, or that are striving to better themselves. There are a couple of sayings, down south where, we talk about the crabs in the barrel. It's like one's trying to do better and get over the hump, and then the rest of them get together and pull them back down. You can't expect to get out the bucket if you're constantly associating with crabs.
Right.
There's a difference between being around people and being in the presence of people of all walks of life, from all types of background. But there comes a point in time where you have to say, you want to know what, man? I know we grew up back in the day and we did this and we did that, but you want to know what? I'm on a different level right now.
Right.
I'm about the business of being on my grown man or my grown woman thing.
Right.
And I know we used to hang out and we used to this and that third, but I'm a married man. Or, girl, I know we used to go out for happy hour, but you want to know what? I'm a married woman, and my place right now is at home catering to my husband.
Right.
These are things that you don't hear. You don't hear people talk about things like that anymore. It's very, very seldom. And like they say, you call a spade a spade.
what's wrong with wanting to have a good and decent quality life? What's wrong with, you know, this idea of Black love being more than just an idea, but being a reality, you know? But if you look on the TV, it's so funny because even what was perpetuated when we were younger, that the show used to come on Good Times.
Right.
You know, with Florida Evans, James Evans, and, you know, it was a family of us content. We were living in poverty, but we were still making it. You know, and there still was a strive to get out of the ghetto. Nothing's changed. But you didn't see a Black Brady Bunch. You know,
that's right.
You didn't see that going up. You didn't see how it is that it is possible to have a blended family if you're dealing with adults. And everybody's attention and everybody's focus is on what's best for the children instead of what's best for self. When you have children going out here having children, then you get what you get. Like I said last night, I got married at 19 going on 20 years old. I was raising my husband's 4 children at that age. By the time I turned 21, I had given birth to our daughter. So now I got 5 kids that I'm having to deal with, 20, 21 years old. And I wasn't prepared for that. To the point that it caused me to alter myself. If we sit here and we're speaking truthfully, you know, when I was listening to the brothers and sisters comment earlier about us being in total control of our bodies and us having the ability to make the decisions, at 21 years old, I made the decision to go to my OBGYN and beg for a tubal ligation. And the reasoning behind that is that I did not want to be responsible for bringing any more children into this world, because I saw where I was in a dead end situation. And I didn't want to be one of those women with 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 kids dragging behind me, because I could already see what was coming down the pipeline.
Yes.
Fast forward 12 years later, I reconnect with my love, and here it is, we're married, and I have to face the reality of and live with the fact every day that I made a decision at 21 to alter my body in a way that prevents me from now being or having that connection with my husband now, that I would love nothing more than to be able to produce a child for this man, to tie our family together. I'm not in a position because I made a decision at 21 years old that was based out of fear and was based on survival.
Yes.
You know, so when I hear us, and I hear the passion in the brothers when they're speaking, you know, and I hear the passion in the females when they're speaking, you know, but to tie back to the topic that started all of this with why is it that Black women seem to have a chip on their shoulder? From the female perspective, there's a lot that we have to endure. And a lot of times we're expected to do it with a smile on our face and without a complaint. And no matter what's piled on top of us, we have to just keep moving, keep going, keep trucking. And it's not that we're unable to be vulnerable. It's the fact that when we've been in a position, some of us, where we've had to be there and we've been able to be there for other people and we've been the go-to person, but when we break down and we need, there's no one there. You know? And it's not a common thing to say, hey, I can pick up the phone and I can call my brother because I need a male perspective, or I can go to my husband about this, or I can go to my friend about this, because that pride factor that Black Lion was talking about earlier. You know, we don't know how to say, I've taken on more than I'm breaking down.
Right. I see a lot of
and
that.
I'm lost, and I just can't anymore.
Understood.
And it translates to that brother that speaks, or that brother that goes to open that door, on the flip side of what we discussed last night, where a kind gesture, if you're having a bad day, should kind of perk you up a little bit, or should be looked at as a, oh, well, I didn't really do too much with myself before I left the house, but somebody noticed me. So I must be doing all right.
Right.
Because you're already buried under so much.
Oh, yes.
It's hard to receive that.
But you know, it's great that you just said what you said, because we as a people have to realize that we, each other, even if we don't have two nickels rubbed together to give, it's not about money. It's not even about giving advice. It's just to be there. You know, it can get really lonely when you're going through something and your mind is racing crazy, but you have to go to work at this certain time. You know, you have those who are depending on you. This whole system just never stops when you think about it. And the sad part about it is that the day we transcend, there most likely will be a bill in the mail or hitting our accounts, you know, that day or after. It never ends. So knowing that, possible for replacing the human element in our lives. Our lives are not just about work. Go ahead, go. And we're caught. I was speaking to Mr. Scurv earlier, and I said, a map of our city, and kind of like our local area between where we work and go to school, or, you know, where we live and where we hang out or whatever, and take a magic marker as we go down the streets and just trace it around. It's really sad that it's going to be some of the same streets. We don't veer off and do something different. Look at the history of what you look at in your computer. It will tell you a whole lot. You know, you think you don't go to certain sites a lot, but you can see the repetition that we're sort of boxed in. And then when you think of other people living in our neighborhood, in our community, or people that we know on our job, that when you say to them, how's everything? And they turn around and say, everything's just fine. And then you go home later on that night and you receive a call real late, and you're frightened. And you get a call that she put a bullet to her head. And you say, wait a second. I just spoke to her earlier and she said everything was okay. So we got to get away from the cardboard facade. Like when you walk into the supermarket, you see something standing just as tall as you as a human being, and for a second it takes you aback and you realize it's a cardboard cutout. And that facade that we have, that we put out to the world. Now, we're not going to tell everybody our business, not everybody, because it'll be all over the street for the most part. But take our time and invest in someone else who's worthy, and look past the Colgate smile and dig a little deeper, not in a nosy manner, but in a way where you say things that they can identify with. There are many people who text me or email me, not because of me, but because of the words that other people have shared here. And we'll have fun. We'll drop a few curse words. We'll say some things, you know, but they'll identify with that and reach out and say, Lance, that made me feel so good that someone understood what I'm going through, even though they weren't on the line to talk back to them. This is very therapeutic to hear a live conversation with real people. For me, because I'm in an atmosphere down here in Central Florida where there are not many real people. Big shout out to Deborah. I know you're listening. You're real with your Mount Vernon self. But that's what really makes life. To be able to hold somebody's hand, even if you're not physically holding it. Banter, whether it's humorous or whether it's something serious, but at least know that you have someone that you can go to. And sometimes to find that, we have to be that to that next person. And it's not always a matter of saying, well, you know, if anything goes wrong, you can come to me. That's not the way to do it. If it's 5 minutes on the bus stop, if it's when you see them in a supermarket, just let them know, listen, I know you're busy, but just know I do care for you. We're all in the rat race, but I'm here for you. You know, this is why I put my number out there. Sometimes I'm so busy and I say, I got to get back to you. Like Brother Ace knows, I've been trying to get back with him for the longest. But when it's really, really, really something serious, I'm like, hold on, I got to end this show. Let me go sit down outside. You know, Mr. Scurv, I got to maybe cut this meal short. I can hear it in their voice. There's several people that I'm talking to now on deep, deep levels. And it's always that way. And it brings me great satisfaction that we can have fun here, but when serious things happen, you could always call on me. And it's not about, oh, I'm looking for money or no, but I know I have that in you when I need. And we need to be each other's emotional banks. But we're walking around with all these material goods around us now. And we're walking around bankrupt, trapped in our homes with all the nice flat screen TVs and cars, vehicles, money in the bank account, good paying jobs. Relationships, you're having sex with your mate, but there's no love, there's no connection between them. So you find yourself feeling the physical orgasm, but deep down, inside and out, you're crying. To cry and then have an orgasm at the same time is the epitome of loneliness, because the good feeling mocks that emptiness that you feel inside. Oh, I know people talk to me and they share some things with me, and sometimes I share tears with them. Not that I'm unable to give them advice. Maybe I don't know. It's just a matter of listening. Anybody that we love and we care for, even sometimes when they get on our nerves, we don't want to hear that they put a bullet in their head or had an overdose of sleeping pills or jumped in front of a truck. Because I've gone through a lot of that with many people who are close to me. Sometimes not as close as far as the time spent, but you still love them from a distance. And when it happens, we always say to ourselves, God, maybe I could have made a difference. God, I didn't see this the last time when I saw them because I was so busy and caught up in my world. And like I said about tracing your steps, and do it mentally. When you go to work, do you change up? No, you're usually trying to get there because you're late. I'm not saying us black folks are late. But when you have your time, do you know the next street over what it looks like? Maybe there's a little old lady over there who will live for another 2 years, but she might die in 2 weeks because nobody stopped to compliment her on her little garden that might be 2 feet by 2 feet. You. But that's her whole world. Acknowledge it. You know, blend with these people. Maybe she might have some wisdom to share to give us more life. Because there is no such thing as death. We just change forms. I'm not saying anything about reincarnation. I'm not going to get into that. But the last thing I'll say, it's like that tree that's been there for a long time. And it has beautiful leaves on it. And the leaf falls down, turns brown, and we say it dies. But as it disintegrates down into the soil, right? And becomes part of the soil, in actuality, it becomes nutrients to be sucked in by that root again. So it's still part of the system. We just can't see that in our infancy, in our spiritual infancy. So to be part of the system of our community and show love and be there and do our part. I don't know how I eased into doing live shows on YouTube and spend all this money on equipment and the LanceScurv show. I was just an artist. Do this or 2 people, not because I'm somebody's pastor, but they can listen quietly in the middle of the night and get something from what someone else said. Because I'm not the smartest cookie in the basket, but maybe somebody else will share something, you know. And I'm gonna allow you to do that and shut up right now. But it's the truth. And again, did I shut down the room?
In there.
I didn't knock your ears off yet.
Marinating on what you said.
I zone. I find myself talking in my sleep. I'm like, what happened? Something profound, but I forgot.
Brother Lance, I'm going to say this to you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean this from the heart. I mean this unconditionally.
Yes.
You are that counselor, that Dr. Phil. You are that Oprah. But you are those all rolled up into one with the truth and with the reality.
Thank you, brother.
You're not the sugarcoat. You're not to pick and choose and buy your shows. Anyone that has seen or viewed your shows or heard them, they know that you don't sugarcoat. You take on all realms.
Oh, yeah.
So you're about your people. You still allow anyone that has any sense of purpose or message, it is unrighteous or righteous, you allow them to speak their tone. You know what I'm saying? And this is a problem with our community because, you know what? We don't understand that any message can be a message that can help you. You know what I'm saying? No matter how false or wrong you feel it is, you know what I'm saying? A message to help you. You know what I'm saying? And when we get to that point, when we start to learn, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
To take things for what they are and not always what we want them to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Things will be a lot better. They will definitely be a lot better. You know what I'm saying? And I'm blessed and I'm appreciative of your situation. And he just called me all the time, message me to come on their platforms, and I'll stay to this shit. When we talk about loyalty, the Black Lion is a loyal motherfucker because even though I may go on other people's websites and every now and then I may chime in or leave a message on their platform, the only place you hear the Black Lion speak, you hear the Black Lion roar, is on LanceScurv show.
I'm honored, man. Thank you so much.
Because you know what? Before I really got my voice out there to the public, you know what I'm saying? It was Lance that said, yo, brother, let's do this show. I don't care how long you want to go, boom, boom, boom. And my first show was June of 2015.
Wow.
I was in the park. You know what I'm saying?
I remember.
Kids, and Brother Lance heard me. You know what I'm saying? He heard the sirens and everything. I
Yes.
said, yo, I apologize.
No, we want all that in there. We want all that in there.
You know what I mean? You know, and I feel genuine and appreciate genuine that's going on here because, you know what I'm saying, I let my peace be speak. I relax, I rest, and tomorrow's another day. You know what I'm saying? Whereas other communities, they don't have that. You know what I'm saying? They have so much anger and so much, you know, dysfunction with each other that, you know what I'm saying, they wake up tomorrow saying, how can I get back at this person? I'm not trying to get back at anybody.
Isn't that something?
You know what I'm saying? My sister Lavelle, we're going to continue to conversate. You know what I'm saying? My sister Nicole Empire, we're going to conversate.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Whether we agree to disagree, we're going to continue to conversate, you know what I'm saying, on any level, whether it be private, to them. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with my brother Ace and stuff. I got to hit Ace up.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Same thing with brother Najee. And we're going to keep it moving.
That's
You know
right.
what I'm saying? Because each one teach one.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? And even negativity can be a positive outlook. That's why I don't judge anyone. I don't judge a drug dealer because I used to be a drug dealer.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I stopped selling crack in 2000. My son was about going on 4 years old because it was a sister. This was back in the food stamp days when a sister came up to me and I was in a building locked down in a spot that we had, and the sister came to me with her child and her friend, and they both had carriages, and she was trying to give me her food stamps.
Wow.
You know now knowing that I can take those food stamps, you know what I'm saying, or go get me a free hero from the bodega, which was only fucking less than 15 paces away from where I was at.
Wow.
Yo, sister, I'm not giving you shit. I don't want your money. I don't want your food stamps.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Go home and goddamn deal with your children. And that was the last day I sold crack. I speak that on everything.
That's right.
On everything. When those two sisters came to me, I said, I can't do this. You know what I'm saying? Because I got morals and I got things that supersede financial gain. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? My family will starve in that situation before I put someone else in a situation where their whole family, you know what I'm saying, becomes a disgrace. Because you know what? The reality is every action has a trickle effect. You know what I'm saying? And that action that you do not only, you know what I'm saying, may or may not hurt yourself, you got to think about the people that come behind you.
It's
you
true.
got to think about the people that's going to have to support the situation that you're involved in. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to think about the people that may come after you, whether it be your children, you know what I'm saying, your wife or whoever. You got to think about those people too. You know what I'm saying? So when we dealing with reality, when we dealing with truth, when we dealing with people as male or female in a melanated, you know what I'm saying, a community, every action gonna bring a reaction. You want that reaction to be at some point in time, some type of positive reaction where the people that you love or you say you truly love.
Mm-hmm.
When I mean love, that means that you will die for, you protect, you give to, whatever, you will give your life. You will make sure that there is no harm come to them. You know what I'm saying? Because now if some harm comes to them, now you have to really challenge, and you will be challenged to prove your love
Mm-hmm.
and make sure that any harm that you've given to them or passed on to them is reversed.
Excellent. But thank you so much, man, for what you said. I feel those words. You know what I mean? And it's wonderful, man. You know, just people don't celebrate. We don't celebrate each other like we should. And it's sad that we celebrate each other after the fact or at a funeral. We should do it every day. We're living and breathing and seeing each other every day. And there's just so many people out here that, large and small, time-wise, and it's not about the time spent. Sister Deborah, we're chatting back and forth. I love you too. She gets on my last trip inbound during the week, and we have our little jokes, and I look forward to that. And different people that I haven't seen face to face. Person who sends text messages to me about current events and stuff, and that's it. They'll send it and drop a little opinion, and I draw from that. And I know that that's something they want me to touch on. So we have all these different types of relationships, and it makes my life and my world so sweet. And I thank you all, every single one of you. You know, it props me up. You know, when you see, I'm not saying I'm a star, I'm just saying you see these little rock star, little rap guys, they're performing on stage, and they just proud. And each one puts a hand up. And by themselves, they couldn't catch this one person. But collectively, they hold this person up in their hands and pass that star around. That's the way I feel, that every bit of love that's showed to me keeps me up. Whether it's a joke or something by a text message or an email or a phone call or calling in on the show. Remember, I don't forget this stuff. I'm driving around and it's all in my mind. I'm zoned out, happy because I'm well fed. So I get the brunt, and I get the hateful things too, and I don't harp on that. I leave that on the plate and push it to the side because I have too much good food to eat from what you share with me on an emotional and mental and spiritual level. It keeps me going. Oh, thank you, Deborah. I love you too. I love everybody here. You know, righteously. And, you know, I do my crazy shows. You heard the white woman on the show the other day. There'll be more like that. But we have to sprinkle it up and add a little variety, keep us thinking. And that's one of the things here. You just never know, you know. But at the end of the day, there's a lesson that we learn on a human level, because my thing is having something to resonate. One person left a comment and said, Lance, you exploited that young man on Orange Blossom Trail who was on crack. You exploited him for hits. No, sometimes you need to get a peek into that world because, like I said before, we get caught up in the maze of we go here, we go there. And if you can get an aerial view and look down on your life, on how you travel and move about, it can get monotonous. So sometimes you want to go somewhere different and push yourself up. I got my camera sitting right there. I got footage to download. It was kind of a political situation, a community meeting, planning board meeting today, which is not going to get much hits because I kind of boring, but I did it for Luana Gelsa. But there are times when I want to walk up in the crack house. I'm not going to run up in there, but I'm going to get permission with whoever's there. Like, listen, you know, here, bro, can I come in here? And I'm going to go outside, make it look real, though. I'm going to come inside. We're going to talk. Not just to show somebody downtrodden again, and I'm going to answer back that person on the show. But there are people out there who are on the fence, y'all, who are on the verge of losing it and trying to self-medicate themselves with alcohol, drugs, sex. You got guys that are addicted to drama and anger. They want to get so angry they forget about what's happening at home. So they'll pick a fight. They'll look for any reason to fight somebody. And you have all types of things, situations where people don't know how to deal. So they may hear something of a person who's in a place where they stand right now and just overhear it and say, oh man, that person, he's where I am right now. And look, he came out of it. So there's a method to my madness whenever I do something. It's not just to exploit or whatever. It's to make you think. Sometimes I want to take you to the Twilight Zone, you know? Deborah said, Lance, we know the problem. What is the solution? Well, like I heard earlier, we got to get back to the way we were. Like that song, was it Barbara Streisand? Back in the 70s, the way we were, or was that someone else?
No, it was Barbara.
It was her?
It was Barbara.
The way we were. That little hook nose. Can't open it. No, but we got to go back. This thing has morphed us. We're like a mutation. We're like an experiment now. We're not what we were. And I don't mean were in the fact that we need to regress, but we gave up something to latch on to this way of doing things. But you know what? We know that there are many factions in the world. Everybody's going crazy. Everybody's affected. But we're the ones who have mastered crazy. We're the ones worse off. If one community is doing something wacky or a faction of it, we take it and run with it. You know, I mean, and we suck up what's on this TV and what's presented to us because we don't have the judgment anymore. I'm not saying anybody here, but if they put up on a TV that the new fashion is to wear somebody's underwear with some dung in it, somebody out here is going to do it and do it big and be proud of it. We're proud of our decadence, where at one time we didn't want to go anywhere near decadence. And if we were involved in decadence, we fronted and acted like we weren't involved with it. We did it behind closed doors because things were always around. So you have those people who tell you, oh, well, you know what? This was always around since the beginning of the time. Yes, but that brazen spirit to parade your decadence around, that wasn't around from the beginning of time. This is something new. And sure, if you don't respect me and you want to parade your decadence around, at least respect the creator. You being brazen and telling him, I'm proud of my sin. Pride. I'm proud. Yeah. You're proud of this? You're proud of this?
Yeah.
So now we're Sodom and Gomorrah and don't even realize it on so many levels. I'm not picking on one faction, but all of us now. Well, they doing it. You know, I can be a preacher and have 2 girlfriends. How about the man up in New Jersey back in the late 70s, early 80s, or late 70s? He used to wear a little derby hat, little short dude. He hit the lottery. I think it was like $5 million, which was like 10 billion back in that day. And I think he went broke, but he had, and I think he was on the cover of Jet magazine. If I'm not, I'm going to see if I can find it, but he hit the lottery, and on the cover, if it was Jet or another magazine, he had his wife on one side and he had his girlfriend on the other side, and he was just smiling. Who would do that? I mean, the guy looked like maybe he didn't get too much play in life and he wanted to flaunt that. But he was broke after a while. And so, you know, our decadence, man, why are we proud of that? And to be righteous now is to be corny. You know, to be righteous now, we're ashamed of being righteous. We're ashamed of doing the right thing. Guys now see 2 girls or a guy beating his woman, and the first thing we do is pull out our phones and videotape it. World Star. All of this stuff because somebody didn't think to break it up. Like the videotape the other day where these 2 guys were about to fight. And his brother walked up and he put some sense into their head. This is what the government doesn't want in our community because it goes against their agenda in our community. And it was said to me the other day, well, you always talk to this white, black stuff. It's not always about white, black. I'm not afraid to go nowhere in the things that I feel we should talk about. But that was a black community thing. Why should I abandon something so obvious? In that situation, it was a good thing, so I commend it. What am I supposed to do? Be ashamed for something righteous? But people won't ask you if a big thing here, and LanceScurv comes out as gay. That ain't happening, y'all. But you know what? You'll see me on CNN, get awards. He's a fabulous artist. Oh, he has these wonderful shows. Oh, yeah, only because of that. But as long as I am the way I am with some family value, loving my wife and never letting the show go by where I don't mention her name and show love righteously to my brothers and sisters here, they'll never do it because I'm not supposed to be doing this. We're not going to fund him. I don't need you to fund me. I got a strong back. I go out to work every day. And there are those who do show love to me. But that's not what it's about. It's about doing the right thing. See? And we mix and match. And there are people who look for even platforms like this. Oh, you said a curse word on your show. Oh, okay. I said a word, or one of the guests said a word, but your preacher doesn't say those words. But look at what he's doing. I'm home right now. It's 1:39 a.m. Eastern Standard Time right now. Do you know where your preacher is? You know where your Scurv is. You know where your Scurv is. And Mrs. Scurv is a couple rooms over. She's watching this right now. So she never has to wonder where I am. And if I am, my phone is on. I got my camera loaded up and charged. I'm going to get some street footage at some point. At night. Where the guys are out there hawking the women. I mean, they're single. And the women have the breasts hanging out with the little waistlines and the mini skirts. Am I going for that? No. That's reality. I'm not going to sit here and turn my face from reality talking to the people. I want to sit on the curb with the crackheads. I want to walk down where the winos are, some of them, and talk to them. Man, talk to me. How are you feeling? Here's a couple dollars. You know, that may help somebody. Instead of me sitting up here in a sterile, clean room. Yes, I'm Dr. So-and-so, and I charge $250 for a session. Now, how long's a session? 15 minutes. Hell out of here. I ain't got that. So we got to be therapeutic for each other. And we need to start now. To heck with sending our money to some preacher far away. I'm not against them. There's some good ones out here. But with what we touch, what's in our path, dealing with what's in our path, that's all you need to do. That's all I need to do. I might have a little more leverage because of what I have here. But if we all do what's in our path and take care and do a little more, if everybody swept the front of their house and cut their grass and did half of the neighbors next door and half of the one on the other side, and they had the same mentality, if we all gave to each other, none of us would lack. I'm shutting up right now.
That's so powerful. That is so powerful. And it's just one of the things Sister Lavelle was saying earlier. You know, we have to get to the place where we can look at one another. And we can use discernment. And when I was listening to her speak, and she was saying, well, you know, what if this person does not know what loyalty is? And, you know, you can't beat somebody down. And that's something that I personally have struggled with too. And what I've come to realize is a lot of times we're driven away from the very place and the very thing that used to be the pillar in the center of our community. A lot of these churches and a lot of these holier than thou people look down on others as though they never sinned or never did anything wrong themselves. And what that does is, when you have a church that's wondering why membership isn't growing, the realistic answer to that is because your members aren't exemplifying what is being taught on Sundays and Wednesday nights and during choir rehearsal. When the pure ugliness, that raw ugliness and that raw disdain for your brother or your sister comes out of somebody that quote the Bible and quote a book and spit a scripture at you, it makes you question around you.
Yes.
That's why I always think that it's great to have a spiritual backing. It is great to have a belief in something higher than yourself. It's great to have, you know, something to draw strength from. But I believe that once we come of age, the things that we're taught as children, and the sitting in church 8 days a week, and the doing this and the doing that, once we become of age, we're responsible to unteach ourselves, unlearn,
and deprogram and reprogram ourselves from the things that were put into us generationally, that were put into us out of habit, were put into us because mama did this way, so I'm gonna do this way, and daddy did this way, I'm gonna do this way.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not working for you in 2017, it doesn't matter if it's what your parents did in 1946.
That's right.
It doesn't matter if it's what their parents did in 1919. If what has come down the pipeline is not working for you, if you were raised up in the church and you can't find Jesus nowhere in that church is no more than a building.
Mm-hmm.
It's the people that's in it that make it what it is. And we have to learn how to be cognizant of what's going on around us, in tune with self enough to know that we all have something called discernment.
Mm-hmm.
And if we hone in on that, it'll keep us out of a lot of trouble and a lot of situations that we find ourselves putting ourselves in that we could have avoided. You know, just like Sister Lavelle said, and some of the brothers tonight, you know that woman wasn't no good when you hooked up with her.
Mm-hmm.
Your intentions for hooking up with her probably weren't right. But both of y'all in the wrong. You know, now you've sat here, put yourselves in a situation where you've created a life, and that life has no foundation because the parents didn't take the time to learn one another, either to ask, hey, you know, do you have any crazy people in your family? Do you have any mental or psychological traits that I need to know about? We talked about the chemical imbalance earlier.
Yes.
Here's the funny thing. Like I said, I'm 33. When I was growing up, there was no such thing as attention deficit disorder.
Right.
And attention deficit disorder with hyperactivity. And all of these other things. You know, you might say, well, you got a cousin and they're a little foo-foo, but didn't nobody really let that one out the house. You know, so we didn't have all these labels and these things and these medications and all of these things that we have now that are hurting people and causing more harm. And we have to learn how to use our discernment.
Mm-hmm.
You have people that are taking jobs, that are working out here in facilities with our children. They're not properly equipped, nor do they have the patience to deal with children, but they're there to get a check.
That's right.
You know, and because your child has a gift and is not one to sit still 24/7. I don't know no child that sits still unless something wrong with them. But because that person would rather sit in a classroom full of zombies, now your child is labeled as a problem, and the school is recommending that that child be evaluated, and that evaluation always leads to being medicated. You see,
yes.
which actually puts that child on the pathway to developing a potential drug problem down the line. Because once you start introducing chemical substances into the human body, my husband calls them setup changes.
Mm-hmm.
Once you start introducing setup changes into the equation, you're opening the door for codependency, because that person, that's not something you grow out of.
Yes.
That's not something, you know, you can't grow out of craziness. You can't grow out of, you know, those things. And so now that child grows up.
Yeah.
Procreates with somebody else's child, and now you got all kind of ill-informed genes running around, and nobody knows what the problem is.
You're so right. You're so right. And throwing a couple cups of sugar every day. Bad food.
Hey, we know what the problem is, and those that work in that field know what the problem is also. But see, unlike the Black Lion, you got men that work in the field that won't speak the truth, and that's why I am who I am, because I don't sugarcoat anything, and I speak the truth, and I tell people all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You know, what you need to understand is that the generation today, you know what I'm saying, is not to do as I say, you know what I'm saying, not as I do type of generation. You know what I'm saying? These juveniles, these youth, our society today question everything. And the problem with the adults, in which the reason why many have become of the conscious or have transferred to that conscious is because they started questioning. They started questioning everything that has been taught to us, because if we look back to reality and to our youthful days, we can see that majority of the shit that our elders taught us was a bunch of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Santa Claus is a fucking myth. You know what I'm saying? The Easter Bunny is a myth. The Tooth Fairy is not taking and bringing $1 or $2 for you for that tooth that fall out.
No, but the Tooth Fairy now is really a fairy.
You know what I'm saying? These are lies, you know what I'm saying, that, you know, the youth of today don't fall for.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They want proof. And they're striving for proof. You know what I'm saying? And they're designing their own proof because they're not getting proof. You know what I'm saying? So how can you knock them for subscribing to their own proof or their own reality if you as an elder or adult is not providing something different? You know what I'm saying? And yes, like you said, there is a thing called, you know what I'm saying, hooked on drugs. You know what I'm saying? But also hooked on drugs in the 80s was also, you know, a reverse thought, because it was really for you to get hooked on drugs.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? The war on drugs wasn't that they was war on drugs. It was really the war on drugs was the war on you as a motherfucker that didn't have consciousness or was poor in the community, to where now we're going to latch you in and think that we're here to help you. But what we're doing is helping you to learn how to self-medicate. What we're helping is, you know what I'm saying, teaching you to learn how to be dual diagnosed. You know what I'm saying? What we're teaching you and helping you is to learn how to, if you're not getting the pharmaceutical shit in which everyone makes money off of, that motherfucker on the street is going to get paid, and we're going to get paid, because we're going to lock his ass up if he's not paying his tithes and offerings. And notice I said tithes and offerings because it goes hand in hand.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But if he's not paying his tithes and offerings, okay, then you know what? He's the scum of the earth. You know what I'm saying? He's a bad person. Let's lock his ass up. And while we lock him up, now let's put him on medication. Let's break his mind. Let's buck dance him like we buck dance him, you know what I'm saying, or his elders, you know what I'm saying, back in the 1800s. But, you know what I'm saying, we're not just going to buck dance him by penetrating him mentally and physically. We're going to buck dance him by orally distributing, you know what I'm saying, certain medications to where he will think he is a female. He will enjoy the life of being a female. On top of that, when we allow him to leave, you know what I'm saying, if he's not getting his medication because he can't afford that premium, he's going to go to Elm Street. He's going to go to 125th Street. You know what I'm saying? He's going to go to Piedmont Road. He's going to get something in which he's going to feel a certain type of way. And if he get the wrong batch, depending on what that time of the day that shit is coming through, you know what I'm saying, from the southern coast and it comes to the east coast, you know what I'm saying, he's getting locked up. And now the cycle will continue again. So now he's on the east coast, he's locked up. He was doing street drugs for the streets knows no more, because, you know, why are we going to recycle that money again? We're going to put him on that pharmaceutical drugs. So yes, you know what I'm saying, you're working in a facility, you're giving someone pharmaceutical drugs in which the pharmaceuticals subscribe and work hand in hand with the facilities. You know what I'm saying? The school systems, the correctional facilities, juvenile detention centers, you know what I'm saying? The Planned Parenthoods, you know what I mean? And now this person is locked up and we're going to fuck him up and give him the highest dose of anything to zombie his ass out to where he feels nothing. He wants nothing. You know what I'm saying? You can feed him shit and he may think it's an apple, because that's how far strong his mind and his brain is, to where he doesn't know anything from anything. And then you let him out in maybe 5 years, or you may let him out in 2 years, because you say, you know what, we got a fucking murder. We got about 10 murderers on this, or that's coming in on trial, that this dude right here, he ain't really do nothing. He was out there selling drugs. You know what I mean? But we got to put these people up in here, because we got to let society know that we're doing our job. Even though we're nearly not doing our job, but we're going to put these people out here that's really, truly, you know what I'm saying, the pillars of society. We're going to lock them up and put this person back out there. So you put them out back in society. You know what I'm saying? You may send them to a halfway house. You know what I'm saying? Or you may send them to a respite facility, to where, you know, he may detox a little bit while you transform him, you know what I'm saying, into, you know what I'm saying, the drugs again, that where he can go in and out of outpatient facilities. You know what I'm saying? But once again, he's in these facilities. He meets Tyrone. Tyrone says, "Damn, dog, what you in here for?" I'm into drugs. What drugs you into? Blah, blah, blah. Tyrone says, "You know what? Damn, son, I'm from around the block. You want to get high?" I really shouldn't, but, you know what I mean? 2 days go by, a week go by, 2 weeks go by. He ain't found a fucking job. His family ain't seen him. He ain't got no clothes. Yo, Tyrone, what's up, man? Yo, can you still get me to the spot to hook me up? I'm living on my money, but your family, I got you. Let's do 2 blocks. You know what I'm saying? Now this man gets that drug with Tyrone, and he's back on his shit again. He's not taking his pharmaceutical shit because he can't afford it. But he's back on the shit that Tyrone got him from 2 blocks up the street. You know what I'm saying? Now he's back in the same rage of feeling the same pillage that he was feeling when he got locked up. And that's why he got locked up. And the cycle continues. The cycle continues. There's a reason why the brother says the other night, and I wanted to talk to that brother because you know what? The brother in Chicago said, I think it was Brother I. He said, certain one street in Chicago, there's a package store, there's a food market, there's a morgue, and something else. And me thinking, I started saying, brother, you know what? You know how to capitalize on that? Go make you a bed in the bath. Go make you a hospital on that corner.
Duration and will end in 1
minute. You put a hospital on that corner right there, brother, you're gonna make you some money. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? I didn't say that to him because you know what? That's the greed in me saying that.
Right.
The righteousness in me was not gonna tell that man to go put a hospital there because if you put a hospital there, he's shutting down everything. But at the same time, even though he's making money,
let me interrupt, Black Lion.
He's enabling the situation.
If this cuts, I'm going to have to call and join it back again. I think it's hitting toward a limit. It shouldn't, but if it does, and the listeners, everybody bear with me so I can see how to reconnect. But go ahead, just keep talking.
I got you. He's enabling the situation. You know why he's enabling the situation? Not because he's making money, but it's how he's making money. You know what I'm saying? Because he knows that package store is there. He knows there's drug addiction there. He knows a mortgage. You know what happens? He allows that person to go to package store. He allows that person to go to get drugs, and then he allows that person to come into his hostile environment. And whether they do their drugs, they have sex or whatever, and hopefully don't die. You know what I'm saying? But if they do die, you know what? He's gonna have a deal with the people that own the mall because they're gonna cut him a piece of the check off of those burials. You know what I'm saying? Because now he's the pipeline to getting these bodies because the families don't know where they are. You know what I'm saying? And it's a cycle. It's a continuous cycle of the madness. It's a continuous cycle of what's going on. But, you know what I'm saying, we got to get these parents to understand what's really going on. We got to get these parents, once again, to swallow their pride and say, you know what, let me listen to my son. Let me listen to my daughter. You know what I'm saying? Let me not play the game like I'm so innocent. Like I didn't take 3 dicks in one day when I was 15 years old. You know what I'm saying? Let's not let me do that. You know what I'm saying? Let me be proactive. Let me be proactive with the situation. Say, daughter, I was in your shoes at one time. You know what I'm saying? I was in your situation at one time. All I can say to you is be protective.
Truth.
Here's some money. Better yet, you know what? Let me take you to the store. Be protective. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what? You're gonna do what you want to do at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? I cannot walk in your shoes or with you every day. You know what I'm saying? The only thing I can do is try my best to give you information and tools of experience from my experience. With your experience or experience that you learn, you know what I'm saying, you will become a better person. You'll become a better outcome.
Poetic words, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Brother has a way with words.
You know what I mean? That's the life that we live in today. You know what I'm saying? We got to learn from all. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Even a baby can teach an adult. Tells an adult when he's hungry. You know what I'm saying? Or when he's not hungry. Or when he got to poop. You know what I'm saying? So just because we're elders, just because we reach a certain age, you know what I'm saying, that doesn't mean that, you know what I'm saying, we're to the point that we can't learn. We can't become more. You know what I mean? Because everyone has experiences. Everyone makes an experience. Every day you wake up and there's an experience. You know what I'm saying? If you wake up and you bump your head because you forgot that lamp was there, that's an experience. You know what I'm saying? That's a tool for a teaching. It may just be a tool for a teaching for you, but it tells you tomorrow when you wake up, instead of fucking moving your head to the right, you better move your head to the left. It's experience.
And hopefully it teaches your child to duck completely so they don't have to worry about hitting it at all.
Well, hopefully that child is not laying in that same same spot to where they have to worry about that. That is the ultimate outcome. You know what I'm saying? That's the ultimate outcome.
Wow. Oh, there it is. There it is. Let me call back the line. There it is. I knew it was going to happen. Got to be on point. I knew it was coming.
To join the conference. If you are the organizer, press 2. This conference is being recorded by the organizer.
Be the good or the bad, life is beautiful. You know what I'm saying? It definitely is. You know what I mean? Because it's a lot of people, whether what they say or how bad they think it is, that are not here, that, you know what I'm saying, they're not allowed to be here to deal with the situations that we in and possibly show that they can show improve these situations. You know what I'm saying? You know, we all have friends, family members that were taken from us in the earlier time. I mean, shit, my life was almost taken from me, you know what I'm saying, before my prime, you know what I mean? But, you know, I made it through. That's a victory for me, you know what I'm saying? Because I've come through things that many people, no matter how big, no matter how small, how tall, you know what I'm saying, have never been through. You know what I'm saying? And that is through the violence of the street. You know what I'm saying? Filling bullets. I don't wish that on anyone. You know what I'm saying? But there are a lot of people that did not make it. You know what I'm saying? And understanding that I've made it with a purpose and a passion. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get weaker because it happened to me. I got stronger because I know that tomorrow's not promised. You know what I'm saying? The next 5 minutes are not promised. I'm sitting outside right now. In my car, I'm vibing with you people. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Someone could come around the corner behind me, blindside me, and hit me and take me out. And I will be good with that. You know what I'm saying? Because I vibe with you tonight where I left a peace, I left a space, I left conversation, I left enough information that someone will grasp it.
Yes.
Someone will grasp it, and someone will be a better person tomorrow. While my funeral is being played, if it happens in the next couple of days, that same day, someone will be a better person. And I'm good with that. I'm good knowing that. Not be afraid of the unknown, because it's the unknown that will take you. There's the unknown that will have you to the point where you will not succeed. You will not survive. You know what I'm saying? And it's a reason why kings are kings. There's a reason why queens are queens. Because you know what? Even though they have empathy, you know what I'm saying, they also have that tolerance to where they do what they do and they don't worry about what the next person thinks. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, anything they do, that earnest is on them. It's not on the next person. It is on them, their behaviors, their actions. Back to self-preservation and what I stated earlier. You know what I'm saying? You got to want more and better for yourself as an individual in order for you to have a next person, you know what I'm saying, want to do something for themselves. You can't be a teacher if you can't even teach. You know what I'm saying? Or if you can't even be the person who you truly need to be.
Mm-hmm.
Excellence breeds excellence. You know what I'm saying? That's the reality. That's the fact.
Wow, you know what? It's good when one person finishes speaking and we just soak it in. You know, it's just like, you know, all the kids went to sleep. We all sitting around talking and playing a CD with some oldies, and folks are just sitting around talking, and then we just stare off for a second. Good old 1970s feel, you know. There's no curfew. We just hang out until the sun comes up. We just hanging out. And somebody who walks in on that, yeah.
I said it happens with that late night effect, man.
It's a high for me.
Start the line, man. You know what I mean? It does. does a lot of difference, man. You can see purity for purity, man. You can see reality for reality. I enjoy conversating with you guys late night, man, because you know what I mean, it gives me an opportunity to watch and monitor everything that's going on, and even the demons and even the people that walk and sleep. Can see them and watch them and monitor them and still conversate and do what I need to do, and they don't bother me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They know not to bother me. You know what I'm saying? And that's a good thing, knowing that, you know, beings know not to bother you. You know what I'm saying? Everyone can't say that. They can't say that beings know not to bother them.
Right.
Because they have different type of beings, like I said earlier, attacking them and jumping on them all day for many different reasons. You know what I mean? And sometimes it's because you attract those beings to you. I don't want those beings. You know what I'm saying? I push those beings back. I mean, I don't want none of that shit to me. Don't come to me. Don't come to my family. Don't come to those that I love. You know what I'm saying? Because there's repercussions. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the baddest and I'm not the biggest, but I'm very fucking confident. You know what I'm saying? I'm very confident in what I can do mentally and physically to anything that I feel, you know what I'm saying, is trying to or attempting to take away or what I love and I cherish. You know what I'm saying? And you know, we got a lot of conversations, man. I would love to do that conversation of success again, because I would love to discuss, you know, the meaning of success. I would love to break down a lot of these words, you know, that are depicted to society, so that our people, those that are listening, can get an understanding, you know, and formulate their own true thoughts and views, or even just come to understanding of what the masses or many may think. You know, because you know, success for many is different. You know, like I stated to you, you know, on many occasions, man, success for me is just waking up and hear them birds chirp, man. I hear them birds chirp, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Because I know that I can do anything after that. When I don't hear those birds chirp, it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? It's a problem, because that means I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back. You know what I'm saying? I can't go buy a nice car. I can't go out there and spend money fruitlessly. You know what I'm saying? I can't go out there and speak. I can't go out to do anything if I don't hear no birds chirp. I mean, so you know, what is your true meaning of level of success? What is your true meaning of happiness within yourself?
That's right.
You know what I mean? Because a crackhead can say he's happy just by going out and being able to buy crack every 5 minutes. And that the young brother that you did an interview with,
yeah.
I mean, for him, that was success for him.
Yeah.
He was multi-talented. I mean, he was a talented singer. I'm sitting there vibing, listening to the songs, and I'm like, man, he's beatboxing like Dougie Fresh. He has a, you know, even in his poorest state, he still had a charismatic where you be like, yo, I can see this guy on fucking TV. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? He had addiction to porn and he had addiction to crack.
I couldn't get the song out my head.
Yeah, that goes to show that
I couldn't get the song out my head.
Me either. And that gets to show that just because someone has, you know what I mean, some negative, or what society may state as negative actions to them, that doesn't make them a fucking total nitwit, man, or someone that should be destroyed off the earth.
That's right.
Man, you'll lock a goddamn crackhead up, but you'll praise a fucking rapist.
Check it out.
That's some crazy shit.
Check it out. I gotta put it on, man. I gotta put it on. We're gonna wrap it down soon.
You want to sing, man.
But here you go.
I wrote this song, and it's not, I'm not living it. That's why it's so hard for me to get it out there. Tupac and Biggie Smalls, they can write stuff and not live it, but these people gonna still buy it. But if I come out as a Christian artist, I'm singing this and I'm not living it.
We understand, but you wrote it though.
I can sell it.
The words can still touch people, so give it to us, man.
I used to be bound, but now I'm free. I've been washed by the blood of the Lamb. I used to be blind, but now I see. I've been washed by the blood of the Lamb. No more shackles holding me. I've been washed by the blood of the Lamb. In the name of Jesus, demons flee. I've been washed by the blood. Hey y'all, God has been so good to me. He finally came and set me free. It took a long time, but now I finally surrender everything. Nothing is holding me back. Everything that I used to be is under my feet. Was supposed to be that part of me died and buried away. With Christ I'm alive. Everything new to me. I've been given dunamis power. Now when the devil comes telling to back up, ain't trying to heed you, the Lord rebuke you. Stay under my feet where you belong. I used to be bound, but now I'm free. Hey, I've been washed by the blood of the Lamb. I used to be blind, but now I see. I've been washed by the blood of the Lamb. No more shackles holding me. I've been washed by the blood of the Lamb. In the name of Jesus, demons flew. I've been washed by the blood. Hey y'all, for many years I kept on making the same mistakes because I did not want to let go. I didn't care if the next man following God's plan, living in sin was comfortable. I kept on bumping my head, expecting different results, doing the same thing every day. Many times I could have ended up dead if it wasn't for the Lord who was on my side. God turned my life upside down, broke that had me bound. My God is an awesome God. Our God is an on time God. Oh, our God is so amazing. If it wasn't for the Lord kindness and patience, dealing with a hard-headed boy, have crazy, where would I be? Ain't no name like the name Jesus. He's the one that know King Jesus. That name is the powerful name. He's whatever to bring about change. There's deliverance in that name. The blessings of God inside that name. Telling you the truth if you want to be saved. All you gotta do is call on that name. Call on that name, Jesus, Jesus. Call on that name, Jesus, Jesus. Call on that name, Jesus, Jesus. Call on that name. All you gotta do is call on that name, Jesus, Jesus. Call on that name, Jesus. All you gotta do is call on that name, Jesus, Jesus. Call on that name. I used to be bound, but now I'm free. I've been washed by the blood of the Lamb. I used to be blind, but now I see. I've been washed by the blood of the Lamb. No more shackles holding me. I've been washed by the blood of the Lamb. In the name of Jesus, demons flee. I've been washed by the blood. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. Hey you girl. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. Hey you girl.
Got you, bro. It's pretty good. All right, we're gonna wrap this up, man. Anything else you want to say before we go? People out there listening.
Um, I should not die. I should live proclaim the word of the Lord. Have mercy on me, God. God ain't finished with me yet.
We're gonna ask everybody to pray for you, bro. We're gonna ask everybody to pray for you.
Oh, you gonna pray for me?
I said I want everybody watching this to pray for you.
Yeah, please. It's the part of prayer I can get.
Wow. Well, I got into it, so wow. You had to watch it. I put the link into the
Man, it was very distorted. I was trying to tell you that. I don't think that people can hear that because it was very, very distorted.
Yeah, I had it so loud, and what it was is that I used a shotgun mic, and actually the shotgun mic zeroed in on his voice, but then there was so many things. There was a 18-wheeler unpacking. That's a major street. Even though it was like 2 in the morning, 1:30 in the morning, it was a lot going on. So, I put the link in. Let me see if I drop it in. You can check it out. You hear it a lot better directly because I think I had this part turned up too loud. But his voice actually deteriorated over the years. When I met him back in 2002, he was locked up, And that was 15 years ago. So that means it was 20 years old. He was 20 years old. And he was a child prodigy. They say that from way back then, from when he was barely a teenager, he was playing several instruments, doing the vocals, making up songs, writing music. And I was working as a correction officer back then. And we were in, oh God, what is the room? The protected area where they have the layout and everything with the switches and everything. They were talking about him, a couple of the supervisors. So I said, for real? Like that?
Home control?
Yeah, the control room. Yeah, right? I'm so out of it, I forgot, right? The control room. And yeah, let me go in there and listen to him. And so everybody was in the day room. The single cells were open. We didn't lock them down yet. So I go in there and I said, who's Felipe? Because there was a bunch of guys clumped up. They were pointing in the general direction. So he was like, he said, somebody come for me? I was like, wow. He could have got out if he had the bail. But I said, man, I hear you're a good singer. And he put his head down immediately, like he was shamed, because I guess he felt that he should be doing better. So he put his head down. So I said, man, come over here. And the other guys, man, that move, man, he can sing anything, man. So and so. Like, they were shooting songs at him. That's what they protected him in there, because he was bringing the gift of song. And when they would lock him down, I think he was up on the top tier at that particular time. Lionel Richie, man, so and so and so and so. Okay. And he'd have to hit his chest and feel it. And then he would do the song. And he'd change the words around to something that he didn't even know. They would yell out words like, names of the girlfriends, the other guys. My girlfriend, man, I think she's seeing somebody else. He'd pick a song and tailor the song to his situation. And everybody that was there locked down. They were like in a different way. They were so relaxed. I mean, he reduced the amount of altercations between people there because they're frustrated. And it made my 8 hours at night so much easier, because we listening. And he would ask the guys, we would let them. They would bang on the door a little bit to get a beat going so he didn't have to do it. And so the whole place had beats. Everybody added in. So there was participation. Now he's singing. And some other guys who were there who could sing, they did background vocals. Sitting here like, man, this is dope. This is coming out of jail cells. Look at this talent. But at the same time, look at the unity. When they gave themselves something to do, constructive, that they felt amongst their peers. So that taught me a lot about human nature, observing that. And even with my artwork, when I would draw in detail, and the respect that I got from those guys doing what I did, but not only because what I did, but the bonding that we had. I would take weeks on certain pictures, and they would say, man, come on, Scurv, can I see it? Just hold it up to the glass. And I knew who was in my unit. I said, nah, man, I want you to really see this. They said, what you mean? I had him roll the door, I go inside. I said, here, take it. Bring it up to the guy there he's an old guy. Show him. Just bring it back to me when you're done. Now, to some people, they're like, man, Scurv, you taking a risk, man. You took a month on that picture. Look how detailed it is. I said, but it's therapeutic because they feel like a part of it. They sat there, 10, 12, 15 of them just leaned up against the glass next to my desk while I was drawing. And they felt like they were part of this process. So now it was almost done or damn near done. I let them, and they were holding the thing like a baby. Nobody snatched it. And I said, listen, everybody take time and hold it. Because, they were holding it against the light. The light's up there, but they saw the lead of the pencil in the ink, how I blended it and shaded it. And they were down. Man, look at that. Man, it looked like it's lifting off the page. Let me see. In the street, they say, yo, man, I remember when I was locked up, man, and you let me hold your picture, man, and you dope, the way you was talking and stuff. And some, listen, they call in and stay quiet or tune in. There's some right here now. So I'm not lying. So when we reach out in special ways to our brothers and sisters and share our talents and abilities and become that distraction from the war that's going on against us, and we show each other that kind of love in so many different ways, whether you're baking an apple pie or teaching a kid how to tie a tie. I've done that on the bus several times. They go in for job interviews and they admire me for some reason, and I become like a father figure, an older brother. And they have a little lint in their hand. They come, man, I practiced, but I just couldn't get it. I say, I got you. Tie it up. They pull it over their head. They're going to put it back on the next morning that way. Yeah, man, thank you. If you didn't tie my tie, I said, no, man, that's you. You did that. You got the job. So there's so many ways and smaller ways when we're feeling our insecurities or we need help or we just don't know. Sometimes people are like that. You have to reach out and really have a sympathetic heart to them and think about what they're going through and reach out to them. So that's why I told people that earlier today, I said, I don't care if YouTube flags some of my videos or say that I can't make a little money off of it. Because like I said, I don't make much money off it anyway. It ain't changing my world. You know what I mean? As long as I can connect with people and allow others to connect with each other. Look how Black Lion named out everybody on the line. You know, how much he feels the love. Remove me from the equation. I want y'all to go on with that kind of love. Show love when I'm running. There's no ego involved. I want to know that my I don't want to say the word funeral, but my transition gathering, whether it's somewhere where everybody can go to or not, or you meet on a medium like this and just say, hey, let's talk about Crazy Lance. Let it be a lot of love and one big party. You know what I mean? No, because I'll be waiting for you. You know what I mean? And the party will continue, whichever way, you know? But listen, y'all, I'm going to wrap it down. It was in 21 minutes, and I'm not counting the time, but I'm going to rest. But we're going to come back on tomorrow night a little later. It won't be 9 o'clock, like about 12, 12:30, 11:30, like that. And my voice is going. But anything that you all have to say on the wrap up in the next 5 minutes, just come on and drop it. I really appreciate everybody being here and holding it down. When I took the trip to go get LanceScurv, I love that. That's dope. You know, all these guys come, man, I got 1 million followers or people watch my show. I'm like, how many? Can you leave your show and it go on and you come back and it's still going on? Well, all right. That shows you the quality of people. Huh? Let's say it again.
You left your house and didn't come back to find it burnt down.
Exactly. Even
though we can only see that studio.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
We watched over your. We babysat the studio while you were out.
That's right. And we amongst family here. So I left my wallet. I left here. I ain't got to check it. I know everything's here. You know what I mean? And if anybody else came.
It's not like we should reach through the screen and take it.
I'll be trying to get my license back and my Social Security and credit cards. Wow. But yeah, I loved it tonight.
I was too through when you said there's a gun in every room in the house.
But that's the least of a person who's doing a home invasion. That's the least of their worries. It's me they got to worry about. You know what I mean? I'm crazy.
All right.
No, but it is what it is. And I got some more stories along those lines, and we'll continue on that one. But I learned so much working in the jail and just knowing the street I already knew, but when you really sit down, so this is why when, brother like Black Lion speaks, or brother Ace, they speak, and they speak from certain experiences. This is it's so real. And these so-called mainstream media platforms don't allow us to vibe like this and let it roll. You know what I mean? Let it roll for hours. I love that. Let it roll. Not some homogenized, pasteurized, approved presentation where we'll let you say a few curses and that's it. Just let it roll. Listen, when y'all wake up in the morning, you're going to hear all kind of things in your head that we spoke about whatever you do, whether you're staying home or doing housework or running to the supermarket, you could be thinking like, wow. And I love that bond. We're going to walk with that bond tomorrow and all through the week. I'm not going to let it dissipate because we'll be back on. We spend a lot of time with each other. And it's a meeting of the minds. And this is what other people who, you know, they may not call, but they're right there. Like that little kid who's supposed to be sleeping and they're listening to the adult conversation and the adult say something funny and the kid forgets and giggles. Hey, yo, go back to bed. What are you doing? You know what I mean? Like that. Let them come. Let them listen. You know, that's a wonderful thing. But listen, y'all, I can't tell you I love you enough. And I'm going to love that pillow. I'm going to hug up Mr. Scurv. And much love to all of you. And I'm zonked in a good way. Y'all got me high. If somebody put a gun in my head and say, you got to stay up another 10 hours, like it's easy. But I'm zoning. I feel good. I got that buzz going on. You gave me the shot. See, other people got to put a needle in their arm and put heroin or take that downer or take that Molly or that ecstasy. With me, it's truth, and the truth that you all shared tonight. When I feel like this, I know that Trump could launch 1 million bombs all over the world. For us, in the time that we're supposed to head over, I know that we are going to be all right. See? Because this is all predicted. We don't have to flinch and worry. We're going to be all right. All right, y'all?
Okay.
You all have a good night.
Good night.
Anything you want to say, just say it real quick. I'm not rushing nobody, you know. But Lion put it down tonight for real. And I'm loving it. Big time.
Well, Brother Lance, what I want to say is, man, before I escape this realm here, you know, people don't understand, and then hopefully they do understand at this point in time, based off of your experiences and mine as well. They forget that, you know, or may not know that we've dealt with many people, you know what I'm saying, not just in our regular travels, but through our works and how we provide for our families.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, if we chose to be criminals, we would be the best fucking criminals.
You're right.
We would be the best doctors.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? If we chose to go into that aspect of being, you know, a psychiatrist,
yes,
we would be the psychiatrist, because you know what? And the system, they state that criminals become better criminals from learning and being a part of criminals.
Yes.
And what better criminal or better person you can have is someone that monitors and is taught to study and learn those criminals. You know what I'm saying? You know, we may not be hero addicts, but we know how to get the best heroin or cook up the best heroin to be the best heroin addict or the best supplier.
Yes.
You know, not saying that we're going to go out there and start teaching people
right,
how to
right,
do this,
right.
but people understand. You know what I'm saying? We've engaged in many realms.
Oh, yes.
The positive and the negative, to where it creates and has shaped us as individuals. You know what I'm saying? On that note, as always, man, love is love to my sisters, man. Salute to my true brothers out there that's really out there holding it down and trying to make, you know what I'm saying, our society, our world a better place. You know what I'm saying? In a way that we know that it needs to be.
Yes.
Like Lion, I'm done.
Yes. Crystal, Tracy, and Ace. Who else is on? I'm buzzed. And plus, I can't see the control screen right now, so my computer's kind of locked. My computer locked up on me. It's like, daggone it, you know? Computer's looking like, daggone Lance, you know? You talking fool. And I'll probably be talking a little bit after, but like I always say, download the LanceScurv app at the Google Play Store, the Amazon Store, and the Apple Store. Subscribe to the channel if you want some more of this good stuff. And call me, text me anytime, 407-590-0755. All the other cell phone numbers that you have of me, disregard. They don't exist anymore. It's just the one there, 407-590-0755. Let me hear from you. Even if you're too shy to call, text me. Let me know you're there. Let me know what you want to hear. Hear anymore, whatever the opinion is. I'm also on WhatsApp under Lance. Was it LanceScurv? I know it's Scurvin, but I forgot what I put in. I think it's LanceScurvin. I hate to put my full name. I had to put the LanceScurv part, and they tricked me. Put your full name, and I'm thinking like the other name, they didn't give me a slot. So I'm like, oh, y'all tricked me. So it may be LanceScurv or LanceScurvin, just like LanceScurv with an IN on the end. And like I said, we want to do more stuff. Share the links, and that's how you support. Just share the links. If it's something good or a part of it, because you know these shows are long. Just say go to the 3-hour mark. It's like, what do you mean? No, go to the 4-hour mark. The 4-hour mark. The shows I listen to are like 30 minutes. You know the 4-hour mark? What are you, crazy? This dude does this every day. How's he do it working 2 jobs? Driving the bus with the crazy people out in the street. But no, I do it. I do it. Thank God that I have the strength. And y'all feed me some good wisdom here. I don't know. At this age, and like I said, I feel good. I mean, I really feel good. The number don't make sense to me because the way I feel, I'm talking about my age. 5:34 in the morning on Saturday morning, I turned 54. Now people say, you keep saying your age every show you do. You're writing away your life. No, I'm celebrating this junction point that I'm at, that I can be here coherent and not out of my mind. Now, you know, our bodies are made to eventually expire. But when it does, look, I have a lot to look back on. Like, okay, I was kicking it back then. So to be almost 54 in a couple of hours, you know, another day or so, it's amazing because I just don't, I'm seeing the number, but it don't match up by the way I feel. And that to me is the biggest blessing. You know, maybe it might not be like that 20 years or 2 years from now or 2 days from now, but right now it feels good. And I thank God. So that's my responsibility to do what it is that I do and what little way I can help as a servant of the people. I'm not trying to be nothing more. I'm just a servant for my brothers and sisters. Anyway, you all have a good night. And I'm talking all this smack, and probably 5 minutes from now, I'll be sleeping and drooling, and there'll be a lake next to the pillow. Y'all have a good night. God bless you all. Thank you. We'll be back on tomorrow night, and hit me up anytime. All right? Take care. I put that sneaky music on because on the way to going to bed, I'm not supposed to, but I'm going to look inside that fridge and see what little goodies I can get. It'll be healthy stuff. I shouldn't be eating this late, but that's see, you had the Pink Panther theme, but this is the Black Pink Panther theme. Got a little more soul to it. I just love the Pink Panther. Why you gotta be pink? I'm the Ebony Panther. Okay, let me hit this screen up. Let's make sure everything's right. Wow, I'm gonna sleep deep. I'm gonna sleep real deep, y'all.
Friday evening, tune in to radio's hottest talk show, bringing you the realest, uncensored conversations with the boldest man on the net, LanceScurv.
Oh, I forgot to do it. That makes you feel like Superman, like I'm flying. But if I fly out there right now, I'll bust my shit on the coffee table. Good night, y'all.